Collars & Co., makers of the dress collar polo. Visit collarsandco.com. It's Garrett Crochet, 7 2/3, a 4-hit ball. 2 of them Anthony Volpe, including the lone damage, the Volpe solo shot in the second inning. 7 2/3, a 4-hit, 1-run ball, no walks, 11 strikeouts on a career-high 117 pitches. Garrett Crochet, our player of the game, presented by Collars & Co. Next game time, brought to you by Nielsen Dodge. For the best selection of Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram, visit nielsendodge.com and save today. The Nielsen way. Next game tomorrow night. Game time, same time. 6:08 on the air at 5:25 with our pregame coverage. Yankees looking to keep their season alive, force a decisive Game 3 on Thursday. Until then, for our producer, engineer in the booth, Matt Shortis, studio producer Paulie Rosenberg, and for Susan Waldman and Dave Sims, Emmanuel Berbari, saying so long from Yankee Stadium. Once again, the final score in Game 1, the Red Sox 3 and the Yankees 1 on WFAN Yankees Radio. Have a good one.
This has been the Yankees postgame show, powered by Verizon. For a limited time, get their best price ever. Drop into your local Verizon store today to learn more. Also brought to you by Peerless Boilers. Visit peerlessboilers.com for a dealer near you. London menswear brand Charles Tyrrett. They make it easy for men to dress well. The Mazda CX-50 Hybrid. My Computer Career. Training for a better life. Veg ER for pets. Official emergency veterinarian group of Yankees Radio. And by Care Right Centers. We start where others stop. This is WFAN Yankees Radio. This Odyssey Sports broadcast has been brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
We could tell you what it's like to drive the Nissan Rogue and tell you all about its performance capabilities, like its VC turbo engine. It's I can go virtually anywhere type of freedom. Nice. But you don't have to take our word for it. Go drive it for yourself. You're up. Experience the power of the Nissan Rogue.
Drive the Nissan Rogue. Get 0% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue, Pathfinder, or Murano. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. For well-qualified buyers, example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to Nissan Motor Acceptance Company credit approval, not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends September 30th, 2025.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium iced or hot coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions, participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price? Get to Town Fair Tire for Michelin's Cross Climate tires, offering a design that delivers an exceptional level of long-lasting performance throughout the tire's lifespan. Plus, Town Fair gives you more free services than anywhere else. For the guaranteed lowest price and your best deal on Michelin Cross Climate tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
switch to Verizon Fios, where you get the 100% fiber optic network with speeds up to 2 gig. And if you're looking for live TV with up to 400 plus channels and live sports, Fios TV is where it's at. Get the internet speed you want and the TV you love when you bundle Fios home internet and TV with Verizon. Plus, get the latest deals when you call 1-883-VERIZON and switch to Verizon Fios today. Availability varies.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. It's KM to AM on WFAN.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
Yeah, let's do the first postseason KM to AM. That's an L. It's not a good feeling. But this isn't 2021. What's 9 plus 10? 21? It's not 2021. Like, this is not a one-game wild card. We're not done yet. I think we ain't done yet. Now, it sucks to lose the way that the Yankees lost tonight. We're going to talk all through it and around it. Paulie said there's already 75 calls. I bet. I was on Twitter. I'm like, we're about to take a bunch of calls tonight because that's part of this game. We don't get to play in that game. This is where we get to play. So dial 888-808-1019. We're going to talk all about it. Shout out to everybody I saw at the stadium. I was there live. Beautiful sunset. Beautiful Yankee fans. Shout out to the Yankees for blocking Red Sox fans from buying tickets. Yeah, I saw that. People were, Keith, what do you think about this? I like it. I appreciate it. Ticket prices weren't crazy. And when the Red Sox had success in there, you didn't hear a loud roar. Yeah, Yankee Stadium is located in the Bronx, New York. Sales to this event will be restricted to residents of New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Pennsylvania. Thank you. Thank you. See you there tomorrow and the next day. Because now, with Rodon on the mound, now putting your best players in the lineup, you have to force a rubber match. So let's go back. What we were also talking about last night. Last night, I hit you with Jack Curry's lineup that pretty much we knew if Jack Curry's tweeting out the lineup, this is the lineup, folks. Accept it, understand the method, the analytics, the purpose, the reason behind it. Hindsight is 20/20. I'm going to say that so many times tonight. I'm going to say that 20 times tonight. Hindsight is 20/20. That lineup is great if it works. It didn't work. They had 2 on in the first inning, and I'm like, yo, here we go. We're getting to him early. We have to get to him early. This is his first postseason start. Have to get to him early. And what happened? You down with LOB? Yeah, you know me. I'm like, bro. Had the place going. Goldie knock. MVP. Knock. And then after that, it's like, okay. My mind was just stuck on, like, that's going to loom large. And it did. It loomed large. I'm thinking about this lineup, and I'm thinking about how Ahmed Rosario was barely playing. You know, in the series against Minnesota, I took a call from Steve from Valley Stream, who was out there, and he said, you know, Ahmed Rosario's on the end of the bench. He looks sad. He looks like he's not having a good time. I'm like, yeah, that's Unc. He's usually got the energy, right? But he probably wants to play because Caballero was getting an opportunity to play shortstop, right? With Volpe getting the cortisone shot and struggling. Follow me here. Then Ahmed Rosario, you know, I know he homered against the Red Sox. I know he's literally here to hit left-handed pitching, but man, I understand when Jazz is turning his back to the media, going through his wardrobe, going through his little closet in his locker, and kind of just like, what do you want to talk to me for? I got in the game as a defensive replacement in the 8th inning. I got 1 at bat. Like, what am I supposed to do? I'm an all-star this year. I'm a 30-30 guy this year. I went through the battle to the World Series last year. I'm the one talking about putting a ring on my finger. I'm the one talking about winning 28. I'm the one talking about winning the division, which we didn't do. Jazz, I'm sure, is frustrated. Prince of the City wanted to play tonight, but they elected to go with Ahmed Rosario at second base. It didn't work. It didn't work. You know, these are the little things you think about when Ben Rice has a viral picture. I posted on my Twitter at Keith_McPherson. I said, you think Ben Rice didn't want to play tonight? You think that didn't mean something to him? A kid that grew up in Massachusetts, a Yankees fan, surrounded by Red Sox fans. You think he didn't want to get some swings in? You think that he didn't want to get in that game late? I thought about it late, too. Obviously, Goldie got on, so you're not pinch hitting him for Goldie, and you're also not pinch hitting him for Wells. They feel more comfortable with Wells in a tight game behind the plate than Ben Rice. We've seen Ben Rice, some of his struggles blocking the ball, pass balls. It is what it is. I understand it. But when Goldie can't score twice from third base, I'm thinking, man, what if that's Ben Rice? He's a little bit more athletic, a lot younger. Maybe we can put some pressure there. I don't know. It's a game of inches. These are the little things that are going to play in your head, and hopefully we just play this game here tonight and have the conversation and then flush it and wake up tomorrow and it's Carlos Rodon versus Brian Bayo. It's a must-win game. You are facing elimination. You must get to the rubber match. 888-808-1019. Starting with the lineup, play your best. Play your best. It works until it doesn't. It looks good until it doesn't. We're not facing Trevor Rogers. This is not a regular season game. This is Garrett Crochet. He owns the Yankees. He's an owner. He's a part owner. I don't know what his stake is, his equity, but he owns the New York Yankees. 11 Ks, and I think I stopped counting. He retired 10 in a row after Volpe's solo shot, and I stopped counting. I don't know. I think Paulie said it one of his 16 times. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. Because a couple things. What I felt like with Garrett Crochet, who's a monster, he's a beast on the mound. I felt like they were leaving Crochet into flex to prove a point. And when I say they, Alex Cora, 117 pitches, I think, is the most he's ever thrown in a game. This is a guy pitching in his first postseason appearance. And I felt like Alex Cora was flexing on Aaron Boone and the New York Yankees saying, this is a different season. This is do or die. You get eliminated. You push your ace. You put your starter out there and you leave him out there. He's a workhorse. You take your guy out, I'm leaving my guy in the ring to battle. Chess match. You're playing checkers. We're playing chess. And I know what you're going to call about because I see everybody already calling. And that is the biggest part of the game. That is the MLB turning point, the turning point of the game where they really started playing chess on the Red Sox side and checkers on the Yankee side. Max Fried was getting squeezed all night. It was frustrating as hell. I'm like, are we not going to get these borderline calls all night in our building? Curveball, it's right there. ABS, ASAP. Oh, it can wait. Automatic balls and strike system next year. All season on WFAN at night. I've been telling you, we're going to get to the postseason, and we're going to need it. We're going to absolutely need to challenge these calls. Because strikes are going to turn into balls. Strikeouts are going to turn into walks. Runners are going to get on base. Pitchers are going to labor. I think Fried had a 24-pitch inning. And it's like, these things matter, especially for the New York Yankees, that triple-digit number. When we get to 100 pitches, oh, no, it's the witching hour. Oh, 100 pitches. Hold on. 100 pitches. There is no tomorrow. 100 pitches doesn't matter. Didn't we see Max Fried this year go up to 120? 100 pitches doesn't matter to me. Leave him in. He gave nothing up. You opened the door. You realize that, right? That was the turning point. And hindsight is 20/20. But Luke Weaver is 50-50. Luke Weaver being the first guy to come through the bullpen door, he is not a guaranteed lock. He is not someone this year that you could say he's been lights out. Last year is last year. It's way over. He's a different guy this year. He's halfway to Queens. David Stearns was watching that game saying, I'm signing that guy. We'll put him in our pitch. I'm sorry. I have to do these things, Paulie. You just already know it. Luke Weaver is going to be in a Met uniform. 888-808-1019. He can go. I was saying weeks ago he could go. He's not coming back. He hasn't been the same. And when you take out Max Fried to go to Luke Weaver, you come down a few notches. Max Fried, after the game, said he had more to give. And in the stadium, when they took Fried out, I said, okay, he did his job. And you know what I thought they were going to tell us? Hey, his pitch count got over 100, 102, and I knew they were going to say that. And I don't care about that in the postseason. You can't. What are you pitching for? November? December? This is the end of the road. But I had thought because he beat Duran to the bag, and he's an athletic guy. He fields his position great. He's an athlete. But I thought maybe he would be huffing and puffing. I'm in I can't see from. I'm in a 107 area when that happens. I can't see if he's huffing and puffing. But I went back and looked. He wasn't huffing and puffing. He wasn't tired. He wasn't exhausted. And Boone didn't have a conversation with him before that inning to say, oh, man, are you laboring? No, the conversation with Boone and Fried was, go get one more batter. Why? Why one? Why one? Go 1 to 1 to 1. Go batter to batter to batter. No? You were in a rush to take the ball out of Max Fried's hand, right? Your ace with 19 wins, your best pitcher, the best guy that we have. You were in a rush to take the ball out of his hands and go to Luke Weaver, who's not going to be here next year. Max Fried signed an 8-year contract here. I don't know, bro. In hindsight, it looks bad. At the time in the stadium, we're just hoping for the best. But what happens? You're facing the bottom of the order, and Ceddanne Rafaela, I knew I had a bad feeling. The 8-hitter, Ceddanne Rafaela, he goes up 0-2 on him. But then it's an 11-pitch at bat. He's fouling it off. He's working. I'm just like, oh, here we go. Here we go. This is how it starts. And, I don't have to recap it for you guys. It's just like, in a game of inches, in a game of little moves, the Red Sox win those games. That's their 10th win against the New York Yankees this year. And I'll tell you this, Alex Cora outmanages Aaron Boone every time. Even if he doesn't win, there are little things that he does. And it's going to be a stain on Aaron Boone's resume if our rival, the Boston Red Sox, with Alex Cora, knock the Yankees out and end their season in 2018, 2021, and a third time in 2025. So when Sogard doubles in the game of inches again, we're looking at Judge. Judge gets to that ball, but their advanced scouting tells them you challenge Aaron Judge. The little things. Judge's arm is better, but it's not the cannon that Aaron Judge usually has. So he's not able to get the throw there. Little things like this in the game, I'm like, oh, we are starting to bleed a little bit. That solo shot wasn't beating anybody. And let's go back. Before we go too deep into anything, let's remember that this game ended 3-1. Shout out to Cortisone Tone. Put some respect on Anthony Volpe's name. He came to play. A kid that you didn't even want in the lineup starting. A kid that you didn't even want on the roster. A kid that you ripped and rode for months. He came to play in the first wild card game in Yankee Stadium. He took Garrett Crochet deep. Oppo Taco. He had another knock. He got on base dancing on Crochet, then dancing on Chapman, and got awarded second base. Anthony Volpe came to play. The rest of these guys, a lot of them went quiet. It wasn't good enough. One run's not beating anybody. Let's check the scores around Major League Baseball today. You know what's funny? The Tigers played the Guardians, and that score was stuck in my head walking into the stadium today. I'm like 2-1, and all I could think about was Tarek Skubal, and I'm like, we could lose to them 2-1 with Crochet on the mound. We lose 3-1. David Bednar's first postseason appearance. Our closer, who, hey, the lights are bright as they can get right now. National television, ESPN is in here. And Alex Bregman is in here. A nemesis, a Yankee killer, consistently. You know that. You're going to pitch to Alex Bregman, he's going to get a knock. He's going to do damage. He's cold-blooded. He's literally here to kill the New York Yankees. So I just looked at that game as like, I'm calm, but like, I've seen this before. I've seen a lot of these little things before. You know what I'm saying? And I'm looking at the Red Sox like, yo, we're lucky they didn't actually get that Joe Ryan trade done. Because I do think the Yankees still have a shot here. I do think the Yankees have a shot to get to Brian Bale with their best hitters in the lineup. You left 26 home runs. You left 26 home runs on the bench from Ben Rice, who won you the last game, who has been super hot. The Yankees' 8-game winning streak ends. It's a new season. You left 30-plus home runs from Jazz on the bench, 31 home runs from Jazz on the bench, in favor of analytics, matchups, against a guy that's going to dominate you regardless. Put your best hitters in there. Go down with your best in the lineup. Guys that have been through the war, been through the battle with you, guys that have played every day and have come through. 888-808-1019. I've said enough. I'm going to keep talking about this all night. There's a bunch more that I can add. All I was doing in there was writing notes on every little thing. All I was doing was just critiquing all of these little things. The umpire is going to squeeze you, and you got to overcome it. Max Fried did. Got double plays, strikeouts, got out of innings. But then he got the ball taken out of his hand, and the bullpen folded. Shout out to Fernando Cruz. Shout out to Devin Williams. Shout out to Tim Hill. They did their job, but now what happens tomorrow? Rodon has to go 6-7 innings, 6-7. Rodon's got to go 6-7 innings, and then they got to be better tomorrow. Or your season ends. 888-808-1019. It's 10:40. We got to take a break. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Call us up. We'll be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
That's the payroll plus the amount of luxury tax that Steve Cohen has to pay for this team. He paid essentially almost $500 million to have this team. The fans showed up. The players did not.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Stepping into the Kia K4 or K5 isn't just getting behind the wheel of any average sedan. It's stepping into what's next. With a K4, it's stepping into a world that's exciting. With a K5, it's one that's bold. The Kia K4 and K5, the next movement for sedans. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your tri-state Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Experience the all-new, totally redesigned Ray Katina Lexus of Freehold, the largest Lexus dealership in Central and South Jersey. See the first ever Lexus TX with the most cargo space behind the third row of any Lexus yet. Visit LexusOfFreehold.com and drive home in something extraordinary.
I just got a text out of the blue from my ex-girlfriend. She said, just so you know, I'm seeing this new guy. And I wrote back, oh, wow. And then she was like, what? You didn't think I was ever going to date ever again? And I said, no, I just didn't remember signing up for the push notifications.
Sam Morril, The Errors Tour.
I'd like to hear less from you and the Huffington Post, if possible.
December 4th, Stern Editorial, Perlman Stage at Carnegie Hall. Get tickets now at carnegiehall.org. Don't miss Sam Morril.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
If you work in New Jersey manufacturing, your chance to network, learn, and connect with resources for your business is October 3rd, the annual Made in New Jersey Manufacturing Day in Freehold. Both gubernatorial candidates will share their vision for industry in New Jersey. Register today at njmep.org.
Step up to the plate with confidence with the Jeep brand's newest MVP, the all-electric Jeep Wagoneer S. Year after year, the Jeep brand has delivered game-changing technology and features to help keep you off the bench and on to your next adventure. By blending thoughtful luxury capability and advanced technology, the Jeep Wagoneer S is one key player and doesn't disappoint. Experience the brand new head-turning design and luxurious interior without sacrificing on the legendary performance you love. Excellent range capacity opens up the playing field, and with 4x4 capability, featuring select terrain driving modes, how you play the game is up to you. The interior cabin of Wagoneer S pays special attention to detail with high-quality luxury refinements and seamless connectivity that surrounds you in comfort, along with premium seating, ambient lighting, and over 170 standard safety and security features. And like most All-Stars, it can really motor, especially with standard 600 horsepower. It's rugged, plays aggressive, and isn't afraid to get dirty. And with the exciting offers and deals going on right now at your local Jeep brand dealer, it all adds up to Jeep Wagoneer S being a steal. So hurry in today and blast one out of the park. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Catch all the play-by-play with Susan Waldman and Dave Sims, the home of Yankees radio, The Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Right back at it on The Fan in New York. The Yankees lose 3-1 to the Boston Red Sox, first game of the American League wildcard series in the Bronx. A couple thoughts that I didn't finish as I'm typing to everybody on YouTube. Again, you can watch us on YouTube. We've got over 300 people in the chat tonight. Clearly, there's some Mets fans for Red Sox in the chat. There's some Yankee fans fighting them off in the chat. It's very active right now. And two thoughts I didn't finish. One, when I was saying, the solo shot, that Volpe hit, that solo shot's not beating anybody. Let's look at all the other scores. The Guardians lost 2-1. The Cubs lost 3-1. The Yankees lost 3-1. It's the postseason. These games are low scoring. They're tight like this. One run is not beating anybody. And now, as I go check the Dodgers score, here comes Teoscar the Grouch again, 2-homer game. The Dodgers are going to sweep the Reds. They might not score a run tonight. It's 6-0 at Chavez Ravine, bottom of the sixth. My other thought was, this chess game. I knew the chess game had began with Luke Weaver in the game. And once Judge couldn't make that throw, and I went to get some stats to back it up. Shout out to the guys at Cespedes Family Barbecue. The throw from Judge was 73.2 miles per hour. Judge throws much harder than that. They said his arm was definitely an issue. That extra base allows Sogard to score on the Yoshida single. And that's the move right there. Okay. Boone said he wasn't thinking about Rafaela's numbers against him being better against right-handed pitchers. It's the bottom of the order. Let Fried continue. He said he had more to give. At least check with him. Don't just run out there like, thanks, man, let me get the ball. And then 11 pitch at bat, and then a double. And then the first freaking pitch Masataka sees. Masataka Yoshida sees after he pinch hits for Rob Refsnyder. There's the game right there. 888-808-1019. Richard in Manhattan first on the Fan.
Keith, Boone blew this game. The Yankees, the biggest advantage Boston had on the Yankees were better than Boston in every statistical category. Everything, hitting and pitching, starting pitching, fielding, everything except one category. Relief pitching. They were the second best relief pitching team, Boston. The Yankees were 23rd. The way you think Boone played it, he was second. What did he do? Why did he take out Fried?
100 pitches.
The guy had 102 pitches. He's got 5 months to rest now. 5 months.
100 is the magic number. It is the magic number. It's triple digits. These guys' arms will fall off.
Well, let me give you are you a religious man, Keith? Are you a religious man?
I am.
Okay. How do you take out a Jewish pitcher pitching great on the eve of Yom Kippur, the holiest Jewish day?
Thanks for the call, Richard. And happy Yom Kippur to those who celebrate. Let's go to Eric in Brooklyn on the Fan next. Go for it, Eric.
Real quick, sorry. Just are there two Richards in Manhattan?
No, that's the Richard in Manhattan that I think most people know.
The same guy. Oh, yeah, sorry. I haven't seen him that mad. Okay, so my question, I guess, maybe you're related. When I saw the Yankees are playing the Red Sox in the Wild Card Series, I know we're going to play Crochet. I had that in as a loss. You know? I mean...
Score a run on them in the first inning.
The way they did.
Score a run on him in the first inning. Get him off the mound a little bit.
I know, but it's just like he's so good. And like this line today was insane.
We were favored. Like, the Yankees were favorites in the game.
He was insane. Like Susan calmed me down. Listen to the post game. Susan said, sometimes it's not you. Sometimes it's not you. You know?
Sometimes somebody is better than you, and you're not beating him. This guy is a horse.
Yes, Crochet is better than us. He's really good.
Well, it doesn't matter probably if you put Jazz or Ben Rice or whoever in the lineup.
I just knew that they're playing Crochet. They're going to lose that one. I don't know.
Yeah,
Am I
because
crazy?
he dominated them. No, you're not. You're going off of what you've seen. He's dominated them all year. It doesn't matter that it's the postseason. John is down in Philadelphia on the Fan in New York. Hello, John.
Hey, Keith. Great show as always. There's so many things to break down from the game itself, but I got to go back to why was it to start before the game even started? Why are the Yankees once again trying to be cute with their lineup? And I know you touched on it a little bit, but if you're going to lose with your best in there. Fabio, I could get on board with him replacing McMahon. He does bring a couple things in the lineup, but you take out Ben Rice, who's been probably the hottest hitter on the Yankee team in the last week.
Mm-hmm.
You take him out. You put in you take out Jazz. You put in Rosario. Again, I like Rosario, but he's not a starter.
He's barely played since they acquired him. I just was telling the story about him. Some fan that called said that he saw him look like he was upset, like he was glued to the bench for a stretch here.
Right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And Jazz made some comments after the game. It sounds like he was upset. Jazz has to be a pro and turn the page now. He can't sulk on this. But
use it as motivation. He should come out tomorrow swinging. He should come out tomorrow ready to play. He's definitely going to play tomorrow. I understand him being frustrated. I understand him being upset.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. And again, it's just the Yankees. Whenever they try to be cute and outsmart the opponents, they typically don't. It typically doesn't work out for the Yankees. And you've got to believe that Cora has their number. And now Cora sees, all right, what we got Judge in right field. We're going to run on him all day.
Of course.
It's not a good look for the Yankees. Once again, they get outsmarted, they get outplayed, and it's win or go home now. And I want to have all the confidence in the world, but I just don't feel good going into game 2 the way they lost this game. I hope they go back to the starters. I hope they turn the page and they can get some motivation. Maybe they come out, they score 10 runs tomorrow, and they can use that motivation for game 3. But it was a poor showing for game 1, in my opinion.
Thanks for the call, John. As Shohei Ohtani homers for the second time, it is now 8-0 Dodgers over the Cincinnati Reds. If you recall, it was the Dodgers who beat the Yankees in the World Series last year. I am jealous. They do things right. And when it turns into this time of the year at Chavez Ravine, which they call Blue Heaven on Earth, those guys show up and they hit. And they're playing the Cincinnati Reds. I get it. It is what it is. But, back to the lineup and getting cute. And it's not them getting cute. It's what they believe in. They believe in analytics over talent. They believe in matchups over just sticking with, your best players. It didn't work. And I don't know if it would have worked the other way against Crochet. Like I said, he's a dog. And when they didn't get to him in the first inning, I literally sank in that stadium. I'm like, this is the postseason. This is going to loom large. They also didn't get to Chapman in the 9th. So here's some more stats for you. The Yankees are the first team in MLB postseason history to have the bases loaded with nobody out in the bottom of the 9th, but not score a run and lose the game. That's from OptaStats. The Yankees have played 138 postseason games. Tonight was the first time they've ever struck out 13-plus times and failed to draw a walk. That's from Talking Yanks. I don't know what to tell you guys. We got to take a break. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
Design run. Up the middle he goes to the 10 to the 5. Touchdown, Giants!
Jackson Dart's debut and timely defense led the Giants to New York's first victory of the NFL season.
Fires it right. Batted it line. Intercepted by Dexter Lawrence. He's running down the left side to the 15. 10, 5, and he's knocked down at the 1 by Herbert.
Fans are buzzing, but concern looms on star wideout Malik Neighbors' injury.
Guys that play behind him, it's like last year when Slay went in. Everybody gets paid to do a job, and it's next man up.
Keep it locked to the Fan for the latest on Big Blue as they gear up to hit the road to New Orleans for their Week 5 matchup with the winless Saints. Sunday at 1 o'clock on your home for New York Giants football. The Fan, 101.9 FM, WFAN, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-210-4471 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-210-4471. That's 800-210-4471. What do you have to lose? Call 800-210-4471. Again, 800-210-4471.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia. Movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Want fast, reliable home internet? Switch to Verizon Fios, where you get the 100% fiber optic network with speeds up to 2 gig. And if you're looking for live TV with up to 400 plus channels and live sports, Fios TV is where it's at. Get the internet speed you want and the TV you love when you bundle Fios home internet and TV with Verizon. Plus, get the latest deals when you call 1-883-VERIZON and switch to Verizon Fios today. Availability varies.
At Hanover Bank, we're more than just your bank. We're your neighbor. Our decisions are made locally by people who live and work right here in your community and who understand what matters most to you. And your deposits? They stay local, benefiting the businesses, homes, families, and futures that make our towns thrive. We believe in true relationship banking, individual service, and commitment to community. Visit HanoverBank.com to learn more today. That's HanoverBank.com. Hanover Bank. Forward together.
If you're injured in an accident, the Rothenberg Law Firm is on your side. A legendary team that has won billions over 5 decades. The Rothenberg Law Firm. 1-800-624-8888 or injurylawyer.com.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Find excellence in every detail in a new Volvo. At Volvo Cars Ramsey, 8-time winner of the Volvo Excellence Award. Choose from excellent offers on a new Volvo XC40, XC60, or a new 2025 Volvo XC90. View our entire inventory at VolvoCarsRamsey.com. Find excellence in a new Volvo at Volvo Cars Ramsey, where it's all about you.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Pirie coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Talk sports with Evan and Tiki. Afternoons from 2 to 7. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. The Yankees have their backs firmly up against the wall on the verge of elimination after falling to the Red Sox 3-1. Max Fried was utterly brilliant. 6 1/3 scoreless innings, scattered 4 hits, 6 Ks, but Luke Weaver coughed up the go-ahead 2-run single to Masataka Yoshida. So why did Aaron Boone decide to pull Fried with the bases empty, went out in the 7th and 102 pitches?
I felt like he kind of cruised through the first few, and obviously he ends up pitching great, but I felt like he had to work pretty hard, and I was going to have the 6 be at the end, but once we got the double, we finished with the double play, I wanted to go out and get Duran, and then felt like we were lined up.
Other side, Garrett Crochet dominated, struck out 11 over 7 2/3 innings, a 1-run ball, retired 17 straight at one point, from the Anthony Volpe homer in the second to his single in the 8th. Alex Bregman, a big RBI double off David Bednar in the 9th for a big insurance run. That's because the Yankees loaded the bases off Aroldis Chapman, 3 straight singles to begin the 9th, but unable to push anything across.
Goldie starts it off with a great at-bat, drive one to the right. I'm just trying to follow suit. Don't try to do too much. Put the ball in play, especially with our lineup. Just kind of keep the train moving, and couldn't pull away with one there or two to tie it. But I'd like us getting a little chance to see Chapman there, and I'll be seeing him over the next 2 days, that's for sure.
That's Judge, who had a pair of singles and 4 at-bats. So the Bombers turn to Carlos Rodon, do-or-die situation, Game 2 against Brian Bayo. Coverage here on the Fan, streaming on the free Odyssey app, begins 5:25. Going on right now, the Dodgers an 8-0 lead. They're in the bottom of the 7th in L.A. It's been a homer party. Shohei Ohtani's got a pair. Teoscar Hernandez has got a pair, and Tommy Edman with another. Blake Snell's given up 3 hits. He has struck out 9 over 6 1/3. The other games are done. Tarek Skubal led the Tigers' franchise record, 14 Ks. Led Detroit over Cleveland 2-1, and the Cubs bounced the Padres 3-1. 70 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
I don't know what beat this is. Is this sad beats? Sad lo-fi beats. Season's not over. I don't even feel like that. It's a 3-game series. I watched the Yankees drop the first game of plenty series all year. Keith McPherson on the Fan. It is very much Tuesday. Club did not go up on a Tuesday, but it's not over. It's not over. I'd like to hear from you, and we will keep mixing things in. The Dodgers are going to smoke the Reds. We'll see what happens in the other series. I know a lot of people said, and I said this too today. I said this to people in the stadium today. I said, treat this like the 1-game wild card. Because if you win today, you've got 2 opportunities to win. But now their backs are against the wall. Let's see what they're made of. Let's see what they're really like in their building. It will be an embarrassment to be swept by the Red Sox. It'll be an embarrassment for the 3rd time Aaron Boone lose and be eliminated by Alex Cora. It'll be an embarrassment to look back on this first game and think about what you coulda, shoulda, woulda, did. 888-808-1019. We'll do the big shot after the next break. There really is only one big shot of the night. It's Garrett Crochet, but I'm not giving him an award. Let's go to Joe in Massapequa on the Fan.
Hey, Keith, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. I mean, what gets me is that 7th inning with Fried. I mean, he's not a hard thrower. He threw 102 pitches, and you get the 8th and 9th batters up. And do you realize if they get out of that inning, they gave Crochet 25 minutes to rest.
Yeah.
He was coming out. He was coming out in the 7th inning. He wasn't going to come out. They were going to bring Whitlock in and probably Chapman. And what gets me is you put in this lineup, you sacrifice hitting for defense and have the right-handed hitters, but yet you don't have Jazz bat for Caballero, but then you bring him in for defense anyway in the 9th inning. It makes no sense to me at all. And how do you not find in that bat for Rice? Rice was not in there because Wells worked great with Fried all year long. When Fried was out of that game, Rice should have been in for Wells. It disgusts me. I mean, also tomorrow, they got to flip-flop Judge and Stanton. Judge cannot play right field anymore because of his arm. They're taking advantage of it.
I don't know if they'll do that. Thanks for the call, Joe. I hear you. I don't think they're doing that. I think we're way past the point now. And here come the Reds. Go, Ellie, go. Go, Ellie, go. Look at the Reds fighting back not to get shut out. The Reds score more runs than the Yankees do tonight. It is 8-2. Dodgers over the Reds. And, Trent Grisham. How about Trent Grisham? I was waiting for that clutch gene to activate. I was waiting for the Grish who stole Christmas to hit a clutch homer late or do something. 4 strikeouts. Damn. Like Grish turned back into the player that we thought we were getting in spring training. Grish got to play. Grish is a left-handed hitter that got to play. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's just not a good look. From the lineup to the performance to the decision to pull your starter because of a magic number. Even what Boone told us, I wanted him to get Duran. 1 batter, why? The 7th hitter, and then why? In hindsight, and then Luke Weaver's done. This is how Luke Weaver will be remembered now. the ferocious jungle cat from last year. He's still got the whole like Darth Vader breathing sound effects in the stadium. It's goofy now because of him. Like, it sucks now. It's not intimidating. It's not cool. It's not effective. They got to bounce back. At least, these games are early. It was a little weird, like a 6:08 start. And the stadium was pretty full tonight. 47,000. Good crowd early. There was a good amount of people out there. Shout out to everybody I saw out there. Appreciate all you guys. People show a lot of love. Love Yankee fans, man. Like, and we're all over the place. Some people are like, we're done. It's over, bro. GG's. We're cooked. We're getting swept. Other people are like, this is a 3-game set. At least we're not in the 1-game wild card. Rodon has to go out there and shove. And Rodon has had his best year. And Rodon hopefully has learned from his postseason that he had last year. If he goes out there and shoves, and these guys are mad, and these guys wake up, and they hit Brian Bayo, which they obviously can, then we're playing a Game 3. And in Game 3, I don't know exactly what their plan is. I don't know exactly what they're going to do, but I think it's Cam Schlittler's destiny. I think it's Cam Schlittler, who grew up in Massachusetts around Boston Red Sox fans, I believe was a Boston Red Sox fan. Maybe, people in his family still are. It'll shift to him, and it might be his destiny versus I forget who they said they were going to potentially pitch. It's still TBD. Honestly, it doesn't matter. But I do think that there's a chance here that they force a Game 3. I would like to see them force a Game 3, and then the joke will be on the Red Sox fans, and then all the people that are already lining up to drink Yankee tears, all the people that are already lining up to end the Yankee season. It's not it's not over yet. Oh, Connolly Early. That's the name of the guy. Connolly Early is the guy I think that they might potentially start in a Game 3. But they're looking at it like, yo, we play tomorrow, we're done. And the Yankees better learn from last year. Because I remember going to Game 5 and the Yankees took a lead and it seemed like they were 1 foot in the air trying to get on the plane and go back to LA. And the Dodgers were not finished yet because they knew if they come back and win that game, they eliminate the Yankees, and they did. The Yankees are facing elimination. I hope they go out there, and Aaron Boone, I hope you go out there and manage like your season depends on it, because it does. This is it. This is it. Robbie, Lennox, how you doing?
Not too good. Can I vent for a second? I'll get your response. Okay.
Yeah, let me turn my headphones down. You got it. Go for it.
No, I'm not going to yell. I know my throat, so I really should tell my friend of a coward tonight, really, and I can't take it. Keith, let me start by saying Dumb and Dumber. Okay, this is Dumb and Dumber 3 starring Brian Cashman and Aaron Boone. Okay, how can you say that this series is going to go on? They're going to find a way to screw it up tomorrow. I don't care what Rodon does. First of all, let's start with some bullet points, okay? Aaron Boone is a putz, all right? He takes out Max Fried. Why? What was Max Fried in trouble? Was there anybody on base? Okay, here's the point, Aaron Boone. Relievers are used for situations. The situation there was you have a guy who's making, $30 million a year versus a guy who's a journeyman reliever. Who do you trust, Keith? First point, that's dumb. The lineup's dumb. What are you going to do? What do you think the Yankees are going to go? Let's get Paul O'Neill, for somebody, fourth outfielder. For Shane Spencer in the World Series. Why do we do that? You put your line. You go with the guys. I've heard it a million times. You go with the guys. Other bullet points. Why is Alex Bregman being pitched to with first base open? That's dumb. Why in the world would you even have the thought of pitching to him? Again, why in the world is Cabrera playing, okay? Why is the Jazz play? Because you're wasting Cabrera. You know why you're wasting Caballero? Sorry. You're wasting Caballero. You know why? Because Caballero could have come out the bench. Why isn't anybody on third base besides Paul Goldschmidt in the 9th inning, okay? I don't understand why he can't score a run. That makes no sense. There's so many things in this game. Aaron Boone is a complete imbecile. I'm sorry. There's never going to be a time. We've been talking about this all year long. I'm sorry to say it. I know he's a nice guy, but he's not a smart manager. And you know that as soon as Fried comes out of the game, the Core's bringing on the left-handers, and they're going to make contact. And there's no reason. It's so dumb. It's like having Tom Brady, okay? It's like Dak Prescott. You're a Dallas Cowboy fan, so we'll sub-reference the Dallas Cowboy fan. It's like having Dak on the field, and it's like third down, all of a sudden, the coach goes, sit Dak down. We'll bring up the backup quarterback and see if he can get a touch.
Thanks for the call, Robbie. I'll let you vent. I'm no Dallas Cowboys fan. We're taking it too far now. 888-808-1019. Yeah, man. I mean, with Paul Goldschmidt not being able to get home, not being able to challenge, it's like we're just letting it happen. With Caballero starting at third base, I get it. Ryan McMahon isn't much of a bat. He's a good fielder. I wanted Cabby in the game. He didn't really have his, usual performance. For me, it's Ahmed Rosario over Jazz. And I know Ahmed Rosario had good numbers against Crochet. Not tonight. He was 0 for 3 tonight, hitting ground balls. Like I said, it's a good idea until it goes into action. And Alex Cora, you think they didn't have all that intel too? They knew what the Yankees were doing. And Alex Cora's plan was, I'm leaving Crochet in. And then you're going to leave your better hitters on the bench. I'm going to prove a point tonight. This is my horse. This is my ace. This is my game one starter. I'm going to push him. Yep. And you're going to give him a 6-pitch, 6th inning. That's going to help him out because that's baseball, Susan. That's not Susan's brand of baseball, but that's baseball, Susan. That's just how the ball is going to bounce. And this is just going to fall into our laps. And you're going to take your starter out. And you're going to go to Luke Weaver, and the fans are going to hear the whole Darth Vader thing, and our guys going to have time to rest and chill. And yeah, hindsight is 2020. Some things could have been done differently, but these are their plans. I would love to, and they'll never give us the inside look. I would love to have a Hard Knocks or a behind the scenes. Maybe it'd be a great show for the Yes Network to do a Yankees analytics show and show us how they go about, looking at these matchups and coming up with these lineups and these things. And then when they don't go wrong, what do they do with that data? Or when they don't go right and they go wrong, what do they do with that data? Does that change the next thing that you do? Or is it just I don't know, that was expected as well? I think this game is two things. Garrett Crochet is a dominant pitcher. He has dominated the Yankees all year. They scored 1 run against him off of Anthony Volpe. So whatever you did with your starter, leaving him in, taking him out, bullpen, 1 run's not beating anybody. It was a 2-1 game. They even gave us the tease at the end. I literally left when Bregman tacked on. And yeah, they're going to pitch to Bregman. They forgot about Bregman in the Astros uniform. Maybe they got the scouting report that Bregman was a little under the weather. I told y'all that didn't matter. I was on the other night. I'm like, they're just trying to throw you off. Bregman is going to be Bregman, regardless. He doubles, and he's doing some dance at second base. I could tell Jazz was irritated as they go up 3-1. I'm like, I'm out of there. I can't get trapped here. But then, Paul Goldschmidt singles, Aaron Judge singles, Cody Bellinger singles, and they get the place rocking one last time just to lift you up and boom, drop you on your head. Against who else? Mr. Smiley himself, Mr. Sweaty, Aroldis Chapman. And then they're smug about it. We had no doubt. Alex Cora's talking about, you leave your starter in. We work all regular season on this, building our starter up so that when we get to the postseason, we can push them. They're directly taking shots. Gary's in Waterbury on the fan. What's up, Gary? Gary, you fell asleep? Come on, Gary. We got to move the line along. Let's go to Granny in Selden on the fan. Hello, Granny.
60 homers on the bench. 60 homers on the bench.
I think I said that. 26 homers from Ben Rice, 31 from Jazz. Don't need it.
Keith, I'll buy Caballero playing. I could buy that. But Rosario played, 10 games for us?
He barely played. He just got here. He was glued to the bench.
It's insane. And Brian Bale, 2.3 ERA.
Yeah,
so,
pitches well against the Yankees, too. It's not a guarantee that he doesn't shove against us.
Here's another thing. I was ready to lit Boone up, but until I heard Richard in Manhattan's call, the analytic department, I'm shocked. They have every stat in the world. I'm completely shocked that they did not have a religious calendar in the dugout.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about that at all.
No, but seriously. They constantly cannot hit when it's important. And last year was a flyer because Soto, whatever. That's been there, done that. They can't hit when it counts.
Yep,
Plain
seen
and
it.
simple.
Same old song. Seen this episode before. 13 strikeouts, not one walk.
Oh, who's the manager next year? And then I'll hang up and listen.
Ooh, Aaron Boone. He signed an extension. Thanks for the call, Granny. You guys know this? They're going to say, you know what they're going to say? Aaron Boone won the same amount of games as last year when they went to the World Series. Aaron Boone, rallied the troops at the end, even though they had a soft schedule. Look, they were the best team in baseball in September. They had the best record in baseball in September. Like the Boone swoon and July you cry, all that. They got through it. They made the postseason. They didn't have Garrett Cole. They didn't have Stanton for 70 games. They didn't have Heel. They lost Clark Schmidt. They overcame it. Judge hit the 15-day IL, 10-day IL, whatever. He couldn't throw for a while. They had to they figured it out. They made trades. Boone is safe. But I think it's damning. I said that. You get knocked out for a third time by Alex Cora and the Boston Red Sox? That's a stain. It's a huge stain. And I know people say the rivalry doesn't have any juice. It still does for me. I know that before that game was starting, people were chanting Boston sucks outside. I know all game people were chanting Boston sucks until that lead changed to 2-1, and it was like, yeah, they're better than us.
Well, not only they're better than you, the manager is better than your manager.
Every time. It's no contest.
Whether it was, again, Cora boxing Boone into a corner, throwing Crochet, and then right to Chapman. Not even keeping those left-handed hitters on the bench, Jazz and Ben Rice right on the bench. So totally boxed him into a corner.
Yeah, I like your plan. I saw your plan. I watched Yankees postseason pregame show, and we like the plan. Let's see how it works. Yep. You're going to make one call to the bullpen. It's going to be straight to Chappie. Garrett Crochet to Alex Cora before his start. Garrett Crochet also told the team to wear suits, right? This is strictly business. We're going to New York. Alex Cora told you last time he was here, we're comfortable here. We like playing in New York. We like this atmosphere. We like shutting up these Yankee fans. You can block them out, and I appreciate that, not letting them buy tickets in Massachusetts. But some of them were in there. They found a way. So you need to find a way. Even up the series. You need to find a way. Force a rubber match. You need to find a way. Don't get swept at home. Don't make this the third time that Alex Cora beats Aaron Boone and ends his season. Let's go to Sea Caucus and talk to Jack next. Jack, you there?
Hey, Keith, how's it going tonight?
It could be going a lot better. I didn't think they were going to win 1-0. I knew that the whole time 1 wasn't enough, but here we are.
I agree. I think 1 run wasn't enough, and really thought there'd be a little bit of a push at the end there. But nonetheless, I think all of the callers kind of hit the mark with disagreeing on Caballero and Rosario starting in the lineup. I think that Rice and Chisholm just really earned their opportunity to hit in the playoffs. And at the end of the day, I just don't understand why you just don't give Fried a little bit more of a runway there, or at least kind of check in on him at the mound. It just
because you are married to analytics. You are married to numbers. You have a plan in place, and that overrides any feel. That overrides any thought about what is going on. There is a hard number on these pitchers at 100. Don't want to push them too much further.
One thing I really want to ask, and I really, honestly, it's pretty straightforward. The Red Sox tried to keep Crochet in there as long as he could, but
he was throwing 99 in the 7th inning. He still had good stuff late, and the Yankees weren't doing anything. They weren't working walks. They weren't working counts. They were folding. If they fouled off pitches, that we were in there ooh, Judge fouled some pitches off.
Well, 100%. But at the end of the day, then why announce that you're going to go with a lineup that's created with Rosario and Caballero the day before and leak that? Why don't you just then go with that at the end of the day? I don't understand why that's a day before you go into the game, because you can go in there with the fear that maybe you have a little bit more of the bang in the lineup rather than trying to scratch runs across with
sometimes you can try to be too smart and make yourself look dumb. I don't know. I really don't know. I thought that they put that out there. It's got nothing to do with chess. But Friday when they faced Trevor Rogers, they went with Austin Slater in the lineup, Rosario in the lineup, and Chisholm actually played, and not Caballero. But this is not Trevor Rogers. This is not the Orioles. Worked Friday. Let me see. I think, was that the lineup on Friday? Let's see. When they won Friday, 8-4, they had Austin Slater in the lineup, Rosario in the lineup at third base. No, yeah, and Caballero did play at second base, and Jazz had the pinch hit. So I think they just are going. That's why I said they managed this game like it was a regular season game. They managed this game like this game was in June. Against anybody.
I agree with 100%.
Unlike Fried has 10 more starts to make.
Yeah, but I just think also for most of the regular season, you saw Grisham leading off, and then I understand that Goldschmidt had a game leadoff single, but I just think at the end of the day, Grisham was our leadoff hitter, and it just was a shake in the lineup that you just didn't need to play into, and I just think at the end of the day, the Yankees outplayed themselves.
I didn't mind that. Thanks for the call, Jack. I didn't mind that. Watching Grisham's at-bats and watching Grisham go 0 for 4, at least Goldie had 2 knocks at the top. Goldie started off the game with a hit. Like, I knew. I'm like, if they would have, they could have had a different game. You got to him early. You got a couple knocks. And then a belly strikeout, and then Stanton ground out. That was it right there. I'm like, this is going to loom large. And the same thing in the 9th. But nobody's surprised. Nobody's surprised. They were hot against these ass teams at the end, the soft schedule. But when they play a team that is in their weight class or even a little better, they can't string together hits. They can't cash in. They can't find ways to manufacture runs. They're swinging for the fences. The only one that hit the long ball was Anthony Volpe. So we'll break it down right here. Let's take a break. We'll do the big shot of the night. And I don't like to award it to anyone losing, but whatever. The Yankees lost, and I'm not going to award the Boston Red Sox anything. The first win of this series. The Yankees got to bounce back. They got to force a Game 3, and if that happens, then we get to laugh at the Red Sox and all the Yankee haters, but it's a tall task. It's a lot to ask. I mean, I know it seems far-fetched, but it's still on the table. Stay with us. We'll get to your calls. 888-808-1019. KM to AM returns right after this.
Design run. Up the middle he goes to the 10 to the 5. Touchdown Giants!
Jackson Dart's debut and timely defense led the Giants to New York's first victory of the NFL season.
Fires it right, batted line, intercepted by Dexter Lawrence. He's running down the left side to the 15, 10, 5, and he's knocked down at the 1 by Herbert.
Fans are buzzing, but concern looms on star wideout Malik Neighbors' injury.
The guys that play behind him, it's like last year when Slay went in. Everybody gets paid to do a job, and it's the next man up.
Keep it locked to the Fan for the latest on Big Blue as they gear up to hit the road to New Orleans for their Week 5 matchup with the winless Saints, Sunday at 1 o'clock on your home for New York Giants football. The Fan, 101.9 FM, WFAN, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business. We got to know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're going to take me out, it's going to be really difficult.
Tulsa King. New season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York and New Jersey only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. For New Jersey, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Stepping into the Kia K4 or K5 isn't just getting behind the wheel of any average sedan. It's stepping into what's next. With a K4, it's stepping into a world that's exciting. With a K5, it's one that's bold. The Kia K4 and K5, the next movement for sedans. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Want fast, reliable home internet? Switch to Verizon Fios, where you get the 100% fiber optic network with speeds up to 2 gig. And if you're looking for live TV with up to 400 plus channels and live sports, Fios TV is where it's at. Get the internet speed you want and the TV you love when you bundle Fios home internet and TV with Verizon. Plus, get the latest deals when you call 1-883-VERIZON and switch to Verizon Fios today. Availability varies.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
I just got a text out of the blue from my ex-girlfriend. She said, just so you know, I'm seeing this new guy. And I wrote back, oh, wow. And then she was like, what, you didn't think I was ever going to date ever again? And I said, no, I just didn't remember signing up for the push notifications.
Sam Morril, the Errors Tour.
I'd like to hear less from you and the Huffington Post, if possible.
December 4th, Stern Editorial, Perlman Stage at Carnegie Hall. Get tickets now at carnegiehall.org. Don't miss Sam Morril.
Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal, and I mean nobody. So if you're looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price, get to Town Fair today. Michelin winter tires offer a shorter stopping distance on ice and snow, along with predictable handling in cold, dry, and wet wintry conditions. For the guaranteed lowest price and free services for life on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair tire, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire. Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Ray Catino Lexus of Freehold is the largest Lexus dealership in central and southern New Jersey.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Wakanda!
Welcome! The Big Shot of the Night is brought to you by WFAN and me, Keith McPherson. Bright lights, big city. Man, we didn't have enough big shots tonight, but I do have to give the Big Shot award to cortisone tone. Anthony Volpe. Hashtag H11M. Him. I believe in him. You know, I'm happy for him. He came to play. Obviously, he took Crochet deep to rock the place, Oppo Taco, to make Yankee fans believe, okay, this is going to be different. I mean, if Volpe is homering off him, we got to get to him. Should have got to him in the first inning. It is what it is. He had another knock late off of Crochet, and then he got on the base paths dancing. And, he got Chapman to disengage, the disengagement violation. He goes to second base. Volpe was on his job. No problems fielding the ball. No problems throwing the ball. Volpe was ready to go. Volpe knows how much it means. I don't know. I hope that the rest of them are ready to go tomorrow. Let's get back to the phones. I was going to switch and talk about the Jets. You guys want to talk about the Jets instead? I'm just kidding. We can't do that. The Jets did mush us, though. The Jets with that tweet. October baseball. Let's get it, Yankees. Why'd y'all have to do that? Had Max Fried, Judge, Stanton on it. What a mush. Why would the Jets decide to tweet about the New York Yankees? Aren't the Jets fans, Mets fans, the Yankee fans, It's New York. It is what it is. Let's get back to the New Yorkers and people outside of New York calling the fan, listening to the fan tonight. I know there's a bunch of y'all listening, drinking these Yankee tears. Don't get too full on them, though. Don't drink too much of them. We do have another game tomorrow. And Aaron Boone says he expects the Yankees to show up and play well tomorrow. And if they do, they force a game 3. And it's Cam Schlittler versus Connolly Early. And I think Cam Schlittler meets his destiny. And we might be in for a barn burner. And if this thing gets flipped, I am bookmarking right now because I like to do that. Right? A lot of the Met fans they're prematurely attacking me because I trolled them on their exit, which they don't realize. Like, the Met season collapses forever. If the Yankees lose this series, it is what it is. Like I already said, we've lost in the wild card before. This would be the first time we've lost in the 3-game wild card. Still got to the dance. But the Yankees aren't eliminated yet. So let's see what happens. Let's keep talking to you about what you saw tonight, what you hope to see tomorrow, and let's keep passing this time as we just kind of stay up and think about what we just saw and hope for better in Game 2. Gary and Waterbury, let's try you again.
McPherson Cavalier.
Yeah.
A smash teeth after your beef, no relief. I step on stage.
The girls scream like I'm Keith.
Yo, and Cashman and Boone, if we lose this series, Cashman and Boone have to be gone. Period. Stop.
No.
Period. Stop. This is the last
never
stand.
Happening. Who's gonna
but
fire
it should
him?
be.
Who's gonna get him up out of here?
But it should be. I'm not saying it should be. It's a definition of insanity. How many years are we going to do this in a row?
I'm not going to hold you. It is just a
how many years?
Same song, another episode. I swear it's deja vu. I've had this dream before.
Keith, I've talked to you this for 10 years. Yo, and I do blame the offense, though. I blame the offense. If you can't score 3 runs at home, you
can't score 2.
You got no, but give me 3 runs at home.
Solo shot's not beating anybody. Crochet knew he was going to mow him down, and they didn't even work a walk. What?
No, yeah, 3
and
hits.
that goes on the umpire
3
too.
hits.
That's on the umpire too, man. Because I know he gave us a makeup call late, but the umpires,
you got to score 3 runs at home.
They can't.
At least 3 runs. Don't act like it's the bullpen's fault. But you got to get 3 to at least tie it at home. I do blame it on the offense.
Thanks for the call, Gary. Appreciate you, bro. We know. Blame it on the lineup. Blame it on Ben Rice not getting in the game. Jazz getting into the game late. Guys swinging out of their shoes, leaving runners on base. There were some singles to get on. There was just no singles to drive anyone in. Squeezing that bat tight. We've seen it. We've seen it before. Over and over and over again in the postseason. And that's why I think I'm calm and I'm chill and reserved because it's like I'm not surprised, right? That game, I'm not surprised. I watched them lose to the Red Sox with Max Fried on the mound 1-0 a few weeks ago in that same building. So maybe they wake up against Brian Bayo tomorrow, but also he could shove against them too. I don't know what to tell y'all. In the UPS truck, David, you're on the fan.
Hey, how are you tonight, Keith?
I'm good.
Yeah, just a couple statements, and I wanted a rule question for you for at the end of the game there. Like, of course, everybody's touched on it. I mean, I'm a big sports fan. You know, you gotta roll with your dogs that got you there. You got too much power on it. You guys had they had 4 hits. You know, you couldn't have done that with Jazz and some of your bigger guys.
Yeah,
off the bench. So it's like I'll take my chance with the guys like another caller said, 60 home runs. They run into one, you might get one. And then my brother-in-law, huge Red Sox fan, he texted me as soon as 3 came out of the game, and he was like, "That's what we needed." So it was like they were just praying on whichever starter came out first.
He was rolling.
Felt like, yeah, it's like it was crazy to see him come out. You know, when he was, he didn't even look like he got in much trouble. He got in less trouble than Crochet did.
It's backwards baseball. It's a rush to get to the bullpen. You should be trying to leave him out there until damn near the bases are loaded. But I don't know.
Yeah. And then it worked out in the Yankees' favor. But I still don't understand the rule. My dad was a Division I pitching coach, and so awesome play by Volpe jumping around over there. But should the rules change in the playoffs to where it's like old school baseball? Like, I still hate all the new rules to where it's like, why? Like, I should be able to throw over as much as I want.
No,
and
let's move this along here. Let's get this going here. I was in there. You can hear the crowd. People want to see, hey, pitch to us. We're trying to get this going. We're trying to score some runs. Let's go.
So after he throws over twice, is he allowed to step off? Or, I'm unsure on the rule. That's why I wanted to ask you. I didn't know if you knew all the, you know what I mean? Like, if he steps off, can he not throw over? Because after he throws over twice, Volpe can just pretty much go on the release then, right?
So the disengagement rule is one of the big changes in MLB. It mainly affects pitchers when they try to control the running game. Pitchers are allowed only 2 disengagement per plate appearance with a runner on base. A disengagement when the pitcher steps off the rubber to reset, check a runner, or attempt a pickoff. The second allowed disengagements can be step-offs or pick-off throws. The penalty, the pitcher is, it's just 2. It's like Chapman went over there twice, and it's like a stall tactic, right? It's like you're doing that because you're not ready to throw a pitch. Chapman was stalling the whole time. He came out, he had the pitch calm, he's sweaty, and I thought they were going to get to him. I was just sure that it was going to happen because I'm like, I've seen Chapman fold. I'm like, Chapman, be a pal. You owe us. You folded against the Tampa Bay Rays. You folded against the Astros. Now,
Houston,
fold now. Let us score. Let us score 3 runs now. Thanks for the call, David. Yeah, you just can't go over there as a way to stall. You can't just go over there as a way to just be like, a third time, like I'm not ready to throw a strike, or I don't know what pitch to throw. But shout out to Chapman. Shout out to Alex Cora, too. Alex Cora, this guy, I guess he played cool at the end of the game. Like, never a doubt in Chappie. He goes to Chapman for a 4-out save. We have some audio from Alex Cora. Do we have Alex Cora on Crochet, on Chapman? I think it's important for you guys to hear how Alex Cora talks in Yankee Stadium after the game about his approach, his plans, his mentality with his guys. So, Paulie,
this
tell
is
us what we have.
First thing on Crochet being fresh throughout the whole regular season.
There's going to be starts during the regular season that we have to take care of, guys, for this, 85 pitches against the Mets, skipping a start here and there, the All-Star break, doing all that stuff is for this to happen, and you have to make sure you stay with the process. That's the most important thing. So for how great he was tonight, I tip my hat to the medical staff.
Yeah, he had to specifically mention the Mets. 85 pitches against the Mets. I don't know who would have pulled that. Crochet only threw 85 pitches against the Mets. I think that's intentional. He's in New York here. Like, hey, we didn't let our guy go deeper into games during the regular season so that when we get here, we can leave him on the mound to dominate your ass.
And one more here on what Crochet told Cora before the game.
We were joking around that for some reason our front office was in the bullpen checking something over there, and he was in the dugout with me, and I told him we should call the bullpen, and he's like, tomorrow you're going to make 1 call to the bullpen. Say maybe 2. He's like, no, 1. He's going to be straight to Chappie. I'm like, okay, I'll take that.
You want to talk about a plan? You want to talk about lanes. You want to talk about a script. Their lane script was starter is going to hand the ball to our closer. The end. Chief is in Cherry Hill, New Jersey on the Fan. Go for it, Chief.
How are you tonight, Keith? How you doing?
I'm okay, but like that's just because I'm not shocked. I that loss was like a loss that I felt like I saw coming.
Oh yeah, I felt that. Every game that we're going up against another ace where we have a 1-run lead, be it 1-0, 2-1. I know I've seen this script too many times this season. We take our ace out, we take our pitcher out, and ultimately somehow they scrap across a couple of runs. I'm not even upset about that. What I'm upset about is, I don't like the fact that, the offense can't do anything. You got to get against, when you're going up against Crochet, you got to score against him early. And I understand, Luke Weaver didn't do his job. So those are things that we can't control. But one of the things that could be controlled are the decisions that Aaron Boone makes. I've said this for years. I don't want to be that guy piling on. But that's really the only part of the game that we could control. I mean, not that we could control, that Aaron Boone can control. The guy's going out there, he can't do anything about that. They have to go out there and play the game. But I'm telling you, he's got to be the godfather of some of those guys in that bullpen. He's itching to get to the bullpen. He's just itching. I mean, look at Fried. I mean, the guy's untouchable.
And it doesn't make any sense because the bullpen has been blowing games all year. Why you have this propensity to get to these guys that lead you to losing? Thanks for the call, Chief. We got to break it down, man. It's just frustrating because it doesn't make any sense. You want to take the ball out of the hand of the guy that is dominating, rolling, pitching a shutout. This guy had a gem. And see, now I'm getting mad because it is stupid. This guy had a gem going. Oh, just go get one more batter. Why? What if he can get 1 and 2 and 3? He said he had more to give. You want to go to Luke Weaver, who's been shaky. Against all top competition, Luke Weaver's been shaky. So you're in a rush to light the damn game on fire? Doesn't make sense. Make it make sense. 888-808-1019. Let's break it down and we'll come right back.
It's Evan and Kiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
For Steve Cohen, who wrote a beautiful letter apologizing, words mean nothing. Let me just say that. Yeah. Words, I say it to my son all the time. You can apologize all you want. Do something about it.
Right. And now the question is he going to do something about it?
Listen to Evan and Kiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
We could tell you what it's like to drive the Nissan Rogue and tell you all about its performance capabilities, like its VC turbo engine. It's I can go virtually anywhere type of freedom. Nice. But you don't have to take our word for it. Go drive it for yourself. You're up. Experience the power of the Nissan Rogue.
Drive the Nissan Rogue. Get 0% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue, Pathfinder, or Murano. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. For well-qualified buyers, example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to Nissan Motor Acceptance Company credit approval, not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends September 30th, 2025.
Life can change suddenly without any warning whatsoever. When you're sidelined due to a debilitating personal injury, it's crucial to have a trusted team on your side. The Rothenberg Law Firm has over 50 years of spectacular courtroom experience, ensuring that you're not facing those obstacles alone. Winning and collecting billions for our clients, we are committed to helping you recover whatever you deserve. The Rothenberg Law Firm, 1-800-624-8888.
Be a lawyer for injured ones. InjuryLawyer.com.
Clogged toilet, leaky faucet on 1. Ready?
Uh-oh, you got a plumbing problem blitzing through the line. Time to audible and call in the pros. Roto-Rooter is your go-to defense for clogs, leaks, and any plumbing fix. Call the right play and download the Roto-Rooter app and easily book an appointment and receive exclusive service discounts. Touchdown! Don't get sacked by plumbing issues. Call in Roto-Rooter, your MVP for plumbing solutions. Download the app today and score big on savings.
And away go troubles down the drain. Roto-Rooter.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more Jew. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more Jew. Hey!
Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, imported by William Grant & Son.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
Step up to the plate with confidence with the Jeep brand's newest MVP, the all-electric Jeep Wagoneer S. Year after year, the Jeep brand has delivered game-changing technology and features to help keep you off the bench and on to your next adventure. By blending thoughtful luxury capability and advanced technology, the Jeep Wagoneer S is one key player that doesn't disappoint. Experience the brand new head-turning design and luxurious interior without sacrificing on the legendary performance you love. Excellent range capacity opens up the playing field, and with 4x4 capability, featuring select terrain driving modes, how you play the game is up to you. The interior cabin of Wagoneer S pays special attention to detail with high-quality luxury refinements and seamless connectivity that surrounds you in comfort, along with premium seating, ambient lighting, and over 170 standard safety and security features. And like most All-Stars, it can really motor, especially with standard 600 horsepower. It's rugged, plays aggressive, and isn't afraid to get dirty. And with the exciting offers and deals going on right now at your local Jeep brand dealer, it all adds up to Jeep Wagoneer S being a steal. So hurry in today and blast one out of the park. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, The Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Yo, quick reminder, the Yankees are not eliminated. As I see you guys in the chat, you know, these Met fans talking about saving us a spot in Cancun. They lost the first game of a 3-game set. And, you know, there was so much talk, too, about, like, how do the Yankees line up their pitchers? And I know every single time I got on air, I'm like, it's Fried, Rodon, and I thought they were going to go Luis Gil. I'm fine with Cam Schlittler. Win the next game. You're facing elimination. Your season's on the line. You're frustrated how this game went tonight, then win the next one. And then game 3, it's a rubber match that it could go any way, and you can advance and take that momentum. That is still very much on the table. The Red Sox got this first one, but did they smoke the Yankees tonight? No. And that's why a lot of you are mad. And that's why most of these calls say Boone, 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 Boone. Because Boone makes the lineup. Boone makes the decision to take out the starter. Boone makes the decision on who's coming out of the bullpen. So you're putting this loss on Aaron Boone and not the players. It's on the players too, though. 1 run's not going to do it. 13 strikeouts not going to do it. So much talk as well about what Aaron Judge was going to do. I even saw somebody write, oh, why did Judge drive that single in the 9th inning instead of hitting the ball out of the ballpark? I'm like, I don't know, man. Clearly you don't watch baseball or understand baseball. He got a hit. He did his job. He got on base. He didn't make an out. He passed the baton. He shouldn't be swinging for the fences there. It's not his job to, at that moment, tie the game. But shout out to Judge. Judge gave his kudos to Garrett Crochet after the game because he's been struck out by him, 15 times. At least 10. That last at-bat, man. That last, I don't know what inning it was. 7th inning? 8th inning? When Caballero flew out, Goldie flew out, and it's like, come on, Judge. They're hitting him. At least they're getting bat to ball, Judge. Judge was on everything he was throwing. Not enough. Not enough. Yeah, the captain giving respect to Garrett Crochet. I think it's Tarek Skubal, but I also it's very close between him and Crochet.
He's the best pitcher in the game. He's going to work all his pitches. Worked a little bit more off speed in there early on, but we got the Volpe homer, but couldn't really. And we got guys on there do much after that.
That's baseball, Susan. We got the Volpe homer. Out of all these guys, right? Volpe hits his 20th homer of the season tonight. Out of all these guys that you left on the bench, you left a 26 homer, 31 homer guy on the bench. You got Belly, you got Trent Grisham, you got Judge, and Stanton, baby. Stan, you're supposed to be the guy. You're supposed to be the guy that kills the Red Sox. You're supposed to be postseason proof. Postseason proven. We needed you tonight, boss. We needed you tonight, big dog, big G. The stadium was rocking when you came up, and it wasn't there. I expect it to be there tomorrow. We are now minutes away from tomorrow. There's still 2 hours to go. If you want to talk to these crazies in the chat, and I say that with love. I love y'all. I already wrote that in the chat. I love y'all. You guys are going in tonight. Join the YouTube chat, WFAN YouTube. We're approaching 85,000 subscribers, so subscribe. And if you want to get on the fan, I got to run through these calls. I won't leave you hanging. We've got a full rack of calls. Let's see. Joe, Jay, Zig, Nick, Anthony, Bruce, we're coming your way next. Keith McPherson on the fan. I'll say good morning on the other side, BRB.
It's Chris McMonigle overnights on the fan, 101.9 FM.
Even if the coach does well here and saves his job and blah, blah, we're hoping that Jackson Dart's the next thing for the next 12, 15 years. And the odds of Brian Dable staying here are slim to none on that kind of tenure. But this was a game that the coach decided he was going to turn to his guy.
Listen to CMAC on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you work in New Jersey manufacturing, your chance to network, learn, and connect with resources for your business is October 3rd, the annual Made in New Jersey Manufacturing Day in Freehold. Both gubernatorial candidates will share their vision for industry in New Jersey. Register today at njmep.org.
Total Orthopedics is Long Island's premier immediate orthopedic practice. Whether it's a sports-related injury or something far more complex, Total Ortho has locations throughout Long Island with diagnostic equipment on site. Now, Total Ortho Express offers 4 convenient walk-in service with no appointment necessary. From the field or sports court straight to a top-rated walk-in orthopedic doctor. Visit TotalOrthoExpress.com. That's TotalOrthoExpress.com, because time doesn't heal wounds, they do.
Want fast, reliable home internet? Switch to Verizon Fios, where you get the 100% fiber optic network with speeds up to 2 gig. And if you're looking for live TV with up to 400 plus channels and live sports, Fios TV is where it's at. Get the internet speed you want and the TV you love when you bundle Fios home internet and TV with Verizon. Plus, get the latest deals when you call 1-883-VERIZON and switch to Verizon Fios today. Availability varies.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium iced or hot coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions, participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable, it's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Talk New York sports on the Fan.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your tri-state Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She could get a deal. Book telehealth if she feel.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 12 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Max Fried was cruising 6 1/3 scoreless innings, spanned 6, scattered 4 hits, but after 102 pitches, Yankees turned to Luke Weaver with the bases empty in the 7th, and things turned south.
First pitch from Weaver. Swing on, line drive up the middle, base hit. Scoring is Rafaela Sogard right behind him. First pitch swinging. Yoshida delivers a 2-run single, and Boston has a 2-1 lead here at the stadium in the 7th inning with 1 out.
Masataka Yoshida giving the Red Sox the lead for keeps. They erased the Yankees 3-1. Dave Sims, the call right here on the Fan. So, obvious question afterward. Did Fried want to stay in the game in the 7th?
I mean, I'm going to stay in until I get the ball taken from me. I want to pitch as long as I possibly can, and when the ball gets taken out of my hands, that's what it is.
Garrett Crochet retired 17 batters at one point, allowed just an Anthony Volpe solo shot in 7 2/3 innings, a 1-run ball with 11 Ks. Aroldis Chapman, the 4-out save, working out of a bases loaded, nobody out jam in the 9th. As the Bombers will turn to Carlos Rodon in Game 2 with their season on the line. Boston counters with Brian Bayo. Coverage here on the Fan, streaming on the free Odyssey app, begins at 5:25. In the other games, the Dodgers looking to put the finishing touches on the Reds, a 10-5 advantage. Bottom of the 8th inning, 2 on, 1 out, looking for more. Shohei Ohtani, Teoscar Hernandez have each gone deep twice. Meanwhile, Tarek Skubal fan 14 over 7 2/3 innings, a 1-run ball. Tigers double the Guardians 2-1, and the Cubs bounce the Padres 3-1. 68 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Catch all the play-by-play with Susan Waldman and Dave Sims, the home of Yankees radio, The Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Good morning, good morning. Game 2. Game day. Yes. The Yankees will play at 6:08 p.m. The Mets will play a minute after never. Had to get that in for those of y'all in the chat talking about Cancun and, wouldn't it be funny if the Mets win the same amount of playoff games as the Yankees this year? Like, don't get ahead of your skis. You Met fans always get ahead of your skis. Carlos Correa and Francisco Lindor are the new A-Rod and Jeter. Now you want to trade Lindor? You're winning the World Series with Juan. So, like, anyway, back to the Yankees. The conversation that matters. I just keep thinking about things with Boone and his team. As I'm watching the Cincinnati Reds, they did rally to put up 5 runs. And I'm like, where did we get freaking like Luke Weaver from? Wasn't Luke Weaver from the Cincinnati Reds? Wasn't he cut from the Reds? And it's funny how things just turn into what they just truly are. He played for the Cincinnati, St. Louis Cardinals, Arizona Diamondbacks, Cincinnati Reds in 2023, Seattle Mariners in 2023, and then the New York Yankees. Stay with me. And I'm watching the Dodgers, and I'm thinking about how in Dodger Stadium in that first game, Boone wanted to get cute and go to Nestor Cortez, who hadn't pitched for a month, instead of just sticking with Tim Hill, who had got it done. And, oh, yeah, throw him into the fire. Nestor Cortez, who they end up trading. Why? Like, these things we'll remember forever. And tonight, you go to Luke Weaver, who hasn't been good all year. You go to Luke Weaver, who has turned back into the journeyman guy that you got for free, basically. And you take the ball out of Max Fried's hand. You just heard Max Fried talking about how he wants to compete. You got to push a guy like that you're paying that much money, that is the best that you have, going up against a team in the postseason. And so I understand you guys being mad at Boone. I see Jazz, and they said Jazz got a text from Aaron Boone 2 nights ago saying you're not going to start. And Jazz is one of the only Yankees to go 30 for 30. Jazz was an all-star this year. Jazz loves being a Yankee. Jazz calls himself the Prince of the City. Judge is the king. He expects to play every day. Ben Rice is a platoon player and a younger player who hasn't done as much. I understand that. But then to go with, Ahmed Rosario, who you traded for, who just got here, Jazz went through the battles with this team last year. Jazz was in the World Series with this team last year. It's just, I don't know. We're gonna think about these little things forever. They have to right the ship. Carlos Rodon is called upon now. Carlos Rodon has to have the experience that he had last year paired with the beard that he has this year, and the year that he had this year, also another all-star, and go out there and shove and dominate, keep the ball in the ballpark. And the lineup has to produce. Or that's it. Or we're singing the sad song. The fat lady will sing. And we'll be talking about opening day. And I will be on the Fan tomorrow, or now it is tomorrow. Good morning, good morning. I will be on the Fan later tonight, Wednesday night, talking about I can't wait to get Garrett Cole back. I'm not ready to pack it up. I got off the ride on August 8th because they play stupid games and win stupid prizes. They played some stupid games and won some stupid prizes tonight, but that doesn't eliminate them. It's a new ride. It's a new season. Bounce back in your building. The fans will be there. Some fans decided, I'm not going to the first game. I'm going to the second game. Okay, come on down. 47,000 in there again. Let's make it 48. And then let's push it to Thursday, right? Let's push it to Thursday and get Cam Schlittler on the mound throwing gas. And then anything can happen then. Let's get to the fans that call the Fan and continue to talk about what happened in Game 1 and what needs to happen in Game 2. Bruce is in Flushing. What's up, Bruce? You got it.
Hey, I'm not surprised about tonight. I called you up last night, but I fell asleep. And I was going to tell you, today was going to be a toss-up game. Tomorrow, we're going to win. This is all going to come down to whether we start at 3 o'clock on Thursday or later.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you start 3 o'clock, you got the shadows. That's going to cut a few innings. So it all depends what happens. And I read an article what happens.
Yeah, so I can. So if the Detroit and Cleveland series and the San Diego and Chicago series end, then
we'll start 6.
We would start at 3:08 on ESP or on ABC instead of 6:08. If Cincinnati and the Dodgers, because you think about like they're playing out west, they would move up. They would move up to 7:38. So it depends, right? The Cubs won today. Do they eliminate the Padres or now we're crossing over. Today is now the 1st of October. Welcome to October baseball. The Cubs defeated the Padres yesterday. If they beat them in 2 games and their series ends, and if Detroit beats Cleveland in their series ends, then our game Thursday moves up to 308.
And that's going to be a problem with shadows.
Yeah.
But now let's get to the game tonight. I totally understand what Boone did. His idea was to put the right-handed hitters in to build up the guy's pitching count. The only problem was Cora didn't play the game. Cora, as opposed to Boone, said, "This is my ace, and I'm going as long as I can." And he did, and he threw, 117 pitches? No,
yep.
117 pitches. Now, if you listen to Fried's comments, he had more cats in the tank. But Boone was, no, like you said, this is a regular season game. 100, and that's it. And Cora said, "No, I played the season all year to be careful so I can extend my guys." And you know what? It's a constant thing. Cora always outmanages Boone, but that, you know, it's a constant. But we will win tomorrow night, and if the showers not too bad and we play at night, I predict we will win on Thursday. But here's my question to you. Again, it comes to judgment of Boone. Why not bring in Cruz instead of Weaver? Cruz has been more consistent than Weaver has.
Yeah, I said that too. And he's got. So let's talk about that, right? You know what I think? They just wanted to get Weaver out of the pen first, but I don't know why he's your first option. Cruz has swing and miss stuff. He's been better than him this year.
His splitter is amazing. Nobody can touch the splitter.
Of course, but it is the 8 and 9 hitter. And I think he said something about wanting, Cruz and Williams for the, when the lineup turned over. Luke Weaver didn't get it done. That is the end of the story. Luke Weaver had a soft landing spot. There was no one on base, 1 out. You got to get the 8 and 9 hitter out. You were up 0-2 in the count on the 8 hitter. Luke Weaver failed. Luke Weaver is going to be with the mascot race and the dance crew in Queens as soon as the next season starts. Thanks for the call, Bruce. 888-808-1019. Let's keep it rolling. Zig is in Trenton. Zig, you're on the fan.
What's happening, Keith? In the iconic words of the great Phil Brickma from the movie Rookie of the Year, you gotta let the big dog eat, especially with 102 pitches facing the 8th and 9th hitters in the order, and we're going to take him out and bring in a guy who's had a 9 ERA for the last month. Aaron Boone has no feel for the game. I don't know if these moves are coming from the front office, from Cashman, or whatever, but what are we doing? You gotta let the big dog.
They talk about it before the game. They definitely talk about it before the game. They probably, and no matter what, 100 is the magic number. And I don't know why the conversation hinged on, okay, go get another batter. Go get Jarren Duran. How about go get another batter and let's go batter to batter?
Exactly. Not even if a guy gets on base, maybe even if a guy gets on in the scoring position at that point, because he's been dealing all night.
I didn't give it up anything. I don't know, bro. In the stadium, I literally was like, I said to somebody, I'm like, maybe he's exhausted. Maybe he's tired. It was warm. I'm like, I'm not up close to see his expression. I know he had to, bust his ass to first base. Maybe
it was that.
Yeah, maybe Boone saw him like huffing and puffing, was like, all right, let me go get him right now. But hindsight is 20/20. Luke Weaver is 50-50, and you taking out Max Fried to go to Luke Weaver was a mistake.
Exactly. I'll end my call with this. No team has won in the wild card series after losing game 1. But hey, 0-12, like me and my friends say, 0-12, you got to win one. So let's be positive. We got Rodon tomorrow. Do what we got to do, and then leave it in the hands of Schiller. Let him do his thing. He's the young kid. Hey, let him earn his pinstripes, and let's go get him in the next series.
Yep, win one game, win the next game. It is 2025. They started doing this in 2022, so it's a small sample size of these games. 2022, 2023, 2024. There are 4 of these series times 3 years. There's 12. I don't know. There needs to be a first. The Yankees found a way to be first. This status is so bad, and I almost don't want to believe it, but I guess. The Yankees are the first team in MLB postseason history to have the bases loaded with nobody out in the bottom of the ninth, but not score a run and lose the game. So every other time, runs were scored. Every other time, teams found a way to walk it off and win. Since the dawn of baseball, I don't know. So that, hey, whatever. If the Yankees found a way to do that, why can't they be the first team to come back in a 3-game wild card series in their building and advance? They can. They absolutely can. And hopefully tomorrow's home plate umpire is better than this home plate umpire. That's what was really grinding my gears in there, bro. I'm like, yo, how are we getting squeezed? This is New York. This is nationally televised. We're in Yankee Stadium. This is Max Fried. How are you not giving him these calls? That's getting some plate. That's in the zone. That's getting some of the strike zone. I felt like he got squeezed on like 8 different pitches. And Carlos Narvaez is lame as hell. I'm watching him, bro. I'm like, this dude, he acts like he is something. He worked 3 walks, and he's tossing the bat. Like, he acts like he's like he wants revenge against the Yankees. Bro, you barely played for the Yankees. Anyway, Joe is in Parsippany, New Jersey next up. Joe, you got it.
Keith, man, I'm just... Oh, my gosh. I can't. With the Luke Weaver stuff, I never liked that we got Devin Williams. Like, I know it looked good on paper, but taking Luke Weaver out of his spot, I never loved it. But the reason I'm calling you is because I kind of put myself in this situation driving home from the office. I'm like, if this was the last game of the year, how would I feel right now? And it would be the same freaking thing. And I know you've been saying that. It'd be the same freaking thing. But I just, like... We're 17 guys in a row retired in a row. I can't stand to watch us just look absolutely helpless up and down the order, absolutely helpless with these at bats. I know we have plenty of arguments about why Fried shouldn't come out. Oni had a good point on the broadcast that he has to pitch 7 games. I was like, okay, whatever. We want to go to whoever we want to go to. That's fine. Everybody else has beat that to death. But like, the fact that we can't do anything against somebody else's ace, like somebody lay down a bunt, somebody do something, you know?
Yeah, in the first inning.
On.
I don't know. Stan's not bunting. Billy's not bunting. In the 9th inning, no, they're not bunting. These guys aren't bunting. They're not thinking about bunting. This is a postseason. It's nationally televised. They're thinking about hitting home runs. They're thinking about getting on base. And they didn't get it done. And the really, like, the turning point of the game was taking Max Fried out to go to Luke Weaver. But we do have to talk about this Yankees offense again. As potent as they were, and thanks for the call, Joe. Appreciate it, man. As potent as they were. Let me go to my handy-dandy notes from the end of the season, right? Talking about this Yankees offense. And they do this every single year. It doesn't matter who's in the lineup. Doesn't matter if it's Gary Sanchez. Doesn't matter if it's Edwin Encarnacion. Doesn't matter if it's Matt Carpenter. It's like, damn, how did we get here and you guys just lose all of your powers? You go from being prolific to nothing, nada. The Yankees finished as the top offense in MLB. They were 8th in average, 1st in home runs, 1st in RBI. Like, what? 1st in runs, tied 2nd in on-base percentage, 1st in slugging, 1st in OPS, 1st in walks. But it's just one game, and it's Garrett Crochet, who has seen them now, 4 times this year? Dominating them. Easy. Like I said, I stopped counting. I'm like, that's 10 in a row. I'm not, like, I don't know. You weren't going to beat Crochet. Okay. I guess I'll take it as and the least likely of people. And now, congratulations to the Dodgers. They just finished that game, 10-5. The Dodgers beat the Reds. So now those Cincinnati Reds are facing elimination. Okay, you weren't going to beat Garrett Crochet. Then you have to beat Brian Bayo and Connolly Early, who is 23 years old. Him versus Cam Schlittler. Like, we have to get to that. There is no excuse. If they lose tomorrow behind Rodon, if Rodon gives up home runs and their bats go quiet again, I'm coming in here and I'm cooking. I'm flaming everybody. Everybody. Nick is in Clifton next on the Fan. You got it, Nick.
Hey, what's up, Keith? How you doing?
All right. All things considered.
All right, man. So I'm at the game, and I said, right when Luke came, I said, this is the wrong move. This is not what we should be doing. I get it. Luke Weaver was an absolute stud last year. That was last year. He's been atrocious this year.
And you know what you just made me think about?
How it is.
The same thing with Clay Holmes. The same thing with like trying to get Clay Holmes to be this like last year version of Clay Holmes, and it's not there. And they just keep going to it and keep trying to force it.
It's last year. But my biggest gripe right now, it has to be with Aaron Boone. Ben Rice is one of the hottest hitters. Not for the Yankees in baseball. He has to play tonight. Now, listen, I love Austin Wells. He's a great player. I believe he's going to be a good Yankee in the future. But you know what? If you're scared about the lefty-on-lefty matchup, Ben Rice has to play catcher. And I understand that, Max Fried has pitched all year to what's his name, to Wells, and one game without it. But you know what? Ben Rice bat is too hot to not play tonight. It just goes to the fact that Alex Cora completely outmanaged Boone tonight.
Yeah, but easily. He didn't break a sweat. It was easy for him to play chess while Boone was playing checkers once again.
It's unbelievable,
as soon as
man.
Masataka Yoshida's starting to take his swings, I'm like, oh, here we go.
I mean, and then in the ninth inning, I don't care about the splits, lefty on lefty. You need to have Ben Rice back.
Yeah, he's got to get one at bat and get into that game.
At least one at bat, Keith. Come on, man. I'm sitting there.
But, bro, this is what they think about. They don't like Ben Rice behind the plate. He's a liability in the postseason. They're not trying to do that. And they don't like him against Crochet. I don't know his numbers against Crochet. I guarantee you they're not good. They like him against right-handed hitters. He's also a young guy.
How many times, I don't know off the top of my head as well, but how many times do you think he actually batted against Crochet? Less than 5. Like, let's be real. He needs to play tonight. He is an absolute stud. I really believe that. And I just, you know what? I'm not losing confidence in my Yankees. I'll be there. I'm buying tickets for Thursday if we win tomorrow. And I really believe we can win this series. But, Aaron Boone really needs to look in the mirror, man, Keith. Let's go. Let's go, Yankees. And I don't want the negativity. Like, I'm very negative right now, but the only thing I'm going to say is the series is not over, and I believe in our team. We have the best team in the American League, and let's go. All right?
Let's go. Yeah, you know what? I host a nighttime show. We're still living in this tonight. Like, they'll rally the troops, or maybe they won't, in the morning, in the midday, in the afternoon. Or maybe they won't. I can't say what they're going to do. They'll hopefully give you some positive Tommy or so. I don't know. Positive Tommy's not going to give you, I don't know, maybe Sean Morash, if you go look at Instagram and Twitter, he's already out on Aaron Boone. Maybe C-Mac coming up next will give it to you. C-Mac, if you're driving in, we need you, bro. Turn it around for us. Maybe I'll have to do that in the last minutes of my show as well. But now is not the time for rah-rah and it's not over. I've been reminding you, but we are living in this. The purpose of this radio station and the calls and other fans listening out there is we're all talking through this. It sucks that it's so familiar. It sucks that it's deja vu. We hate that it's predictable. But hey, it's not over. They do have to come out tomorrow and force it. But it's man, that game did not have to go that way. And you felt it in real time. And they even had opportunities to change it in real time and couldn't get it done. And it's we're going to Luke Weaver, who is a journeyman that we got a quick pop out of last year. And we got that quick pop out of Luke Weaver after they let Clay Holmes blow 14 games. And they had no choice but they went the whole damn season. Clay Holmes is our closer. Clay Holmes until they got to the postseason. And Luke Weaver had it when he was going in just to get those last 3 outs. But typical Yankees, the same way that they play players out of position, put Jazz at third base, put anybody anywhere, put Rougned Odor at third base, put anybody in the outfield. It doesn't matter. Jake Bowers, whoever. IKF can play everywhere. Those things, the ball will find you. Those little things, they become bigger things in the big moments. Little things like Judge not being able to throw the ball hard, they know that. The whole world knows that. But Nick Sogard, he's out of the box going. He hits the ball to right field, he's going. He's challenging Judge. Because Judge is going to throw the ball in at 73 miles an hour and not 87 miles an hour. And the Yankees think that they can get by and they can skirt by with these little things, and they don't. They haven't. And then we as fans sit here and talk about the drought, And we get mocked as I'm looking at the chat and people are talking about, oh, these guys just don't want to accept that the pinstripes aren't what they used to be. And I'm like, this is modern day times and where we are. They have some type of beep, boop, beep computer that they enter data and information in, and they think that they can get by. And then in real time, when it plays out, they end up getting got every single time. Single time. So that's what we're going through tonight. The lineup construction. Why are you sitting an all-star 30 for 30 player? One of the rare ones in your history. Now he's upset. Now we don't know if he's going to go into the tank tomorrow and strike out 3 times. We're hoping that he channels that and he's, hitting home runs and he's stealing bases and he's playing well. But, he has the right to be upset. I completely am fine with Jazz. And even people talking about him I'm glad he turned his back on the media and didn't say too much. Would have got himself in trouble or would have said something that became more of a story. He has the right. This is a guy, Aaron Boone texts him and say, yeah, you're not in the lineup. And that's another thing. It ain't on just Boone. This is a collaborative effort. These decisions are made prior to the game. Prior to the game. We were talking about this 2 nights ago. We knew what the lineup was. Jack Curry put it out 2 nights ago. The decision to remove Max Fried after he faced Jarren Duran, I think, I don't know. That's got to be on Boone, and it's got to be the pitch count. And as I was watching the game, and I was putting my notes together, let me go back and see. I think he had a 24-pitch inning. I said, Fried started to lose the zone, 2 balls to Duran, mound visit, ball 3, battles back, strikes him out. Fried's at 61 pitches. I think his pitch count had ran up to 24 in maybe the 4th inning. So they're counting all that stuff too. They're thinking about all that stuff too. And he keeps getting squeezed where he's throwing strikes, but they're balls, and he's got to overcome it. And that is running his pitch count up faster. And they're so wary of it, right? They're thinking about that number 100. It's a countdown. Oh, we're getting closer to 100. So what? Him and Crochet were close, right? Their pitch count was close. But the difference is Alex Cora is he's still got his good stuff going, and so did Max Fried. But he's still throwing hard. He's still throwing strikes. I'm leaving him out there. And Aaron Boone couldn't wait to take the ball out of his hands to go to Luke Weaver. Alex Cora is I don't got anybody better than this guy. And they lined up all of their righties, so I'm just going to go from this lefty to Chapman for the last 4 outs. Ball game. Anthony is in Greenville, South Carolina with us on the Fan in New York.
Keith, what's up, man? How you doing?
All right, just living in it, stewing in it. I'll probably get off air and be sitting in bed staring at the ceiling like that didn't have to go that way, but of course it did.
Heard that. Hey, man, I'm going to start off real quick by saying this, man. My little 15-year-old son gave me this Odyssey app, and I can finally listen to WFAN again, and it's been a life changer for me since being down here in South. I love it down here, but, man, it's been awesome. But, yeah, you're awesome, man, Keith. We love you, and it's awesome. But, dude, this analytics stuff, just throw me the ball and watch what I do with it. Attitude has to come into play in this September/October baseball.
Yeah.
Give it to your horses. Give it to the guy. I understand how many times we're going to watch this happen. We're going to strike out. We're going to live by the sword, die by the sword. I get it. Listen, we mash all season long. 162 games. Great. Huge sample size. This is 2-3 games. This is 27 outs. What are we doing? Just let Fried roll. Let him go. Like Weaver, okay. Boone, maybe it's the analytics getting to his head, but I just can't see how we keep making these same mistakes. Yes, we're going to have nights where, hopefully we put up 10 runs tonight, right? And we smash and we're back in the game, and then I like our chance with Schlittler. But, my goodness, look at Crochet out there today. I was working all night. I really couldn't watch the game too much in depth and detail. But that guy was hyped, man. His swagger, he had that.
Of course, he's an ox.
Flowing.
He's a bull. They're not taking the bull out of the game.
Man.
And Fried, no disrespect to him, I felt like they were waiting to take him out. I'm going back to my notes in the 6th inning when he got that double play. Before that big double play to end the 6th, I'm writing, they squeeze him again on the curveball up in the zone. He's battling through. He's overcoming it. He walks to Narvaez, and Narvaez whips his bat. And, like, the Yankees are watching this, and they're thinking – impending doom is coming. He's going to get to 100 pitches, and the ball's going to get hit out of the ballpark. He probably should have thrown 10 less pitches with the pitches he was squeezed on. We got to save him from himself. We got to go take him out of the game, and that's not the right approach.
Let him cook, man. And how many times I can't stand, even though it's more of a respecting, this Bregman, man. I'm so sick of this guy in the playoffs. Bregman is
you got
just
no choice but to respect Alex Bregman.
Goodness.
He's a dog.
You got to respect him.
He's
Could have been
dog.
hours, but he really, dude. He's just again, mad respect to him. But
they weren't going to give him $40 million. They weren't going to give him $40 million. Anthony, thanks for the call. Shout out to you and your son down there in South Carolina. Shout out to everybody that listens from wherever you are on the Odyssey app. Today, after the Tigers won, I was listening to 97 Won the Ticket. And they were mad, too, about their offense. They won the game 2-1, and they were talking about how, like, it's consistent. The Guardians still keep us under 3 runs. We're not going to beat them scoring 2 runs. We just have the best pitcher in the world, so we were able to get this one. But if you think tomorrow you're going to show up and they're not going to play guard ball, and they won in Detroit, and their hosts weren't happy because of the score. I knew we weren't winning that game 1-0 today. I knew there was no chance unless Fried was going to somehow pitch a complete game, and you knew he wasn't. I knew that these guys were going to squeeze the bat too tight. That first one, even though they just won 8 in a row, they just played all these games in Yankee Stadium. It's different when you see those Red Sox jerseys and Alex Cora and how comfortable they truly are. They're just waiting. Tick, 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 tick. They're waiting. While Fried twirls a gem, they're waiting for you to go run and take him out. Because in your mind, you have predetermined, okay, this is it. When he got the double play to get out of the 6th inning, it shouldn't have been a thought of like, this is it. It should have been a thought of like, yo, new life, right? It should have been a thought of like, hey, got out of that one. Let's see if we can get another one. Let's see if we can get, instead of just, go get Duran, go get one batter. It's the bottom of the order. Go get 7, 8, 9. But then there's also the thought about bringing in Luke Weaver to a clean inning, and they had it, and I don't know. Luke Weaver lost his game, and the offense lost his game. But the tone of the game changed as soon as they took the ball out of Max Fried, their ace's hands. Their ace versus our ace, credit to Garrett Crochet. He's really like that. And Alex Cora, too, knowing his guys. It's not like when we look at these lineups, when we look at these rosters, these wild card rosters, advantage Yankees. Yankees have the MVP. Yankees have 3 former MVPs. Yankees have a bunch of all-stars. The Red Sox are out there with Nathaniel Lowe, who they picked up off the scrap heap. Yes, they have Alex Bregman, former all-star champion, all of that. What did Trevor Story do tonight? Well, I can't knock Trevor Story. He had 3 Ks, but he also had 2 hits. He did have an impact. They don't have Devers. It's not like they have this star-studded team, right? They moved on from Bogarts. They moved on from Mookie Betts. They moved on from a lot of their guys. They don't have Chris Sale. They don't have, I said we're lucky they don't have Joe Ryan because it'd be wraps. It would be GG's if that Joe Ryan trade actually went through. We'd have to face him tomorrow. Remember what he did in Yankee Stadium against this team not too long ago? I think Belly got a homer off him, and that was it. Tomorrow they have to have, I know it's tonight. It's October 1st. They have to have a short memory and a renewed energy and vigor around like, hey, we're not done. This is a 3-game series. We play today, we win today, that's it. Win 2 more games and you advance. And then you face a Toronto team that's sitting on ice. And maybe if you overcome the Boston Red Sox, that momentum can carry you through the DS. 888-808-1019. I got a full rack of calls, but we got to break it down. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Less than 90 minutes to go. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Wild card game 1 went Boston's way.
We'll take a 1-0 lead in this best-of-3 series.
Now the Bombers' backs are against the wall as Game 2 is a win or lights-out situation.
We've been playing with a lot on the line seemingly every single day. We'll be ready to go, and I expect us to come out and get one.
Catch all the postseason excitement here on your exclusive home for everything New York Yankees. Tune in for Game 2, 6:08 tonight. Driven by Jeep, 1019 FM WFAN. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living just may be the right option. Set on a 32-acre campus right there along the beautiful Hudson River, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org today.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Stressed out about owing over $10,000 in back taxes? The IRS isn't slowing down, and neither is Tax Hardship Center. Last year alone, the IRS wiped out over $163 million in tax debt for thousands of hardworking people who qualified. If paying back the IRS threatens your finances, you may be eligible for hardship programs that could let you settle for a lot less. Everyday Americans are finding relief right now by calling Tax Hardship Center to see if they qualify. You've been thinking about fixing this. The time to act isn't tomorrow. It's today. Call Tax Hardship Center for a free consultation and see every option for lowering your IRS debt. Call 800-717-4601. With increased IRS collections, now is the best time to see what tax relief programs you may qualify for. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, call Tax Hardship Center. 800-717-4601. 800-717-4601. That's 800-717-4601.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Okay, girls, ready to go?
Yeah! Mom, I'm hungry. Can I have a snack? Me too, Mommy.
You want a snack?
Yeah.
Got it?
Children learn from our behaviors.
Mommy, can you open this,
All right, hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, here.
Thank you.
They learn what is okay from the adults they see.
Mommy, are you on your phone?
If you're a distracted driver, chances are they will be too. What kind of driver are you raising? Funded by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
The Rico Brogna podcast on the Odyssey app is proudly sponsored by Mio Sparkling Sake, the official sake of the New York Mets. Enjoy at Citi Field or your favorite spot. A new tradition in sake. Mio Sparkling Sake.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
We're in October now. The Yankees are down 1. But they've been down to the Red Sox before. The last time they faced the Red Sox in Fenway, they won back-to-back games to take that series. Why can't they do it again? I bet on Big G to do something. I bet Big G's upset with himself. He had opportunities tonight. I bet Big G will do something in this game. I bet Jazz will make an impact. Ben Rice will make an impact. It'll look different. It'll look different. Trent Grisham better activate his clutch gene after going 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts. Can't be mad at Judge. I know y'all want Judge to homer every time, but that cracked me up. So why didn't Judge hit the ball over the fence? Because he's the batting title winner. He hit .331. He will slap a single through. Do you watch Judge? Do you watch baseball? Not mad at Goldie either. Oldie but Goldie. Just was mad that Goldie couldn't get home from third, but it is what it is. That's baseball, Susan. It is what the ball he didn't know it was going to drop. He didn't know if it was going to be caught. You have to, it is what it is. No, none of us knew. And the other one, the throw, I'm sure Luis Rojas is telling him, hey, don't run on him. Abreu was out there, don't run on him. So it just is what it is. But it's like when you lose a close game, and I saw some people, I literally said, I'm like, a solo shot's not beating anybody. And people are like, yes, it is if the manager's not stupid. I'm like, no, it's not. And I don't know how the other 1-run losses happened in baseball. I don't know if they were solo shots, but 1 run isn't enough to do it. That did not work on the north side of Chicago for the Padres today against the Cubs. They lost 3-1. That did not work for the Guardians at Progressive Field in their building where they just celebrated. They just walked the Tigers down and they're feeling good about what they are. 2-1 doesn't get it done. The Yankees got to score runs. And I think they can get to Brian Bayo. I know he's shoved against the Yankees in the past, but I also think that, he can do his thing. Before somebody asked me about Ben Rice's numbers against Garrett Crochet, ChatGPT says in 6 at-bats, he's 0 for 6. And that's enough of a sample size for the Yankees to say, we're going to take out one of the hardest hitters in baseball, with the most hard hit ball rate, a guy that was super hot this last week that just in our last game hit 2 home runs. We're going to sit him down because we're married to the almighty analytics. It's fun, right? It's fun, isn't it? Yeah. Jay's in North Jersey on the Fan. Go for it, Jay.
KM to the AM, bringing the mayhem. How are you, pal?
Yeah, I appreciate the rhymes. I like that. I'm good.
All right. Everybody touched on a lot of things going on. Everybody hit all the good points. Let me just tell you, Keith, give me a second here. When is enough enough? I know you may talk to the Yankee brass. When is enough with all these decisions? Listen, I got thrown out of my house tonight. I got to sleep in my damn fucking truck. Excuse my language. Because now I'm getting yelled at for yelling and flipping out, and because of these games that are driving me crazy. And at the end of the day, I can't even explain some of these decisions that this manager and this organization makes. You know what it's like to sleep in your vehicle? Some people do. This is. Keith,
I have slept in the car before.
I got to get McDonald's and make a bad decision and get McDonald's and eat late night. You know what that does to your body, McDonald's late night?
Yeah, I stopped doing that a long time ago, too. Thanks for the call, Jay. Yeah, I don't know. Don't mess up your situation at home over the Yankees. Don't be yelling and screaming and getting kicked out and spiral over the Yankees. Because the Yankees aren't helping you out. The Yankees made their bread, 47,000 in there buying them tickets. Them tickets to Game 2 are selling too. And I'm glad that they blocked the Red Sox. And some of y'all, this is weak. Why are the Yankees blocking the Red Sox? Because do you want Game 2 to be full with Red Sox jerseys? And the Red Sox now, they show up in green monster jerseys and banana-colored jerseys. You want that for Carlos Rodon? I thought we had a good showing. I like the Boston sucks chants breaking out. Just the Yankees suck. The Yankees can't hit. The Yankees can't do anything besides get a Volpe solo shot, which is like the most least likely. Did any of you guys bet Volpe to homer? probably bet Judge to homer. You shouldn't bet anybody to homer off Garrett Crochet, but I don't know if there's many slips out there where someone put $100 on Anthony Volpe to homer. So like the least likely thing happened for the Yankees to score. They got to be better. Andrew in Queens on the Fan. How you doing, Andrew?
Pretty good. How you doing, Keith?
I'm all right. Watching Teoscar Hernandez and Ohtani and how these guys, I know they're playing the Reds, but in that building, they just mash. They're just hitting home runs. They're just going to put up 10 runs. Easy.
They're going to be a force to reckon with. You know, Keith, as an older fan, I got to say, being around in the days when pitching was really pitching, if the Yankees would have came back tonight, they could have made a case for Crochet to actually have not been taken out. But like Boone manages so scared. Why did they go out and spend all of this money on this guy and they don't let him pitch? It's so obvious. There's nobody. I mean, I don't want to just dump on Boone, but it's like, I mean, everybody else sees it. I mean, you got this guy. Let him throw. There's nobody better than him. I mean, who's he giving the ball to? And then the other thing too is you take Rice, okay, and Chisholm out. These guys gutted it out all year. You got to do something. For whatever even a game tonight, which was nothing, you rip these guys' hearts out.
Yeah,
let them play.
A lot of emotion. It messes up the clubhouse to go out like that in that first game.
I just can't. I mean, they go down now, man. It's like this stuff is, it lingers. It's horrible, man. Here we are once again, man. All right. Thanks, Keith.
Thanks for the call. Backs against the wall, though. I expect them to respond. I don't expect them to go quietly into the night. They just won all of these games to try and fight for the division. They just went through the gauntlet and beat the Red Sox. Like, I think they can get off the mat. I think they'll be happy tomorrow when Ben Rice, like, there is a level of confidence that comes with Max Fried on the mound. That's why I also, like, I wish you had your best hitters in the lineup as well as your best pitcher on the mound. It's important to get game one to give you that advantage, but I think they can bounce back tomorrow tonight and then win the next one. It's still on the table. Why can't they be the first ones to do it? They have the best offense in the game. They have the best hitter in the game. They can get to Brian Bayo. They can get to Connolly early. They can score more runs than the Red Sox. Just one more run. Aaron Boone, your reputation is on the line. The Yankees' reputation is on the line. You know, it's one thing to be big brother in town. It's a whole other thing for the Red Sox to literally own you for 20 years. For the Yankees to lose to the Red Sox after being up 3-0 in 2004 and the curse end, and then they go on a run, winning multiple World Series. You can't get back to one and win it. You got back to one and embarrassed yourselves. They knocked you out in 18. They knocked you out in 21. They are one game away from knocking you out again in 2025. They are throwing parties in Boston. There are content creators popping up. I'm scrolling through Twitter. I'm getting tagged and stuff. I'm getting trolled. I don't care. I like it. Like, and my Twitter's monetized. You guys keep writing everything and tagging me. Elon's gonna run me $50 just because I tweet. Like, keep it up. But what I'm saying is, the Yankee aura, the Yankee mystique, what we think of the New York Yankees is all at risk here. Don't be the butt of the joke this way. You don't have to be. But you want to be so analytical and so smart, you come out looking dumb. You're going to make us all look dumb if you don't get it together. Demetrius is in Middletown on the Fan. What's up, man?
Yo, what up, Keith?
Hanging in there.
What's going on?
Just trying to get to game 2 at 6:08. I'm going to be right back there at the stadium. Like, let's go.
Yes,
let's go. Wake it up.
Yo. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But I'm just going to say this right now. You live by the analytics, you're going to die by the analytics. And what this game came down to is going to be which manager was going to budge first. And obviously at the 102 pitch mark, Aaron Boone came out, did what he did. And what Alex Cora did was pretty much, allow the human element and see the body language from Crochet still throwing 100 miles an hour and pitch 117. Pretty much saying this is a workhorse. And, I understand that Fried had a couple, wobbly innings, but he got out of it. The defense was a little sharp behind them. They were good. But once he pulled them out at 102, it's like, it's your number one for the year.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's just like the rush to get to the bullpen, which they're like, Luke Weaver is not a better pitcher. Luke Weaver throws 2 pitches.
No.
Max Fried got 7 pitches he can throw.
Yo, and listen, and that seventh, and also too, what killed us too is when Crochet pitched seventh inning, 6 pitches, out of the inning. You know what I mean?
And I'm like, that is the swing right there. Like the swing where you go to Weaver and you give him time to rest, and then the swing where these guys go up swinging and hacking and attacking, and it's only 6 pitches, and he goes to sit back down. I'm like, it's playing right into their hands.
And listen, I understand, like I told you, the analytics, with Jazz being sit, Ben Rice, finishing the season strong and whatnot. But you know what? You got to take the gamble, especially that now our backs are against the wall. But this all goes back to the regular season. You know what I mean? Like we were racing in the last 2 weeks to see if we could get the division, and now we're in this predicament basically on most of these, poor decisions that Aaron Boone made when it came to putting Devin Williams there. You know what I mean? We could have been.
I know. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. It is too late for it now. Thanks for the call, bro. It's too late for that. I said last night, I don't want to hear about the blown games. I don't want to hear about the games that were close, games we had leads. Like, it's over. They didn't win the division. We'll have that conversation when we're eliminated. We're not eliminated. It's all right in front of them. Literally. Go win 2 games. You have the advantage. Like, I think you have the advantage in roster and pitching. I don't think you have the advantage with the manager. But let these guys play. Go off a field. Let Rodon go out there and pitch. Keep the ball in the ballpark. And come out there attacking Bayo and trying to put the ball in play and get on the board. Like, I want to see a Yankee team with urgency, fighting, with fire, with like their life depends on it, because it does. You cannot go out being swept by the Red Sox. You cannot go out with another year that the Red Sox put you out, putting the battery in the back of their fan base. In the year they traded Rafael Devers and they said, oh, yeah, well, we may win some games. And like, they get to the DS over you. They dominated you all year. They had won 8 in a row against you. As it stands right now, I believe they're 10-4 against you this year. Get off the mat. Get off the mat. Win 2 games and none of that matters. Solomon in Brooklyn on the fan next. What's up, Solomon?
Good. How are you, Keith?
Been better, but still breathing. It's a new season. We're still breathing. They're not done yet.
All right. My question to you is, now that we have Max Fried and that game 1 is done, but now Carlos Rodon. One thing I could tell you is that if Aaron Boone is going to do something stupid when Carlos Rodon has gas and left, he shouldn't do something stupid.
Not the next day. Nope, not the next day. This is what would be stupid. If you take what he did to Max Fried and taking Max Fried out, and you let Rodon go a batter too long, and it ends up with a 2-run, 3-run bomb. It's a case-by-case different type of thing. I'm not going to say that, because of what he did today, tomorrow, he's either going to pull him too early or no, we got to watch the game and see. We got to see who's coming up. We got to see what Rodon looks like. I have more confidence in Carlos Rodon than I ever have. And I think he knows. This year he has had multiple times where it's like, it falls on Carlos Rodon to be the stopper, be the guy, and he's shown up. So that's what I expect. And I expect Boone to let him go. Let him eat. Let him compete. Let him be a dog.
Slowly. Take each inning slowly. Don't just jump the gun and say, okay, no, 100 pitches and he's done.
No, I don't care about the number of pitches.
What if he's in the 7th inning and he's doing so good?
Well, that's not going to happen. Thanks for the call, Solomon. He won't be in the 10th inning. There's 0 chance he'll be pitching in the 10th inning. But if we do get to the 10th inning, there's no Manfred man on second. And that's the other thing. You used Weaver, Cruz, Williams, Bednar, and Tim Hill. Now, the bullpen budget, let's take a look at how many pitches they've thrown. They're all available in a do-or-die situation tomorrow. But you used Weaver for 15 pitches. I don't need to see Weaver tomorrow. Cruz for 14. Okay, if there's some runners on and you need to get a couple outs, Cruz, go and throw that splitter again. Devin Williams, Devin Williams threw 11 pitches. I expect to see the airbender again. David Bednar, not your best showing, but I have some grace for you because you're a Pittsburgh Pirate and this is your first time in New York City pitching for the Yankees, going in there, and you gave it up to Bregman or whatever, but you're available tomorrow. So is Tim Hill. So is whoever else. Camilo Duvall, Mark Leiter Jr., however they decide to go after it. But Rodon has to go 6-7 innings. Definitely 6. And it's not they just faced a lefty today, and he dominated them. They were shut out. They had like 3 hits. So why can't Rodon show up and shut this Red Sox lineup down in Game 2? He can, but the bats have to wake up. They have to hit. They have to score runs and not rely on just a home run. Put the ball in play, pass the baton, and have a sense of urgency that you don't want the season to end. That you have to get Cam Schlittler on the mound in Game 3, and anything can happen in a rubber match, do or die situation for either team in Game 3. That is it. That is it. And how sweet will that be to turn this whole thing around? How sweet will that be to laugh at everybody else that quickly jumped the gun to put the Yankees down off of 1 game? How sweet will that be to be the first one in this new expanded postseason to come back from down 0-1? Make your own history. You have the pen. Get it done. They absolutely can. Sam is in Brick with us next on The Fan. What's up, Sam?
Hey, Keith. Big fan. First time caller. Thanks for taking the call.
Thanks, man. You got it. What you thinking about?
Yeah, so obviously I'm frustrated like everybody else why Boone took out Fried way too early. It was way too early. For sure, a man on base, maybe a man second, but a different point.
It wasn't way too early. It was just you don't have to rush to Luke Weaver.
Right.
There was nobody on base. He wasn't giving up any hits, but in hindsight, it's it is what it is. Just wanted to correct that. It wasn't way too early. He was at 102 pitches.
Right, agreed. But one more thing. Now, they had Rosario in because whatever reason, I would have put in Chisholm. He had such a good season. But if you're going to put in Rosario, why'd they bring Chisholm in just as a defensive substitute, not play Rosario's at bat?
Yeah.
And wait for Rosario to come up. And when he comes up, you have a full bench with Chisholm and Ben Rice and Dominguez, and you could decide who's smartest. Ben Rice would have been a smarter at bat.
Rosario
in the 9th inning.
Rosario versus Crochet. I think I'd heard he was 3 for 6 against Crochet. And
right, but if you wanted to put Chisholm in,
he was 6 for 9 with a home run and a double off of Crochet. So they thought he would be able to get him tonight.
Right, no, but that I agree with. But at the end, when they
was
put in
stupid.
Chisholm as a substitute,
At the end was we know Jazz has got the puss face on. He's probably pissed off. Let's try and do something and get Jazz involved in this game. It didn't work.
Why'd they put him in as a defensive substitute? They should have waited till the at bat came around in the 9th inning, and then you could have decided if Chisholm was smarter or Rice was smarter.
He ended up lefty on lefty facing Chapman too, and I remember seeing this interview about how Jazz wants to get a hit off Chapman so bad because Chapman, he grew up watching Chapman, and Chapman is a legend. It didn't happen tonight. He put the ball in play. It was a fly out.
Yeah, but with his strikeout rate, I would rather Rice at that bat. I know Chisholm likes to talk a lot, but I think Rice would have been a smarter at bat there with he's coming in the postseason. And if you wouldn't have put in Chisholm as a substitute, you could have chose Rice or Chisholm. You wouldn't be forced to put in Chisholm. I don't know why would you bring him in as a substitute. That makes no sense. Wait till that bat comes around.
So the pinch hit was Rosario at second base. Jazz went to second base. You wanted Rice there. Rice would have had to pinch hit for Goldie to play first, or Wells. Maybe Wells is last at bat.
Pinch hit Rice, and then you just put Chisholm into the field.
Yeah, they weren't thinking about that because they want Wells in the game. That's what you're saying. To pinch hit, he should have pinch hit for Wells at that last strikeout.
Chisholm didn't even need that bat. You just put in Rice pinch hits for Rosario, and then take Rice out of the game and put Chisholm at second.
No, I don't know, man. I'm getting tired. I'm blanking on the spot. I don't recall that being doable. I got to go back.
In the 7th inning, when you took out Rosario for Chisholm, instead of having Chisholm come in and play second, keep Rosario in the field till his at bat comes up. When Rosario's at bat comes up, put in Chisholm, put in Rice to hit.
So Rosario was the last at bat of that 7th inning.
Right.
And then the substitution was made. Yeah. So you're saying to pinch hit Ben Rice there, and
no, or you could have waited till 9th inning. Well, Rosario's a better fielder than Chisholm, so keep Rosario in till his next at bat comes up. in the field. And when his next at-bat comes up, then you have the option of choosing. Do you want to go Chisholm or do you want to go Rice? And after Rice's at-bat, then you put in Chisholm. There's no reason to force Chisholm into the field after Rosario's at-bat. If you could keep Rosario in, he was a better fielder.
Yeah, the defensive replacement didn't make any sense. And not getting Ben Rice any at-bats didn't make any sense. But I remember, I think I was leaving right after that. And I don't know. I remember thinking, like, this is just, they're riding this Rosario versus
like he was
Crochet.
almost trying to make up to Chisholm. Like he felt bad for Chisholm. So he's like, you know what, I'll put you in for defense, which just doesn't make sense. Just put him in the game.
Thanks for the call, Sam. We got a break. But what I recall is just like they are going to get Ahmed Rosario his 3 at-bats against Crochet and hope that the 6 for 9, he gets 1. And it didn't happen. And with Jazz, it's just like, okay, now Jazz, he's faced him 3 times. You get in there. And then Jazz ends up facing. I think they had Garrett Whitlock warming up. I'm trying to recall now. It's late. I've been up since 8 o'clock in the morning. But I think they had Garrett Whitlock warming up, and they ended up going with Chapman. So you get got. It is what it is. We try to play this game over and over again. And it doesn't work. 888-808-1009. We'll be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
His team just had a losing DNA all year long. Well, I wouldn't say all year long, but from the middle of June on, something happened with this team where they just thought they could nail it in.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Everyone knows when Sunday comes around for kickoff and tailgates, you gotta come ready. And who's the MVP of my game day spread? Mike's Amazing Mustard. This stuff just isn't a condiment, it's the first round pick. Put it on your hot dog, your sausage, or your favorite hero, and it's an instant touchdown. It's bold, it's got that perfect bit of spice, and it always delivers in the clutch. So this season, when it's 4th and goal at the grill, don't pass the ketchup, pass the mustard. Mike's Amazing Mustard. Find it this season at ShopRite.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Okay, girls, ready to go?
Yeah! Mom, I'm hungry. Can I have a snack? Me too, Mommy.
You want a snack?
Yeah!
Got it?
Children learn from our behaviors.
Mommy, can you open this,
All right, hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, here.
Thank you.
They learn what is okay from the adults they see.
Mommy, are you on your phone?
If you're a distracted driver, chances are they will be too. What kind of driver are you raising? Funded by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Stressed out about owing over $10,000 in back taxes? The IRS isn't slowing down, and neither is Tax Hardship Center. Last year alone, the IRS wiped out over $163 million in tax debt for thousands of hardworking people who qualified. If paying back the IRS threatens your finances, you may be eligible for hardship programs that could let you settle for a lot less. Everyday Americans are finding relief right now by calling Tax Hardship Center to see if they qualify. You've been thinking about fixing this. The time to act isn't tomorrow. It's today. Call Tax Hardship Center for a free consultation and see every option for lowering your IRS debt. Call 800-717-4601. With increased IRS collections, now is the best time to see what tax relief programs you may qualify for. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, call Tax Hardship Center. 800-717-4601. 800-717-4601. That's 800-717-4601.
The home of Yankees radio is WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 1 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by PoliceOfficersRightToSue.com. Yankees with no answers for Garrett Crochet. 7 2/3 innings, a one-run ball, 11 Ks, retired 17 straight at one point. Led the Red Sox by the Yankees 3-1.
We had a couple of at-bats, a couple in a row where we got to 3 balls, and we were kind of pressuring him, but he made big pitches in those situations to really keep his workload down there. So he was obviously very tough against us, and Max was more than matching him.
Yeah, Max Fried didn't allow a run over 6 1/3, but Luke Weaver came on, failed to record an out, giving up a go-ahead 2-run single from Masataka Yoshida. Anthony Volpe, a solo shot in the second, then a single in the 8th. In between, Crochet retired the 17 straight. Roldis Chapman loaded the base in the 9th. 3 straight singles from Paul Goldschmidt, Aaron Judge, and Cody Bellinger, but Chapman put the clamps on from there. Judge with a couple of singles. No doubt the Bombers can bounce back.
We've been doing it all year. A lot of veterans in this clubhouse that have been through some stuff. A lot of this team going to the postseason last year, been to the World Series, been in some tough moments. So we'll go out there and play our game. We'll be good.
Carlos Rodon are going to try to set the tone. He'll match up with Brian Bayo. Coverage here on the Fan, streaming on the free Odyssey app, begins 5:25. Else for a couple of homers for Shohei Ohtani and Teoscar Hernandez. Dodgers overwhelmed the Reds 10-5. Tigers doubled the Guardians 2-1 thanks to Tarek Skubal. Gave up a run over 7 2/3. Struck out 14, and the Cubs bounced the Padres 3-1. 66 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Okay, last hour for me here on The Fan, which is really like 49 minutes. Another KM to AM, but it's a postseason version after the first postseason loss. Shout out to everybody still holding in the chat. A lot more people in the chat tonight, like double what we usually have. Because everybody pulls up to drink Yankee tears. It's the same thing every year, Don't cry for us, though. We're not eliminated. And Yankee fans, don't quit yet. There's no reason to quit. It could completely flip. Like, you don't want to be deleting tweets or going back on text messages if they pull off the next 2. It's different, but this is where they are. This is where they ended up. I accepted this wild card fate a while ago. And what I wanted was, hey, host the wild card. Home field advantage. Now use that home field advantage in the next 2 games. They can get to Brian Bayo, and I expect Ben Rice back in the lineup at first base. I expect Jazz Chisholm back in the lineup, starting in the lineup at second base. Volpe will probably start at short again. If they want to go with McMahon at third, so be it. Give him an opportunity to play. If it's potentially the last game of the season, you traded for him. And then have guys like Caballero and Ahmed Rosario coming off the bench to pinch hit late. Judge and Wright. I had a call where somebody's like, yo, Stanton and him should flip. No. Stanton is the DH. Judge is the right fielder. Because, I I don't know, does Stanton throw the ball much harder after it takes him longer to get to the ball? Judge can still run. So Judge is in right, Grish is in center, Belly's in left. Goldie sits down and Ben Rice plays first base. Ahmed Rosario sits down, Jazz is at second base. Put Ryan McMahon at third. Maybe he gets a hold of one, you know. Maybe low in the lineup, Ryan McMahon is able to drive one out and do something. They got to come out swinging. They got to come out like their life depends on it, because it does. And I believe they can. Force that game 3. You can't go out with 0 wins. You can't go out with 0 postseason wins. You can't go from World Series embarrassment to getting back to the postseason and embarrassing yourself even more. Let's take these calls, man. Ryan is in Roxbury.
Hey, how are you?
What's up?
I agree with what you just said about tomorrow. Tomorrow's a new day. I think it's going to go really well for the Yankees. But I really just want to talk about. So I worked the night tour last night, and I woke up and I saw what the lineup of the Yankees was, and a lot of question marks in my head. Some of them you can justify, certainly, and some of them you can't. Really thrown off about the Jazz thing and Rosario, and I understand that Rosario's got the numbers, but you got to think about Jazz was a 30-30 guy. And you're talking about someone like the Seattle Mariners being like, we got a tough righty on the mound today. We're going to sit down J-Rod, and he went 30-30 this year. I mean, I'm a type of guy that's got to roll with the guys that got you there. And Jazz is an electric player, and I could see the Goldschmidt start. I could see the Volpe start. I could see the Caballero start. But the Rosario thing is just his role has been off the bench in a big spot versus a tough lefty. That's his role. And then you throw him in one of the biggest playoff series.
They took his 6 for 9 with a homer and double against Garrett Crochet, as he's going to be able to hit Garrett Crochet today, and putting him in the lineup is more important than starting Jazz for Jazz Chisholm. It just is what it is. That's what they decided.
Yeah,
I don't agree with it, because I think you could lose Jazz, where Jazz goes into the tank and he's in his head tomorrow. And if the Yankees are down in the game, like, Jazz loves to talk to these umpires, and he's got a lot to say, and he gets in his feelings, and like it could go south.
So that was what I was going to say next. Is Jazz is an emotional guy, both in a good way and both in a bad way. That guy lives for the big lights and big time, regardless if he hasn't been in it that much. This is where he wants to be, and it's just it was really hard to just see him not in your lineup as a 30-30 guy and the biggest
and an all-star this year, and a guy that you went and traded for last year, and he went through the whole postseason run with you last year. He's an everyday player. I'm with you, Ryan. Thanks for the call. That's why I did not I watched the post game. I laughed. I tweeted out, Jazz is going through his wardrobe. What do you want him to say? He came in as a defensive replacement in the 8th inning. He had one at bat against Chapman. He flew out. You don't got to talk to me. There's nothing for me to say. Yeah, I got a text from Boone the night before, and he said, his response was weird. I think he stopped himself. Jazz said something about, we got to do what it takes to win, right? We got to do what we got to do to win, right? Jazz might have taken that personal. Damn, you think that Ahmed Rosario's numbers are, against Garrett Crochet are going to give us a better chance to win than putting me in the game? Okay. Just, let's see how it goes. And then when it doesn't go our way, of course, Jazz is sitting there watching 3 Ahmed Rosario at bats. Well, what the hell was that? This is the postseason. I'm a star player on this team. You took a start away from me for some numbers from the past that have nothing to do with today. How do you know I don't take Garrett Crochet deep today? We don't know. We'll never know. Nick is in Brooklyn next on the Fan. Go for it, Nick.
Yo, what's up, Keith? How you doing, bro?
I'm all right.
I'm going to be at the game tomorrow, man. Am I going to see you at El Pollo Sabroso or what? You remember me. You remember me, bro.
I don't always eat there every game. It's not a good luck thing. It's not a tradition. It depends. Honestly,
bro,
if I want to spend $13 and I'm really starving before going into the stadium, and it depends what they have out. Sometimes they have fish. Sometimes they have lasagna. It's a Dominican spot by the stadium that I've been going to. So
I got you. Now I was just letting you know who I was just letting you know who I was, bro.
Yeah, you reminded me with that. I remember you saying what's up in there.
Yes, sir, man. Nice talking to you always. Listen, as I was here listening to a lot of the other callers, I understand, okay, the lineup, they went with the analytic part. They went with Ahmed. He had better numbers against Crochet. People forget that Jazz also just got hit with a pitch. And so we went for it.
I saw a post of him earlier today, and he was throwing, and they said Jazz is all good to go after, having an injury scare. But, 2 nights ago, we were factoring that in, that, like, he did have x-rays. But my point is, it was not the lineup. Ahmed made a double play in that inning. I think maybe an inning before Weaver came in. That was fire. He fielded the position well. He didn't have any issues there.
The problem is Boone's decision for the bullpen. Weaver, listen, I'm a fan of Weaver. I think he's good. He has not been the same. It's evident. There's no reason why we don't go straight to Fernando. Straight to Fernando. This is not something that
Boone said he wanted Fernando Cruz not to face the 8-9 hitter. He had Fernando Cruz in mind to face the top of the order.
The last time I called you, man, I was saying that it's analytics or arrogance. Listen, he has Fried face Jared Duran, and then takes him out. Why does he take him out? Because he's at 100 pitches, and Jared Duran is a lefty hitter.
And supposedly after he got out of that 6 with that double play, they had a conversation, get me one more at batter, go get Duran. And when he got Duran in the fashion that he did, which was fielding first base, I'm in the stadium and I'm thinking, okay, he got squeezed all night. I didn't feel like he was laboring, but it was humid out there. I'm like, maybe Boone talked to him, and he's like, man, I'm exhausted. Like, this is all, I can go batter to batter. We come to find out that Boone had full intentions of taking him out after that first batter.
Of course, because he's a lefty.
He wanted to get to the bullpen. Yeah, after him, he wanted to get to the bullpen. He wanted to get to Luke Weaver. That was the spot he wanted Luke Weaver in. And Luke Weaver failed. That is the biggest thing. Luke Weaver will be a Met.
Luke has failed more this season. I mean, last season he was elite, let's be honest. He's failed too many times this season.
Let that be the last time. That's got to be the last time. Thanks for the call, Nick. That's the turning point of the game right there. That's what everybody was talking about. Every time I went to a different section and saw different people that I rock with at the stadium, oh, man, I'm like, well, were you saying that in the moment? In the moment, I wasn't saying, why is Luke Weaver coming in? Honestly, when Luke Weaver came in, they black out the stadium. It's his entrance. It's like, oh, it's like a thing. Not a good thing. Kevin is in Carmel, New York on the Fan. He was at the game. What'd you see, Kevin?
Hey, what's going on? I agree with that last caller 100%. So I'm like, I don't think it's the lineup because Chisholm being out, I thought that was crazy, but Rosario did make that crazy. He was great on defense. And like you said, with the entrance, when I see Weaver coming in, they have this big light show, I'm like, what is going on right now? This is not good.
It doesn't match. It's weird.
And I felt like, did they have like a mound visit? So I'm like, all right, they're going to take him out. I'm like, oh my God, they're leaving him out there. And my main point is, I feel like the Yankee fans did not bring it tonight at all. Everyone's eating chicken nuggets. It's like, and whoever's in charge of the audio at Yankee Stadium is like, I'm like, all right, let's go. And there was step out of the box, or there was step off the mound.
Not for nothing, bro. And I was in there too. It's hard to bring it when Garrett Crochet is retiring 17 batters in a row. Thanks for the call, Kevin. They don't give you anything. It was rocking when Volpe homered. It was almost, oh my God, I can't believe it. And then that was it. After Volpe, he sat everybody down. They didn't even get base runners. So it's hard to get up for that. We're trying to get people up for Fried. the pregnant whale sound. 2 strikes, 2 outs. Get up. Get your ass up. Clap. Stand up. We're doing that. But they weren't doing anything to get us going, right? They were fired up in Dodger Stadium. You know why? Teoscar hit 2 homers. Ohtani hit 2 homers. Like, they had something to party about. They had something to be excited about. Maybe that happens coming up. Maybe that happens in this game, too. I want to hear dun, 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 dun. Like, it's not, you can't fake it. Yeah. People are going to sit down there and enjoy their chicken buckets and drink their drinks and be on their phones because it's like, well, here we go. Garrett Crochet again. This guy's mowing us down. We can't get any runners. We can't score any runs here. Dun, 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 to the next inning. My guy Carlos in Clifton back on the fan. What's up, Los?
Yo, G, you just said when Weaver comes in, they put up the Darth Vader. But when I hear that breathing, it reminds me of somebody in the hospital trying to turn the air up on their respirator. It's crazy.
We're on life support with Luke Weaver. We're like, here we go. 11 pitch at bat, works a walk. Nick Sogar double, chess game. Here comes Masataka Yoshida. First pitch. There goes the lead.
Yeah. Here's what I don't get. I know if Garrett Cole's in that situation, he's not taking the ball from him.
Right.
But Max Fried earned that this year. He earned that.
Yeah, but Max Fried, you're right, though. Max Fried's personality, though, isn't one to be like, boom, not now. Don't do this right now. We're on national television. We're here. I'm the ace of staff. He's trusting Boone. Like, this is what you want to do? Okay.
Now, I agree with everybody. We go with our best. We go with our best out there. He had something implanted and work out. But this is how I see the moment is too big for him. 9th inning, right? Goldie gets on. Base hit. I'm subbing him out for the Martian immediately. I just saw what Volpe did to the Cuban Missile, messing around at first base. You want to have him on first so that they have that in their mind. This guy's fast. He might steal. And if he hits one, somebody hits one in the gap, who do you think is going to score? Yeah. Goldsmith? And then you could sub him out and put Ben Rice at first base. I didn't agree with Ben Rice not starting. That I didn't agree with because they did it. Remember we spoke about it last week? He caught him in the Orioles game, and I was like, maybe this is what's going to happen in the playoffs, and then you leave that guy on the bench? All right. But then one more thing, and I'll let you go because I know you're towards the end. I know you keep saying, like, everybody we're against the wall. Use the DJ, right? Every time I hear against the wall, I think of, like, a Brooklyn basement reggae party. Nah, 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 nah. You don't love me. All right.
Not like that, yo. Yo, beat it, Carlos. Not like that. I'm saying backs against the wall. You got to fight. You ever get jumped? You ever get attacked by multiple people? One of the first things you do is put your back against the wall so you keep everybody in front of you. Back is against the wall. You got to fight the Red Sox off. Don't curl into the fetal position and get stomped out. Like, protect yourself. Protect your blind side. Protect your back. Fight for your life. Fight to live another day in this baseball season. Fight to get Cam Schlittler on the mound, who, like, you think they're not going to be jacked up for this kid coming out there throwing 99? Of course. We got to get there. It's a destiny thing. The story writes itself. ESPN knows he grew up in Red Sox territory. They're going to have watch parties where they're going to be conflicted. They're going to be rooting for this kid, but at the same time, not really. They're going to be rooting for the Red Sox. Let him go out there and go 6 innings and shove against the Red Sox. It'd be perfect, man. And the Yankees bounce back and beat them in the first half. Like, it's right there for him. One game at a time, though. We play today, we win today, that's it. Carlos Rodon on the mound. Carlos Rodon came here, and he said, I'm not here to pitch in April. I'm here to pitch in October. Well, you didn't pitch game 1. That was September 30th. Here you go on October the 1st, Carlos Rodon. Be the bulldog. Be the guy. Mow them down. Keep your command and your confidence together. If you get squeezed because these umps are trash cans, overcome it. And Judge and Stanton, I'm really looking at Stanton. Stanton better hit one out tomorrow or better have a hard hit double or something. Stan had opportunities tonight and did not get it done. Stan early in that game, I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Because when Stan grounds out, you know, it's a double play. He's not going to run. Or even if he can't run. He can't run. He can't even make it close. And then late in that game, when they go Goldie single, Judge single, Belly single, he comes up and he strikes out on 4 pitches. That splitter, Chapman's just like, bye, see ya. Stanton has to have redemption. Trent Grisham's got to have redemption. And you know what? I'm leading Trent Grisham off. Here you go, buddy. You were 0 for 4 last night. Short memory. We need you to be clutch. You've been clutch all season. Lead off homer. I'm probably going to bet that. I should bet Trent Grisham first homer. I should bet Stanton to homer. Ben Rice to homer. Not all together. Just solo, just single bets. Jazz to homer. Like, one of these guys is going to take matters into their own hands and try and take over the game. And if they get a pitch to hit, be on it. This is it. They don't want to shut it down. They don't want the memes and the mocking to, you know, come their way. That now they're going to Cancun. They're going on the golf course. These are guys like Jazz that were saying, no, we're going to win a division. Yeah, you know, this clinch. Like, don't you want to pop champagne again? You clinched. You didn't get to pop champagne for clinching the division. Don't you want to pop champagne because then you're going to face the Toronto Blue Jays? Don't you want to go up there and right the wrongs from this season? I don't know. That's the type of time I'd be on, but I don't play. I talk. Sonny's in Montclair on the Fan. You got it, Sonny.
Yeah, I was just going to say this was the Boone Analytics Department experience.
Of course.
Full-fledged.
Masterclass.
And the other caller was really good, but he was wrong as far as if this was call. I was in L.A. for Game 1. If you remember, he pulled the call after 88 pitches. This is what
that was too early. Yeah, that was too early.
And what's annoying, you go, every other team went with their ace as far as they can go. And you just had to contain Crochet. You didn't have to, you know, they were holding their own. And the funny thing is, 1 minute they're in analytics, right, Keith? But do you know the numbers show that Luke Weaver's ERA this year in the 7th inning, when he comes in the 7th, is 6.50. In the 8th, it's like 2.50. In the 9th, it's 2. Use that whatever you want. But I'm saying 1 minute you're a slave to analytics, and the next minute you're not. And the Yankees let the other teams dictate what they do. Play your best players, for God's sakes. He was as hot as a pistol, Rice. You got to keep him in there. You know,
he doesn't hit lefties and Crochet. It's like they're scared of Crochet. We got to stack our righties and sacrifice.
If Boone was managing the Red Sox, he would have taken Crochet out after 100 pitches. And the it's just absurd. And he's not making the call. This is a script all along the way. He has no feel for the game in the moment. You're pitching to Bregman with 2 outs and a man on second with an open base.
Yep, the guy that you've seen kill
high
you.
School coaches that, and I'm not. We don't go by everything that's on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. But how come everybody else, from you to me to Nick Totoro to everybody, all the big Yankee fans know what the moves are? And
because we watch the team every day.
Yeah, we get the same, but he's right there. And you know what? He comes from generations of family. I actually know his mother, and she always talks about how he really has this great killer instinct down. I don't feel like he's really managing what he wants to do. I think he's got
it's a collaborative effort. It's together. Thanks for the call, Sonny. Just moving along here. I'm going to try and get another call in. It is together. Boone has to wear it, but like he's not going to be heads aren't going to roll. It's not like they're going to sacrifice him or he's got to wear it, but they talk about it together. We haven't mentioned Cashman yet. Like when you see Ahmed Rosario and Caballero in the starting lineup, like Cashman went and got those guys, brought them here. You see Paul Goldschmidt starting. Cashman signed Paul Goldschmidt. Did Cashman weigh in on hey, let's use these guys? Maybe. I assume he's in those meetings. Michael Fishman, I assume they talk. I'm assuming they've had a few days now here, 2 days now here to come up with this, and it didn't work. Before we go to break, Ali is in Whitestone on the Fan. You got it. Ali, are you there? Ali spot. Oh, sorry. Sorry, it's Ali. I don't know. I thought it was Ali.
That's okay. That's all right. I want to say Croce wasn't, really wasn't going break easily. I mean, I honestly think the Yankees needed to force him out early or make him throw deeply, but they need to put consistency pressure. And I think that they choked, Obviously, Volpe is, he was doing great. He did great, but he's no Jeter. Obviously, I think Croce definitely made him nervous, for sure.
Yeah, I think Volpe just showed up because he knows that the fans were on his ass all season and he didn't have any room to not show up. He didn't have any. It's the postseason now. Like, you better be ready to play. He's the only one that did show up. And Garrett Crochet mowed everybody down. And he's a dog. And he's even Judge gave him his props. He says he's the best pitcher in the game. The MVP saying that about you, like, he's giving you your props because you struck him out too. Like,
I mean, listen, like, that should be like, hey, like, we gotta do something.
No, and that it should. Thanks for the call, Ali. I don't know. ALI to me is Ali. ALLY to me is Ali. And this is a children's program. I know it's getting late, but some of y'all, we got to clean it up. We got to clean it up. Yeah. If these guys have any dog in them, if they got any fight in them, if these guys are men and about their business and care about the pinstripes and the Yankees and this whole, prepare, compete and all this other stuff, then we'll see how they respond. Or if they want to just get punked by Alex Cora and the Boston Red Sox, tuck their tails, get swept, then they'll go into an offseason and we'll all have to live with another result of the Boston Red Sox owning the Yankees, ending their season, and it's been that way since they faced them for 21 years. 888-808-1019. Still chatting. Got 320 in the chat. Let's see. Shout out to, no, I'm not even going to give him a shout out. Keith is easily the worst announcer I've ever heard. I said, I'm not an announcer. What are you talking about, bozo? Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
Wild card game 1 went Boston's way.
We'll take a 1-0 lead in this best-of-3 series.
Now the Bombers' backs are against the wall as game 2 is a win or lights-out situation.
We've been playing with a lot on the line seemingly every single day. We'll be ready to go, and I expect us to come out and get one.
Catch all the postseason excitement here on your exclusive home for everything New York Yankees. Tune in for game 2, 6:08 tonight. Driven by Jeep. 1019 FM WFAN. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Tired of the same old golf routine? The Rock Golf Club is for the select few who understand golf is more than a game. Join me at the best club on Long Island. No tee times, just incredible greens and great people. It's premier, it's exclusive, and we're intentional about who joins us. Located just 25 minutes from the Hamptons on the North Fork, the Rock Golf Club is a place where the focus is solely on the sport. Visit playtherockgolfclub.com to learn more about this one-of-a-kind experience. That's playtherockgolfclub.com.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all types of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. Why do you go to Princeton Longevity Center?
We go to Princeton Longevity Center because my husband's cardiologist told him having this exam saved his life.
Because somehow 20 turned into 40, and now I need to take my health more seriously. The Princeton Longevity Center designed a program to keep me healthy and active, so 50 and 60 will be no sweat.
Because even though my cholesterol is high, it turned out my arteries are clear. That's a big relief.
Whether you want to make the most of your future years or just want peace of mind, you need the Princeton Longevity Center. Their comprehensive preventive exam combines the latest technology with caring experts to create your personal plan for staying well.
Because I shouldn't have to wait an hour for a 10-minute physical. I go to Princeton Longevity Center because I get everything done in one day and take my results home with me.
Find out why you need Princeton Longevity. Call 888-8000-PLC or go to PrincetonLongevityCenter.com. Call 888-8000-PLC. That's 888-8000-PLC.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Yeah, before the game, the Yankees should play the first 2 DMX albums. Get their minds right. This is New York. We need the dogs to come out, for real. Like, they need to be on one. It's got to be that serious. It's got to be dead ass. It's got to be like, yo, we're not losing tonight. No way. You got to kill me before these 27 outs happen and we're not in the lead. It's pump up time. That's it. I'm going to take these last calls. You can be negative. You can call out things, and then, like, you have that right. You're waiting on hold to say what you got to say what you got to say. But in this last little bit that I got to say, it's over. Game 1 is in the history books. Just like all those games that we had during the regular season, that if they would have won one more of them, they wouldn't have had to do this. They wouldn't have had to go through a wild card round. They wouldn't have had to face Garrett Crochet. But they faced him. So now beat the other guys. Beat Brian Bayo and Connolly early. And be the number 1 offense in Major League Baseball and score enough runs to win. Just got to score one more run than they do. Ben is in Marlboro, next on the Fan. What's up, Ben?
Hey, Keith, how you doing?
Good.
Right, we're paying Fried over $30 million. We pull him after a ground ball out. It's not like he's getting work. It's not like they're sending it deep. We get a ground ball covering first. We pull him right after that. We've seen it before when he pulled Cole in game 1. Then we have first and second, no outs, bottom of the first. We fail to move anybody over. We fail to bring in any runs. We have bases loaded, bottom of the 9th, no outs. We fail to move anybody over, fail to score any runs. It just seems like it's always the same. We ride.
They are who we thought they are. Yeah, who we thought they were.
Yeah.
They're the Yankees are very much on brand. When you need them to not be themselves, they show you again. Fool me. Yeah, they're the same. They're the same. I think Max Fried's contract is $218 for 8 years, so he's making a little more than $27 million. But it doesn't matter. Like, don't be in a rush to go to Luke Weaver, who has been done nothing but give up runs all season. And yeah, I don't know if the manager can get in anyone's ear to be like, hey, especially guys in this lineup like Caballero, like Rosario, hey, we get somebody on, like, can we lay down a bunt? Can we do something to kind of get this guy off his, like, he's rolling, he's dominating against 17 in a row. Can we do something? Can we make him field his position? Can we surprise him? Can we do something? No, they don't do that at all. So they just go out, strike out, ground out, and Crochet had a legendary day.
Yeah, appreciate you, Keith. Thank you.
Thanks for the call. Rolling along here. Yeah, I you have Caballero in the lineup, man. Have him bunt. Nope. No, you get these runners on. Belly's not bunting, Stan's not bunting. It is what it is. It's just, the most inopportune times, start of the game and end of the game for the Yankees, right? Like Jazz not laying down a bunt. This is only a bat. Trent Grisham can't lay down a bunt. It's the last out of the game. Beginning of the game, same thing. Belly's not bunting there. It's a strikeout. Belly's due tomorrow, too. I know you had one hit late in the game, but Belly's due, too. Belly, this is what you want your first postseason to be with the Yankees? You're a Boris client. You're opting out. We know you'll be back. In the background, the Mets fans are like, are you sure about that? Bill is in the Bronx. What's up, Bill?
One time they laid down a bunt, was it 2-3 days ago? They called it suicide squeeze instead of a safety squeeze.
Mm-hmm.
It was crazy. But, so the thing about, I didn't like them sitting Jazz Chisholm. He's batting 248 against left-handed pitching. Actually, he's batting higher than anybody except, the usual suspects, Judge, Stanton, and Rosario, batting 300.
Honestly,
if anybody
Rosario should have been at third. Yep, and Jazz should have been at second. And Caballero could have came off the bench late in the game.
Right. I mean, if anybody, I'm not saying Grisham should have sat because he's batting 182 against lefties, but if I would have went with my lineup with the
you can't sit Grisham because you need his defense in center, and I think they just really fell in love with Caballero and what he's done in this last 2 months, where they're starting Caballero. I know they're starting Caballero. They're like. Caballero's supposed to be the bench player. It's supposed to be, okay, this guy enters the game late. He's about to steal a base, but.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for the call, Bill. Yeah, it's the Yankees, they make you scratch your head. They make you want to scratch your eyes out. They make you, they got to figure it out, man. They got to figure it out. This next game, game 2, must win. Or we're gonna be having the that long one tomorrow, that end of the season is gonna be tough. And it's gonna be all negative, and that's not how they gotta go out here. They gotta figure it out. They gotta at least force a game 3. And then anything happens in that game 3. Let's go to Ron in Flatbush on the fan. What's up, Ron?
Yes, sir. I think that it was a bad matchup. I really did. I do think that if they won the division, I think it was a cakewalk with Toronto and with Seattle. And I knew this would happen because they had the hammer. And the hammer is no joke. And I think it's going to be them Going to the World Series. We'll talk later on that, but
we've seen it before, and not to give the Red Sox the boost and the bump, but we've seen the Red Sox get hot every few years. We've seen them around this time of the year just do what they got to do to win, and then next thing you know, we're barely watching the World Series. At least me, I can barely watch the World Series with the Red Sox in it because I'm not taking any joy in watching them succeed.
No, this guy here reminds me of the greats, man. He was. I knew the game was going to come down to the 8th and 9th inning. I thought that as long as we was one run, that we had 6 at bats. I had put that in my head, and it came down, to be honest with you. I know you're saying that it's Weaver, but I really do came down to Stanton at bat, and that's why the manager. That's another story. He outplayed us. He had us checkmate because Stanton, even though it was bases loaded, Statman knew that was the at bat.
Of course.
At minimum there, you got to throw that in. You got to hit a fly ball, man.
Former teammates, he's faced him a bunch of times. Chapman had plenty confidence that he could get Stanton out. 4 pitches.
Then he was all right. He was calm because at the end of that, it was lefties coming, and we had nobody.
Jazz and Grisham. Yeah. And that's what I'm talking about with Alex Cora said he had full confidence in Aroldis Chapman. Yeah, I know what moves you can make and won't make, and I know I got you. I know I got you beat already.
But going to this game, bro, listen, it's the wrong mentality. We're going to go to our regular lineup. We're going to score at least 5 runs. I know that's going to happen. But we could get beat 6-5 anyway because I don't believe in that bullpen, Keith. Listen to me. Our starters have been cooking. We got 5 guys right now that all are okay. And an elite guy, and I feel so bad for that starter today. I mean, he was robbed. He was not going to give up nothing in that inning. He would have gotten out of that. I would have given him, even if he gave up a hit, he's the type of guy to get a double play the next batter.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, as I was watching the game, I know we like to forget, but I've gone back to my notes. He had some trouble on the base pass. He was not laboring, but he was getting squeezed where it's like he makes a pitch, and that's supposed to be his pitch, and he's got to go again, and his pitch count is getting up there.
He was going to make that inning.
I would have loved to see it, but I'm telling you what they were considering, right? Cora didn't have much to consider because Garrett Crochet was dominating the Yankees. There were no base runners. There were 17 retired in a row. With the Yankees, Max Fried had to go batter by batter, and I would have liked to see them continue to go batter by batter. But Boone decided after the 6th inning, and he could have said after 6 innings you're done. But he said go get me another batter, and then you're done, which didn't work out. Yeah, it didn't work out because Luke Weaver shouldn't be your first option in any circumstance.
But this is my advice for him going into things. You have Gil, you have Warren, you have guys that are pitching well. To win these 2 games, they're going to score. But I do not trust anybody in that bullpen case. Anybody. I mean, even the closer, the lights are bright now for him. He's a young kid, came from Pittsburgh. Pitch Gil an inning. Warm him up. Get him going just in case Rodon blows up. We need something as a lead tool thing. You don't have to do the tradition. I know you got all these guys.
I don't believe believe Luis Hill is even on the wild card roster. The starters on the wild card roster are Max Fried, Carlos Rodon, Cam Schlittler, and Will Warren.
Oh my God! Then I gotta have Warren available in that game. What if it goes extra innings, which I got a feeling is going to happen in the next 2 games? You got to have Warren ready. I'm just saying these starters are pitching good. Go with these starters as long as you can.
Rodon, 7 innings. Rodon's got to go 7 innings. And then you should be set up there to go Devin Williams and Bednar. Done.
I'm just saying, it would be nice to have Warren ready tomorrow. What if it
He'll be ready, but that I don't know. That Will Warren would be a long man.
Long man, yes. I'd rather him than Yarborough. I'd rather him than you using 3 relievers that are not reliable to get 3 innings.
Yarborough's also, thanks for the call, Ron. Yarborough's also not on the not on the wild card roster. Here's the wild card roster. As far as the arms go, there are 4 starting pitchers: Max Fried, Carlos Rodon, Cam Schlittler, Will Warren. Relief pitchers are David Bednar, Paul Blackburn, Fernando Cruz, Camilo Duvall, Tim Hill, Mark Leiter Jr., Luke Weaver, Devin Williams. J.C. Escarra made the roster as a catcher next to Austin Wells. I'm not panicking to that point of thinking about that. It's Rodon for 6 or 7 innings. And then if you can't get the last 6 outs with Devin Williams and David Bednar, then you don't deserve to win the game. You deserve to see your season evaporate on you. And that'll be all she wrote. Out in L.A., my guy Jonathan on the Fan in New York. What's up, man?
Yo, my guy. Hey, bro. So when the bases were loaded and there were no outs, and then I seen Big G striking out, and then I seen Jazz popping out, and then Trent was, strike one. I started to think, man, it's actually going to be 10 years in a row. Well, 10 years that we get eliminated by either the Astros or the Red Sox. Like, bro, example, Michael Jordan, he got through the Pistons and through the Celtics. Like Manning, he got through Brady and got his Super Bowl. Like LeBron got through the Celtics. When the hell are we going to get through these freaking teams? It's been over 10 years already, my guy.
Probably not with Aaron Boone. And I hate to I hate to do it, but it's obvious. Until they get a different manager with a different feel and different approach, until they let somebody go out there that watches the game and says, okay, this is how I'm going to react to what I'm seeing in the game, then you're not going to be able to overcome these things.
And you know what, man? I'm tired of all this cuteness stuff. This goes back to even 2020 when he put, I think, J.A. Happ or something regarding...
It was David Garcia. David Garcia pitched an inning.
And then last year, man,
J.A. Happ, who had never came out of the bullpen, came out of the bullpen, and it went south.
As soon as I see Ness out of the bullpen, I knew it. And then today with this cuteness crap, I'm done with it. It's
stupid.
I'm fed up, man. But like you say, Keith, we're not done yet. We're not dead yet. We win tomorrow, and hey, look at the Red Sox. They don't even got a pitcher for Wednesday, right? Let's focus tomorrow. If you're going to be at the stadium, my guy, I really hope you get the crowd going. Everyone is rocking.
I do what I can.
We're not dead yet.
I do what I can.
We're not dead yet, man. Yankees in 3, my guy. Let's go.
There it is. The first Yankees in 3 call of the night. Win the next 2. Shock the world, because it seems like the world is already digging your grave, ready to kick you in it. By the first or second inning tomorrow, they're ready to kick this Yankee season into the grave, bury it, celebrate the Red Sox, the team of the 21st century. Here they are again. Katie Sharp reported that the Yankees are 1-9 in their last 10 postseason games versus the Red Sox. 6 of the 9 losses are by 2 runs or fewer. Like, that's annoying. Like, that makes you, like, you don't win those close games against them when it matters. They edge you out by just a little bit. And that's where that game was going the entire night. I'm sitting in there, people, I'm sorry. I like people that can go to the game and they're just happy that this Yankee Stadium postseason, there's no wait for them. I'm in there, I'm listening to Susan, I'm writing notes, I'm looking at the box score, and the whole time I'm just like, yo, that Volpe homer is great. Good for him. That's not enough to beat these guys. Here we go. Luke Weaver's in the game. 11 pitch at bat. Smells trouble. I thought we were going to lose 2-1. Then Bregman tacked on. I was out of there. And I'm literally driving here with my iPhone propped up against the glass and in the car so I don't like crash, so I can see the game. And I'm like, wait. Here we go. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, are they going to come back and win the game? And I had to leave. I'm like, that'd be perfectly fine. I had to get to work. I can't get trapped there. I'm like, I'm watching it right here. I was there. And then in typical fashion, they get everybody out of their seats. They rally. They set you up for failure. They get the bases loaded. And Aroldis Chapman, our old pal, he has the last laugh. He's got a World Series ring. He's got 2 terrible moments in our history against the Rays and against the Astros. And now he's doing it for the arch rival Red Sox who gave him an extension. And, remember, he quit on the team. He quit on the Yankees. He didn't show up because he lost his closer spot to Clay Holmes. And now look at him closing for the Boston Red Sox. Let's go to Javi in Boston. I'm sure he's got something great to add.
Oh, I do. I mean, this is just, I can't sleep. I'm so excited. Anyway, I just want to tell you, how did they ever win that one game? I don't understand it. But in all seriousness, we have the better manager. We have a much more athletic team. I mean, if you ever thought that Stanton was going to get a hit, I mean, if he faced him 100 times, he might strike out 80. If the Yankees don't hit home runs, you can just forget about it. I mean, if you take away Judge, Jones is all right, whatever. And, by the way, I'm just letting you know, the Red Sox absolutely cream a guy by the name of Rodin, who's pitching tomorrow. And don't count out another thing. You didn't even see our set.
All right, bro. Chris is in Bridgeport, Connecticut. You're on the Fan. Thanks for the call, Chris.
Hey, what's up, bro? Good morning, man.
Good morning.
Listen, I got a question about the Yankees. I was listening to a Chris Frazier a couple of months ago. Like he said, he comes to work and he doesn't even know who's on the lineup.
Yeah.
Why doesn't the Yankees stick to a lineup like how Joe Torre used to have it? That it's everyday players.
Tale as old as time. I mean, this lineup was out with Jack Curry the night before. This is what they do. I think they think so much. Sometimes if you don't just do what you naturally do and you think too much and you overthink things, you're going to make the wrong decision. You know what they say? If you want to make the wrong decision in life, get everybody's opinion on it. Maybe they should just let Aaron Boone write the lineup out and then roll with that. But I feel like they got a bunch of guys in a room that are writing things and they're doing their Moneyball thing and they're coming up with, and they're pounding the table and they're like, but Ahmed Rosario has 6 for 9 with a homer and a double against Crochet. Sit Jazz and put him at second base.
Yeah, I have another one, too. I have a prediction, man, that I'm feeling that Rodon's going to go 6 innings, and then here comes Boone. He's going to put Leader in, and boom, there goes the game.
Yeah, I hope not. Thanks for the call. Lighter, I hope he doesn't add any lighter fluid to it. And I believe in Carlos Rodon. I feel like this moment is made for Carlos Rodon. I feel like this is what he's here for. This is the year Carlos Rodon has to stand up for the Yankees, and I think he will. I don't know, that other caller was talking about, they cream. What the hell? The Boston cream. Had to let Buddy go. He said, I'm so excited I can't sleep. Go to bed. Go to bed. Dirty Water Dead Sox. Congrats. You won the first round of Boonie Ball. Let's see what happens in Game 2. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Thanks, everybody, for calling. C-Mac is coming up next. I'll be listening, call his show, and talk to C-Mac about the Yankees as we get through this night and get to Game 2. Yanks in 3. I'm out of here. I'll see you at the stadium. Good night.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN New York.
It's BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2 on the Fan. 101.9 FM.
They did not want to lose, but their desire to win, their desire to forge through and fight through any impediment that came their way, it was non-existent.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Salicata here, and wow, are we thrilled with the incredible job CertaPro Painters did on our house. So clean, so efficient, they actually listened to us and even satisfied my wife, which, as you know, isn't easy. If you've been putting off painting because of the economy or tariff worries, don't. Painting your house is the easiest and most efficient way to protect and raise your home's value. Do what we did. Call CertaPro Painters today.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always go the extra mile when you're hurt in a car accident. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Why do you go to Princeton Longevity Center?
We go to Princeton Longevity Center because my husband's cardiologist told him having this exam saved his life.
Because somehow 20 turned into 40, and now I need to take my health more seriously. The Princeton Longevity Center designed a program to keep me healthy and active, so 50 and 60 will be no sweat.
Because even though my cholesterol is high, it turned out my arteries are clear. That's a big relief.
Whether you want to make the most of your future years or just want peace of mind, you need the Princeton Longevity Center. Their comprehensive preventive exam combines the latest technology with caring experts to create your personal plan for staying well.
Because I shouldn't have to wait an hour for a 10-minute physical. I go to Princeton Longevity Center because I get everything done in one day and take my results home with me.
Find out why you need Princeton Longevity. Call 888-8000-PLC or go to PrincetonLongevityCenter.com. Call 888-8000-PLC. That's 888-8000-PLC.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Wake up with Boomer and Gio. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 2 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Dr. Jay Shaw at Samuel Institute for Pain Management. Visit samuelpain.com. Red Sox the upper hand. They erased the Yankees 3-1, wasting a monster effort from Max Fried, who didn't allow a run over 6 1/3 innings.
Yeah, it's a tough one, especially when he comes out there, does his job, kind of keeping their offense at bay for a while. Now you got to pull away at those wins, but we just couldn't. We got the one run early, but we got to be able to put a couple more runs in there and kind of put them away, especially when he's on like that.
Aaron Judge, who had a couple of hits. Anthony Volpe, a solo shot in the second, but the Bombers didn't get another hit off Garrett Crochet until Volpe singled in the 8th. 17 straight retired as Crochet struck out 11 over 7 2/3 innings, a one-run ball. Luke Weaver allowed the go-ahead 2-run single to Masataka Yoshida in the 7th. Alex Bregman, a huge insurance ribby double in the 9th. As the Yankees loaded the bases, nobody out in the 9th, but a Aroldis Chapman settled down to notch the 4-out save, and just like that, the Yankees find themselves in a do-or-die situation.
We've been playing these type games for a while now. We've been playing with a lot on the line seemingly every single day. So tonight was a great baseball game that, we just couldn't get that final punch in. So we'll be ready to go, and I expect us to come out and get one tomorrow.
Carlos Rodon will try to set the tone against Brian Bayo. Coverage here on the Fan, streaming on the free Odyssey app, begins 5:25. Elsewhere, Shohei Ohtani, Teoscar Hernandez each went deep twice. Dodgers pound the Reds 10-5. Tigers edge the Guardians 2-1 as Tarek Skubal gave up a run over 7 2/3, struck out 14, and the Cubs bounced the Padres 3-1. 64 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports on WFAN 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS at Paramount Plus.
Yes, sir! Yes, sir! 203 on the Fan. McMonigle here with you on this lousy, crummy Wednesday morning. It is Wednesday, isn't it? I have no idea. 888-808-1019. We got Fleegs on the other side. Marco's back there, too. And we got you till 5 o'clock at 888-808-1019. And obviously a disappointing outing, a disappointing performance, and a disappointing game number one as the New York Yankees fall to the Boston Red Sox 3-1. A lot to get into. A lot about the opening lineup. A lot about decisions made during the game. I know we want to blame Boone, and I think it's fair to blame him for some things. Some things I don't know. We'll get through it. But let's start with what the main problem is with this game. Let's be totally honest. The main problem is the same thing that has been the main problem for the New York Yankees throughout their postseason history dating back for forever. The offense didn't come through. Now, yes, it's against a dominant starting pitcher in Crochet. A dominant starting pitcher. One of the best in the game. And particularly against the left-handed pitcher, the Yankee lineup, which we'll get into the different things that they did to start the game. This is not their best lineup. We get it. Whatever the lineup they put forth against the tough lefty, it's a tough matchup. We knew this going in. This is why the New York Yankees wanted to win the division. That's why us Yankee fans were fearful, myself included. As much as I was confident in the series, and guess what? Still am. I always said the toughest matchup for the New York Yankees was a 3-game series against the Boston Red Sox. Never hid from it, never changed it. Obvious. Garrett Crochet has now pitched 5 times against the New York Yankees, and you watched him. He is a unbelievably talented pitcher. And he shut this lineup down after in the first inning and the 9th inning against Chapman. That's where they lost this game. We could talk, and we will, about the bullpen decisions that Aaron Boone made, but in the first inning, they get the first 2 guys on. You get Goldschmidt with a single. You get Judge with a single. They have an opportunity. I know it's cliche. We say it all the time. If you're going to get to a pitcher like Garrett Crochet, if you are going to get to him, you have got to do it early. And they have the first 2 guys on base. They have Bellinger coming up, the one lefty in the lineup you feel good about, facing another lefty, including, obviously, Crochet. He does nothing, and then Giancarlo Stanton, who I have to own it. I have talked about the great playoff prowess of Giancarlo Stanton, and I don't think this one game necessarily changes that narrative because he's been so good for so long in so many games, but last night he killed them. Last night he absolutely killed them. He hits into the double play in the first inning, and that was really it. Now, yeah, you get the Volpe home run, and we got to talk about playoff Volpe, but that first inning, and to have the building rocking, knowing that if you can get to him early and give Fried a lead and see if you can put up a crooked number against him early, and to have first and second and then strike out double play from your 3-4 hitters. That was a devastating first inning, and you can feel it. You could feel it. And then I know Volpe gets the home run in the second inning. The Yankees take the lead. Max Fried is dealing in the beginning of the game, and maybe you feel good. But the entire game, I am in the back of my head thinking, one's not going to be enough, and it's clear that this dude's locked in. Clear he's locked in. They had a chance in the first inning and didn't come through. They get the ninth inning. We know what happened in the ninth inning. They get the bases loaded. 3 consecutive singles against Chapman, who had to come in and get the final at bat of the eighth. He comes out for the ninth. Fastballs down the middle. 3 consecutive singles. Bases loaded. Nobody out. And this offense can't come through. And we'll get to all the different ramifications. And let's not many people have talked about this. The Bednar run that is given up in the ninth is a killer because that bottom of the ninth is completely different if it's only one run. You pinch run for Goldschmidt there. You probably test Abreu in right field on the fly ball from Jazz to try and score that run. But because it's 2 runs, you don't pinch run for him, and you don't attempt to make that run. There's no point. The complexion of that entire inning is different with a 1-run deficit as opposed to a 2-run deficit. That run in the ninth inning was killer. But ultimately, before we get into all the other stuff, let's just make it clear for me what lost this game. It's the same thing that's been losing them games consistently in the playoffs, dating back to the first time they lost to the Boston Red Sox in the postseason, 2003. They did not score. They had 2 opportunities, and that's all you get sometimes against a great pitcher and against a really good bullpen and a closer like Aroldis Chapman. You get 2 opportunities in this game to come through, and both times they failed miserably. They failed miserably. Weaver failed miserably. That's where this game is lost. There are questionable decisions made by the manager we're going to get to right now. There are questionable decisions about the lineup we're going to get to right now. But let's just, as we start the open, before we take your calls at 888-808-1019, let me just tell you what I view as the reason they lost this game. They lost this game because the offense had 2 great opportunities to score runs, and they didn't do it. 1 run is not going to be enough. It's just not. That's why they lost. Weaver blew the inning. And I know we're going to get to that decision, but Weaver blew the inning. That is not a spot a bullpen guy can come through on. And it's fair to criticize the manager. It's fair to say you want to have the starting pitcher in Max Fried, who is obviously pitching well in this game, to ride with your ace. Absolutely fair. I'll give you my perspective on it. We may differ, but it is a absolute fair second guess. I had it in the moment. We all had it in the moment. Even if you somewhat agreed with it, and I do somewhat agree with it, that is a fair criticism. It doesn't matter. Weaver came in the 7th inning with the 8-9 hitters up and 1 out and nobody on. He has got to get 2 outs, let alone none, before giving up 2 runs. Even giving up 1 run is acceptable. That's on Weaver. It's on the offense. That is who I blame for this loss last night. Now let's get to everything else. The lineup to start the game. When I saw it, 2 things jumped out at me. Or really 1 thing jumped out at me. The one questionable decision in my mind is Jazz Chisholm. That's it. As great as Ben Rice is, and people keep saying it. Like I hear everybody saying, you got to play your best players. I don't understand. You got to play your best players. Well, you got to do this. You got to play your good. Like even Keith, I heard callers, you got to play your best players. But, Goldie was good. Yeah. Like Rice didn't play in this game because Goldschmidt, and for all you old school, number lovers, and you're going to blame analytics for this loss last night, I'm sure. Goldschmidt hits left-hand. I know over the OPS over the last month, Goldschmidt has hit above 300 as a batting average against left-handed pitching this entire season and his entire career. They decided to go with the guy they have trusted against left-handed pitching all year long in Goldschmidt, and he rewarded them with 2 base knocks that set up the 2 innings that they didn't score in, and that I'm blaming the game on. And he also made the play in the 7th inning on the backhand and the toss to Fried to get Duran to start the 7th. I don't think Rice makes that play. So for me, even if you went into it, I have no problem playing Goldschmidt, and we saw why. 2 base knocks, and he played the better defense and made a play I don't think Rice plays. And you can't catch him. And let's be totally honest. Rice caught Max Fried one time this year, and it was just recently. He trusts Wells behind the plate. He pitched with him all year. You are not going to take away your ace's starting pitcher. Your ace's catcher going into the biggest start of the year. It's hard not to start Wells there. It just is. So we could scream to the heavens that, Rice has got to play. No, he doesn't. As great as he is in this particular spot, against this particular pitcher, with Max Fried on the mound, no. Wells has to be your catcher, and I have absolutely no problem with Paul Goldschmidt, and he rewarded the manager with 2 hits and a good defensive play that probably isn't made by Rice. So let's just get there. As great as Rice has been, it's hard to argue that Rice had to be in the lineup. Now, Jazz. Rice has been a platoon player all year. And as the season's gone on, sure, he's earned the right to play more because that's how good he's been offensively. But he has been used to being a platoon player. Jazz Chisholm has not played, he has started every game. He has not been a platoon player. He has been out there pretty much no matter who's on the mound at second base. And we saw after the game, and we'll get to it, and how unhappy he was and, not even facing the media while he was answering the questions about not playing in the game. And you could sense that. You could feel that. You knew Jazz Chisholm, 30-30 guy this year, who has been great, 40-40 in the first 162 games of his Yankee career. That was a tough situation to take him out of this lineup. Now, I understand why, because Ahmed Rosario kind of deserves to play. When you're going up against a pitcher the caliber of Garrett Crochet, the guy who has great numbers who you brought here to go against good left-handed pitching, it's hard not to play him either. We've seen this before, and I know it's a different team, and you can tell me whatever. In the early 2000s, do you remember Enrique Wilson starting every game against Pedro Martinez? He had great numbers against Pedro. He played every game. Aaron Boone knows it very well because his ass was on the bench in the 2003 playoffs, and Enrique Wilson was playing third base because he had great numbers against Pedro Martinez. We have seen this before, even if it's a short sample size, 6 for 9 with a home run and a double against Garrett Crochet when you're trying to score some runs. It makes sense to play Rosario. Now, what makes it tricky is you don't believe he's a good enough third baseman to play behind Max Fried, so you don't want to put him at third base, but you want to find a spot for him. You don't want to put him in the outfield because you don't think he's that good an outfield defender, and you want to have good defense out in especially left field with Bellinger. Trying to squeeze Rosario into the lineup, while I understand why he did it, and I think we would all, venture to say he probably was the one right-handed bat that you would want to play, even if you wanted McMahon in the lineup, or even if you wanted, the one guy that you could understand them going to has been Rosario. And if you've watched him with the Yankees, he has hit left-handed pitching really well, and he's come up in every big spot and come through. And, of course, in this game, he does not, but I could understand it. But the not playing Jazz is a tough one. And now that with hindsight and the amount of tough plays that actually went to third base, which weren't many, you probably could have got away with playing Rosario at third for McMahon and just leave it at that. And leave in Jazz, play Rosario at third for McMahon, and just say, you know what, I'm going offense. I'm going defense with my catcher because I need that for my ace. And as many ground balls might be hit at third base, I get it. I'm going to make a decision and go offensive and play Rosario. And if you were going to do that, that's probably now in hindsight the way to go about it, because not having Jazz in the lineup was very tough. Now let's get to the other issues I had a main problem with before we get to the talking point of the bullpen. One of the real bad decisions that Boone made in this game, really the one that is just absolutely disastrous for me, and I heard a caller bring it up. You cannot take out after the 7th inning and Rosario's final at bat of that inning. You know you're going to see, if that spot in the lineup gets up again, it's in the 9th against Chapman. Why would you go to why would you take out Rosario and put Jazz in for defense to try and keep one run a one-run game, and I get it. That's what he was thinking. He's thinking, we're only up 1 run. I can't let it get to 2. I mean, we're down 1 run. I can't let it get to 2. I got to put my best team in there. Rosario just made the last out. Let me put Jazz at second base. He's a better defender. That comes up and kills them in the 9th inning. Kills them in the 9th inning, because as much as we like Jazz, a cold Jazz for his first at bat against Chapman in that spot is not what you want. Rosario against a left-handed pitcher like that is a much better situation. A much better situation. It made no sense in that moment to go defense in the 8th inning and take out Rosario and put in Jazz. It killed them in the 9th. It killed that rally in the 9th. That decision was dumb. You could have, I probably would have played Jazz. I would have, it's tough not to have both Jazz and Rice not in the lineup, and I understand why you can't play Rice. But you can't put Jazz back in if you're going to take him out and set up what you know you're going to need to score runs in the 9th, and you put up a situation where against Chapman, you give him a left-handed hitter in that spot. Brutal. That's a really tough, that's a bad mistake for Aaron Boone. That is a bad mistake for Aaron Boone. That one I have a real problem with. It's just, it doesn't make any sense. You allow Chapman after he strikes out Giancarlo, which again, Giancarlo killed them in this game. After he strikes out Giancarlo, you allow him to have lefty-lefty there. And you didn't put Slater on the roster, so you don't even have someone you could pinch hit for. You decided to keep Escara instead of keeping Slater, or you decided to add Blackburn instead of putting on Slater, and you don't even have anyone you could pinch hit for. That was a terrible mistake. Now let's get to the obvious bullpen decision. I want to make it clear. I am not saying that you had to pull Max Fried in that spot. Going batter to batter with Max Fried in the 7th inning would have made plenty of sense. This is all I'm saying. I'm saying that is on Weaver. He was not put in a position to fail. And going into this, as John Flaherty said in the postgame, as Michael Kay's killing the decision, and listen, I get it. Michael Kay's killing the decision. John Flaherty mentions it. Weaver is a guy they have to trust if they're going to win. In that spot, he has to get those outs. And the one thing that's unfair to me is everybody pointing to Garrett Crochet and saying, look, the Red Sox and Cora stuck with Crochet for 117 pitches. He didn't rush to take him out. That's what a real manager. Let me say something. The difference between the innings from the 3rd inning on, nobody reached base for the Yankees. Garrett Crochet retired 17 batters in a row. 17 in a row, including a 6-pitch 7th inning. And the second Volpe gets on, he allows him to face Wells, and then he gets him out of there. It's not like he's... What if Chapman came in and after allowing Volpe to get the second base because he threw over 3 times, gives up a base hit to Caballero? Are we killing Cora for not leaving Crochet in there to finish the 8th? He threw 17 consecutive outs. They didn't even get a guy on base from Anthony Volpe's home run on. Meanwhile, as great as it was to continue to put up zeros from the ace in Max Fried, who pitched brilliantly in this game, who pitched great in this game, who got out of every single jam, but he got into a jam in every inning. Whether it's because the umpire was squeezing him and he wasn't getting that call in the outside corner. But as you were going through this game, every inning as the Yankees were up, I was comfortably in my chair just going up, and I'm scoring the game because I'm scoring the game. Up, strikeout. Up, ground ball to second base. Up, no, next inning. And while the Yankees are pitching, I've got my heart in my throat because every single inning, Max Fried is forced to throw high-intensity pitches to get out of a jam in every single inning. He gets a runner on the 3rd, 2 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, has to get the double play in the 6th. They bring him back out to get Duran. He gets Duran. And then he goes, instead of going batter to batter, and here's my only problem with going batter to batter. We talk about how we don't trust the bullpen. We don't trust the bullpen. And yeah, because hindsight's 20/20, Max Fried would have stayed in there, and he would have got the next 2 outs. It would have been real easy. And then, of course, Devin Williams would have pitched great, and Bednar would have pitched great, and the Yankees would have won 1-0. I know. Max Fried allowed a base runner in every inning since the third. Max Fried allowed base runners with 2 outs in consecutive innings. The last thing I want in that spot, the very last, is for Max Fried to put on runners and then go to my bullpen for the top of the Boston Red Sox order with runners on. That's the last thing I want. Boone gave the bullpen and gave Weaver 1 out, nobody on, the 8-9 hitters up. We can argue it. You can make a very strong case. Hey, he makes $30 million a year. He's the ace. You got to stick with him until the wheels fall off. If the wheels fall off, I have zero faith in the bullpen getting out of a jam with runners on and the top of the Red Sox order coming up. Zero. Nobody on, 1 out. Weaver needs to get 2 outs. That's the bottom line. We can quibble about whether or not it was a smart move. I'm not trying to stamp my foot and say you had to take him out, you had to bring in Weaver. I understand why you want to lean on your ace. I do. But I feel a hell of a lot worse about this bullpen with runners on, and and Fried put runners on in every inning since the third. Every inning. But this inning, of course, would have been clean. If I'm going batter to batter with him, I don't like the idea of going to Weaver with runners on, or Cruz with runners on, who came in and walked a guy, or Devin Williams with runners on, who walked the first batter on 4 pitches. I want to give the bullpen the best chance to succeed. There's a fine line between riding with your ace, which I get, and also giving your bullpen the best chance to succeed. And the best chance to succeed is with nobody on and 1 out. The bottom line is, he needs to be successful in that spot. Bottom line. And let's be honest. I know if they don't win this game and they don't win this series, there's no ALDS and there's no ALCS and there's no World Series. I get it. There is no tomorrow now. But if Weaver can't be trusted to get those outs, what are they winning? Because you're not going to be happy with a wild card. I'm not going to be happy with a wild card. That's not enough. They have to win the whole damn thing. And if they're going to go through this American League playoff and into the World Series and take on the likes of the Phillies or the Dodgers, the idea that Weaver can't pitch in the 7th is going to make it very difficult. 1 out, nobody on, get the freaking outs. There were mistakes made in this game, and now it sounds like, obviously, Jazz isn't happy, and Boone's going to have to figure that out because he has to get him happy. He has to get him productive and in the right frame of mind for tonight's game. And let me just end with this on the open before we get to your calls at 888-808-1019. This series isn't over. I said it yesterday. I'll say it again. Last night was a more important game. I know they're all important. Game 1 we've talked to about. Everyone's won Game 1. This would have to be the first time ever of a Game 1 winner to lose the series if the Yankees are going to continue. So I'm not saying the game wasn't important for the Yankees. Clearly was. But I felt like it's more important for the Red Sox. They could not afford to lose the Crochet start with a pitching matchup that favors the Yankees in the next 2, including Game 3 if it gets there, where they might be throwing a bullpen game for all we know. Or a young kid in early who would be making, his playoff debut, obviously. And I don't know if I think they just called him up. I think it would be his major league debut. I believe that's the case. Double check that for me. Oh, early pitched a bunch this year, right? Then they just called him up from the minors, though, I read. Doesn't matter. Maybe they sent him down after pitching earlier in the season, right? Okay, I'm sorry. But obviously making his playoff debut and just being called up from the minors for this series. So, the Yankees are still in a position here. 4 September starts. Okay. The Yankees are still in a good position. Rodon has been great. They've won 18 games with him on the mound. He's pitched good starts the last 2 times he's faced the Boston Red Sox. They win this game. If the Yankee offense can wake up, hit bellow, score some runs, Rodon does what he does, they win this game, they have the better pitching matchup for the 3rd game of the series. The series is not over. It's one game. It's a frustrating loss. There were definitely mistakes made, questionable decisions in the lineup, questionable decisions from Aaron Boone. One decision I don't think is questionable at all. I think it's just a hideous one in bringing Jazz Chisholm into the game and allowing that spot to come up in the 9th. It's frustrating, but it ain't over. It's one game. And maybe I'm crazy. I still feel confident. I've seen them pitch well against this Red Sox team. Max Fried, the lefty, just pitched well against this team. I think Carlos Rodon's going to go out there and pitch well tomorrow. This series is not over. Man, oh man, the reaction on it's not over. It's a frustrating loss, no doubt. And there are talking points to be had about this game, and it's frustrating that they were up 1-0 and they had opportunities, bases loaded, nobody out in the 9th, and they can't come through. They got their playoff guy up with the bases loaded, nobody out. And I thought the killer of that at bat from Stanton was the little half a check. It wouldn't even been questioned whether or not it was a check swing or not. And it just on a pitch, 100-mile-an-hour fastball up out of the zone, just hits the bat for a strike one instead of ball one. I thought that killed the at bat for Stanton. But they've got to come through in those moments, man. You can't have bases loaded. And Bednar needs to not give up a run. I feel like that's going to be because the game was already blown with Weaver. If Bednar doesn't give up a run, that 9th inning is completely different. You're able to pinch run for Goldschmidt with obviously the Martian. You can pinch run with Dominguez, and then when the bases loaded at third, maybe you try and tag up to tie the game on that short fly ball from Jazz. That inning is completely different, only down 1 as opposed to down 2. The bullpen failed them. The manager, I suppose you could say, failed them. He didn't help them. And the offense failed them. And they better get it together for tomorrow because obviously this will be the end. 888-808-1019. Let's get to a call quick before we take the break. Let's get you guys involved here. We got you till 5 o'clock. Freddie in California. What's up, Freddie?
Freddie from Tampa, Florida.
I'm
but
sorry.
Anyways,
I said California. What'd I say?
You said Tampa. Well, Tampa, Florida. Listen, I agree with what you're saying. What's a perfect storm, right, in baseball, right? You're in the ninth inning, right? Nobody out, bases loaded, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is what happens in the 9th inning. Luke Weaver wasn't hiding nothing. He looked like the city of Troy when they killed the wrong Achilles, and they were writing him off. I mean, he just look. It looked like he couldn't find no strike zone. Sorry to say, I'm not saying Major League Baseball pitchers are scared, but he looked very scared. And if today a coach dies on his sword, it could be Aaron Boone. Okay. But I got to tell you,
I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about, but let me just say this about Aaron Boone. He needs to win this series. I don't disagree. I will tell you, I don't necessarily think he did anything crazy with taking out Fried. I don't think it was that crazy. You can make a case to leave him in, of course. I'm not an idiot. You can make a case to keep in Fried, a strong case. With the previous innings, he lost control of the outside corner. There was multiple pitches in those 4th, 5th, and 6th innings where he could not find the outside corner. All game those last couple of innings, he was making non-competitive pitches trying to hit the outside corner on right-handed batters. He lost a little bit of his command. He was in jams every single inning from the 4th, 5th, and 6th. He got that out, 102 pitches. Weaver's got to get those outs. That's how I feel. But that's not to say that there's something to be said about every time he makes a decision, or a lot of times he makes decisions in these games, they turn out to be the wrong ones, even if I can justify them. Like, bottom line are results. It's a results business. When he decides to involve himself and make decisions, they happen to tend to blow up in his face in these playoff games. I can't argue that. This decision, whether I can defend it all day long, it blew up in their face and cost them the game. It's why they lost. Weaver in that spot is why they lost. You might put more of the blame on the manager for putting him in the spot, putting Weaver in the spot. I'll blame more about Weaver for just blowing it up in that spot. It doesn't matter. Weaver was in that spot, and that cost them the game. So ultimately, it's a results business. And the New York Yankees, I'll still say this, are a better roster, a better team, had the better regular season. That's why they're playing the games at home. They shouldn't be even in this position. They should have won the division. But if they lose this wild card to the Boston Red Sox at home, and I deem them to be the better team, and I think the Yankees, I'm sure in the front office feel they're the better team. Like, at some point, Aaron Boone has to win, no matter how many excuses or reasons I find to not blame him. Like, that's just the bottom line. The bottom line is he has to win. And whether or not I can find excuses aren't the right word, because I honestly believe what I'm saying. Whether I can find reasons or not why I'm not going to kill bringing in Weaver, it doesn't matter. That decision cost them the game. And it's eventually he's got to push the right buttons and get them over the hump, because this team's good enough to win this series. Aaron Boone needs to win the next 2 games. I don't think there's any doubt. And if he doesn't, I will be here on the radio telling you it's more than fair and more than willing, and maybe what should happen is Aaron Boone loses his job. I don't know. I certainly won't tell you on the radio here that he can't or that he shouldn't. How can I? He's got to win. He's got to win. This team's good enough to win this series. They got to win these next 2 games. 888, and I still think they can. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Quick break. We'll come back, take your calls the rest of the way as we got you till 5 o'clock right here on The Fan.
Wild card game 1 went Boston's way.
We'll take a 1-0 lead in this best-of-3 series.
Now the Bombers' backs are against the wall as game 2 is a win or lights-out situation.
We've been playing with a lot on the line seemingly every single day. We'll be ready to go, and I expect us to come out and get one.
Catch all the postseason excitement here on your exclusive home for everything New York Yankees. Tune in for game 2, 6:08 tonight. Driven by Jeep, 1019 FM WFAN. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
If you're thinking about popping the question, don't overthink it. Go where generations of New Yorkers have gone. HL Gross Jewelers in Garden City. These guys have been in the diamond game for over 100 years. 5 generations of helping people find the perfect engagement ring. No pressure, no games, just the best prices, real education, and one-on-one honest service you want when you're making a big decision. Don't make the ring buying experience stressful and trust HL Gross in Garden City. Visit online at hlgross.com.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Chris McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Got you till 5 o'clock, 888-808-1019. I do want to clear something up because a couple people hit me up when I said it's never happened before. I said no team has ever lost game 1 and then ended up winning the series in this new format. Technically, I suppose that's not true because in 2020, it happened twice in that playoff. But they went back to the regular wild card in 21. Since it's been instituted as a full-time new way of running the playoffs, which has only been since 22, it has never happened. But it did happen twice.
There were also 8 teams in each league made the playoffs that year because of the COVID shortened season. Yeah. So technically, it's not even the same exact format.
Correct.
So you were right.
Right. So in this format of postseason, which, yes, they had a wild card series in 2020 of 3 games like this, but yeah, it doesn't really count. It was a COVID thing. More teams made the playoffs.
So everybody was in a wild card.
There were no buys. Everybody was in the wild card. This particular playoff format that they are playing right now, no wild card team has lost game 1 and come back to win the next 2. And in fact, only the Mets have been involved in series that have been forced to game 3. So there are a lot of sweeps. Tonight's obviously a big game, but if the Yankees win tonight, I think you'd have to be pretty confident that they can win game 3. Go out there and win a game. Go out there and win a game and you retake control of the series. That's it. Go out there and do it. 888-808-1019. Let's get to the calls. Jeff in Long Island. What's up, Jeff?
How you doing, Chris? Good morning.
How are you? Good morning.
I wish I was better. But let me start off by saying that I'm tired of watching Aaron Boone get outmanaged in these playoffs and World Series, especially against Alex Cora. I mean, just think about this. Yeah. They go into this series knowing we watch the games all year. We talk about it on the radio. Everybody always says the Yankees don't have a bullpen that they can trust. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. I'm riding
I hear you.
My pitcher until he can't get anybody out.
And then what happened? Yeah, but I get it.
I'm not waiting. I'm not sitting around waiting for Luke Weaver to be able to get anybody out. We've seen for months now that he can't get anybody out.
That's
Why
not
go
true.
to him? When was the last time he got somebody out this season?
I don't know. His last 1, 2, 3 2/3, 4, 5 innings of scoreless baseball. So the last 5 innings of the season.
Let me just move on to my next point that I want to point out.
Yes.
Why is it that every team that we play in the playoffs has a strategy of taking extra bases on the
Well, that's
Yankees?
true, too. And I didn't mention that in the open. You're 100% right. That is a huge circumstance in the game when you get the base hit. there from Sogard, and he takes second base on Judge's arm look. That's an issue right now. I've watched it a bunch. I wouldn't say Judge was lazy getting to the ball, but, I mean, could he have done it any better? Possibly, but we know Judge doesn't have an arm. Judge doesn't have an arm right now. It's not the Red Sox, not anybody else. They're going to take the advantage of Judge's arm. Judge is injured, and the arm strength isn't there. He threw the ball 73 miles an hour. When he's right, he throws it 85, 90. They know it. Everybody in baseball knows it. Judge is out there playing hurt, and they took the extra base. And again, I don't know what, Alex Cora had a guy on the mound who got 17 batters in a row. I can't promise you this because I can't see the future or see an alternate universe. I'm not Doctor Strange, so I don't know how it would have worked. But I feel pretty confident in saying if Max Fried retired 17 batters in a row, that Aaron Boone would have let him finish the seventh. He didn't retire 17 batters in a row. He had runners on in every inning from the third inning on. Those two performances are not the same. I don't know how Alex Cora outmanaged. They got the big hit with runners on. The Yankees didn't. If Giancarlo Stanton puts one in the seats in the ninth, did Aaron Boone outmanage Alex Cora? Because he had the right-hander up against Chapman, and because of the alignment that the Yankees had, he went straight to Chapman and pitched him in the eighth. And because the up and down, extra up and down from Chapman led him to have a bad ninth, would we all sit here and go, wow, did you see the trap that Aaron Boone led for Alex Cora? He had the lefties in there with the batting lineup, so that instead of going to their normal eighth inning guy, they went straight to Chapman because he wanted to keep the lefties in. And look, he had to get up in the eighth. He had to get back up in the ninth. He didn't have his good command. They got 4 straight hits against them, and Stanton, the right-handed hitter, put one in the seats. Wow, Aaron Boone just completely managed circles around Alex Cora. Is that what we would say? Alex Cora's team won the game. Yoshida came in and got the hit. Weaver sucked. Chapman got 3 on in the ninth. He almost blew the game. He didn't. Does that make Alex Cora a better manager? I'm not saying Alex Cora isn't a better manager. Alex Cora has won a championship. Alex Cora's his teams in the biggest of moments have played better against the Yankees than the other way around. I'm not trying, but this whole thing of oh my God, he managed circles around him. Why? Because his team came through with the big hit. What about this? The Yankees made a decision on the lineup. Alex Cora had nothing to do with that. Alex Cora managed his team just fine. And again, I'm pretty damn confident that if Max Fried, even at 100 pitches, had an easy armchair performance of getting 17 consecutive batters and never having to pitch out of the freaking stretch, he would have let him go longer, but he didn't. He didn't. He gets a runner on in the third. He gives up a base hit to Sogard in the third. He gives up a walk to Narvaez, again with 2 outs. Walk to Narvaez, double to Eaton. Then he has to strike out Duran on a full count, 8-pitch at bat where he gets him to swing on a pitch outside of the zone. Then in the 5th inning, he gets 2 outs, again, walk, single, then he gets Bregman to ground out. Then in the 6th inning, another walk. He had put runners on in every single inning since the 3rd, and particularly in the 4th and 5th, did it after he got 2 outs. It's easy to say, I'm riding with him until the wheels fall off. What if the wheels fall off and now you got to trust the bullpen with the wheels falling off? That's the last thing I want is 2 runners on because I've chosen to give Max Fried a chance, and now I got to bring the bullpen in. It's the 7th inning. Max Fried did his job. The bullpen has to do theirs. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. Jason in Waterbury. What's up, Jason?
Hey, Chris. Chris, good to talk to you as usual, bro.
You,
hey, Yeah, always, man. Listen, as much as I like you, I got to disagree. And you know what? Sure. I tell you, right? You and Evan, you guys, I compare you guys because, like, Evan tries to make the NBA today what it was 20 years ago, and it's not even close. You try to make baseball what it was 20 years ago, and it's not even close. And this is why this Aaron Boone, he completely wrecks the game by coming out and taking Fried out of the game. He had no business doing it. There's nobody on base, bottom of the order. Mm-hmm. And then another foolish move by him is you bring a righty in. You got 2 RBI guys for the Red Sox that could drive runs in, 2 lefties, and Lowe and Yoshida. You got those guys lurking. You get Weaver to put guys on base with the 3-batter minimum, and then guess what? With those guys in scoring position, you got Yoshida, who he pinch hits for, who's a great hitter. He missed 100 games this year, but the guy's a great hitter. And what do you think's going to happen? He's going to pinch hit Yoshida.
Yeah,
this is not
but again,
he could get out so he could go I think 3 rounds extra.
I think part
you got to have your ace.
Wait a second.
He's got to get the out.
I think part of the reason that Weaver comes in for the bottom of the order is he's hoping he pinch hits the left-handers. Weaver has better numbers against lefties. Weaver and that changeup have better splits against the lefties. Like they're not afraid of Weaver pitching against lefties. Tim Hill is the only lefty in this bullpen. Do you know why? Because they feel confident about Devin Williams and Weaver's changeup against left-handed pitchers. Against left-handed hitters. How many times you watch the Yankee games? How many times does Michael Kay say, these teams keep pinching left-handed guys against Weaver. They're playing into the Yankees' hands. Weaver is much better against left-handed hitters. His changeup plays against lefties. He's supposed to get Yoshida out. Pinch hitting Yoshida isn't some magical plan that, oh my God, nobody saw that coming and Alex Cora pulled a rabbit out of his hat. Weaver gets out lefties. He knows when he brings them into the bottom of the order, there's a chance that's when he decides to pinch hit his lefties. He knows that. He gets out lefties. His splits are better against lefties. That's part of the reason he went for that lane. And that's why he saved, he had Devin Williams for the 8th because they even like Weaver better against lefties, and he's got Williams for the 9th. The 8th against the right-handed hitters at the top of the order. Weaver has to get the outs. Weaver has to get the outs. Bottom line. And again, I'm just saying, he put on, we're supposed to know he's going to have a clean 8th, a clean 7th. We know he's going to have a clean 7th. We know he's going to have a clean 7th. How can you say that when he hadn't had a clean inning since the 2nd? He hadn't had a clean inning. It wasn't just like, he had a rough 6th. He put on runners in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. He was great. He made pitches when he had to. No doubt. It's 102. He put on runners in every single inning. If he puts on one runner, you're going to Weaver anyway. Give Weaver the clean inning. We say it all the time, and that's exactly what would have happened. It's exactly what we'd be saying right now. If he gives up a double or a walk, and then Weaver comes in and gives up the run, we're going to say, why didn't you just bring in Weaver to start the inning? Or why didn't you just bring in Weaver and give him a clean inning? Why are we putting on our relievers in a tougher spot than they have to be? That's what we'd be saying. They blew the game. Mike in Jersey City. What's up, Mike?
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. I'm in the Bronx, though.
I'm sorry. Something's up with you're the second person to tell me you're in the wrong place. But I got it as Mike in Jersey City here.
Yeah, I'm in the Bronx. Without due respect, though, Aaron Boone blew this game. He blew this game.
Mm-hmm.
I've been watching baseball for almost 40 years.
Yep.
He blew this game. This is a player. This is not a regular. It's not just ordinary regular game.
Say that one more time.
If you are starting pitcher,
yes,
your opponent leg on the fire. Don't let them go. Leave him until everybody knows he can't go any further. You see, let me tell you, the Red Sox were praying. All they are praying was to take this guy out. And it's like God answered their prayer when he takes this guy out. And the moment he takes this guy out, I tell my son, this game is over.
Yeah, I know. I get it. And we say that every time he goes to the bullpen, but we don't remember the times where we were wrong and we go, I guess the game wasn't over.
I'm from the Bronx.
Yeah.
My girlfriend used to work with the Yankees in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
I used to be in Yankee Stadium almost every day.
Mm-hmm.
I watched Yankee game from the beginning to the end. My family, they all know that.
No, I get it. I get it, Mike. You're a good Yankee fan. I get it.
And I was very, very disappointed.
No, of course. I'm disappointed. We're all disappointed. I just happen to be more disappointed in the player who can't get outs of the 8-9 hitter with one out and nobody on. I'm more disappointed in Weaver than I am the manager who put him in. That's the only difference. We're all disappointed. I'm more disappointed in the player who didn't perform. That's who I'm disappointed in. I'm disappointed in the guy who was given as good a situation as you could possibly be put in. A clean inning where all you need is 2. Against the bottom of the lineup. You cannot ask for a better spot to be put in as a bullpen guy. Can't be asked to be put in a better spot. I'm more mad at him. I understand the argument to stick with Fried. All I'm telling you is I would have been more scared, more nervous if Fried puts a runner on, and you know you're not letting him do more than that. You know that. Even you, like, if he puts a runner on at 106, 107 pitches, you're going to let him continue? What does he have to do? Give up the lead? It's a one-run game. What would he have to do to be taken out of the game? Give up a home run? Give up 2 runs? Like, what does he have to do? If a runner gets on, he's coming out. I would be much more afraid if Weaver or whoever has to come in with runners on. I want to avoid that if I can. Sorry, that's just how I feel about it. I would not have complained. I wouldn't be up here saying, "Oh my God, you got to take out Fried and put in Weaver." Like I just don't think it's a slam dunk. I think the bullpen guy was put in a position to be successful. And everybody says, "Oh my God, his ERA in his last 7 starts." The ERA in his last 7 starts, 7 appearances ago, he gave up 5 runs. Since then, he hasn't given up a run. Weaver has to be trusted. Otherwise, they're not going anywhere. Weaver has to be trusted. And the last time he faced Boston, he blew him away. If you remember, he came into the game and he faced 2 batters and he struck them both out. And got the hold. I mean, I'm just saying, I get it. Stick with your ace. It's a strong argument. Strong argument. Weaver's capable of getting 2 outs. Bottom line. And he needs to get them. Robbie in Phoenix. What's up, Robbie?
Yes, this is what I've been saying for years and years. The evidence is clear. Aaron Boone is a terrible manager. Mm-hmm. You don't take out your ace. Why are you so quick to go to Weaver? Why?
It's not so quick. It's
he was
the
pitching
7th.
a great game. You go with your ace. This is not June.
No, it's not June. I get
playoffs.
it. It's the playoffs, no doubt. He lost the outside corner, and he had a rally in every inning, pitching high-stress pitches from the 4th inning on.
Do.
I understand that, but he put on base runners in every inning from the 3rd. So even if he puts on a base runner, you're sticking with him. At what point would you take him out?
I am sticking with him than anyone in this bullpen. That's
so what?
He
just pitches 9. No matter 160, 170 pitches, whatever it takes, he's going 9.
I don't care.
Okay.
Because this bullpen stinks mostly.
Uh-huh.
I mean, let me tell you something. They win in spite of Aaron Boone.
Of course they do.
Aaron Boone loses games.
Absolutely.
Aaron Boone
loses, the players win. 100%. That's the way it goes. The players win, Aaron Boone loses. No, you literally just said that. What bad position did he put a player in tonight?
First of all, he should have.
What bad position did he put a player in tonight?
He should have played.
You just said he puts his players in bad positions. What bad position did he put a player in tonight?
Not tonight. He did it.
Okay, he didn't tonight. You can't tell me 2 out, 1 out, 8-9 hitters in the 7th is a bad position for Weaver. You can't tell me that. If you were on top of it, you could have said Jazz hitting against Chapman in the 9th. That's a bad position. That's a bad position. That's a bad position. That was to me, that's his worst move. The worst move is after Rosario makes the last out of the 7th, he puts Jazz in the top of the 8th back at second base. Now, I understand, you figure you're in a decent enough position if you get back to the 9th. I don't know. It's a one-run game. You want to keep it a one-run game and not give up another run. You want your best defense out there. I sort of understand it, but it kills them. It doesn't make sense to me. You have Rosario in there to hit left-handed pitching. That's why you sat Jazz. That's why you texted him the night before, and we'll get to Jazz being all upset. But that's why you texted him. That's why you played Rosario. You have him there to face left-handed pitching, and particularly tough left-handed pitching. And you can argue that Chapman, along with Crochet and Skubal, this year have been the 3 toughest left-handed pitchers in the sport. Why on earth, knowing that Chapman is the Boston Red Sox closer, why would you take out Jazz, or why would you put back in Jazz and have the 9th inning with bases loaded, 1 out, be the spot where Jazz gets his first at bat of the game? Terrible decision. 100% on Boone makes no freaking sense, and it hurt them in the 9th. Absolutely. That is a bad call from the manager. Bad call. And other people seem to be upset about not pinch running for Goldschmidt, because pinch running for Goldschmidt makes no sense down 2. Why would you do that? He's not the game-tying run. He's a meaningless run. He's a meaningless run. Nobody's going to score on the base hit from Bellinger anyway, because you're not sure if it's going to land. And who cares about tagging at third? Down 2. Who cares? If they tie the game, I want to have the option of still having Goldschmidt at first base and not having to use Rice as my replacement at first base and taking his bat out of a possible pinch hit situation. It made 0 sense to pinch run for Goldie. I'm seeing it all over the place. Why doesn't he pinch run for Goldie? Because it makes no sense. 888-808-1019. Quick break. We'll come back after the update. Continue to take your calls all the way to 5 o'clock right here on The Fan.
It's Evan and Kiki. Afternoons on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
Tell you one thing you can do right away, since you're a billionaire, don't raise ticket prices on a single person next year. You had 3 million suckers walk through the door this year, and they got rewarded by being punched in the face.
Listen to Evan and Kiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
At Hanover Bank, we're more than just your bank. We're your neighbor. Our decisions are made locally by people who live and work right here in your community and who understand what matters most to you. And your deposits, they stay local, benefiting the businesses, homes, families, and futures that make our towns thrive. We believe in true relationship banking, individual service, and commitment to community. Visit HanoverBank.com to learn more today. That's HanoverBank.com. Hanover Bank. Forward together.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
This is Alex Shulman. And this is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you when you're injured at work. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. We'll always go the extra mile for you. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-351-4596. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596.
Talk Yankees and Mets all season long. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 3 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Yankees had their backs firmly up against the wall on the verge of elimination after falling to the Red Sox 3-1. Max Fried, brilliant. 6 1/3 innings of scoreless baseball, scattered 4 hits with 6 Ks. But Luke Weaver coughed up the go-ahead 2-run single to Masataka Yoshida. But why did Aaron Boone decide to pull Fried with the bases emptied, 1 out in the 7th and 102 pitches?
I felt like he kind of cruised through the first few, and obviously he ends up pitching great, but I felt like he had to work pretty hard, and I was going to have the 6B at the end, but once we finished with the double play, I wanted him to go out and get Duran, and then felt like we were lined up.
Garrett Crochet dominated, struck out 11 over 7 and 2/3 innings of 1-run baseball, retired 17 straight at one point, from the Anthony Volpe homer in the 2nd to his single in the 8th. Alex Bregman, an RBI double off David Bednar in the 9th for a big insurance run, as the Yankees actually loaded the bases off Aroldis Chapman, 3 straight singles to begin the 9th, but unable to push anything across.
Goldie starts it off with a great at-bat, drive one to right. I'm just trying to follow suit. Don't try to do too much. Put the ball in play, especially with our lineup. Just kind of keep the train moving, and couldn't pull away with 1 there or 2 to tie it. But I'd like us getting a little chance to see Chapman there, and we'll be seeing him over the next 2 days, that's for sure.
That's Judge, who had a couple of singles and 4 at-bats. Bombers will now turn to Carlos Rodon in a do-or-die situation. Game 2 tonight against Brian Bayo. Coverage here on the Fan, streaming on the free Odyssey app, begins 5:25. 2 homers, Shohei Ohtani and Teoscar Hernandez. Dodgers led up the Reds 10-5. Tarek Skubal tied a Tigers franchise record with 14 Ks, led Detroit over Cleveland 2-1, and the Cubs bounced the Padres 3-1. 63 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Have something to say? Dial us, 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
All right. Put the mic on. 306, McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Look, while we're all killing Boone, and let's be fair, if you're actually listening, as am I. As am I. Just not for the big one that all of you want to kill him for. But I mentioned the Jazz one. I forgot another one. Wells in the eighth inning. You have got to pinch hit Rice in that spot. You get Volpe, obviously comes through with the hit against Crochet, which we'll talk about Anthony Volpe. Let's be honest. The only run in the game, 2 hits. He forces Chapman to kind of lose it and gets to second base. He made every single play. Anthony Volpe's the best player on the Yankees today, outside of Max Fried, obviously. And Judge came through with 2 big hits, and so did Goldschmidt, but Volpe hits the home run. Volpe's the best offensive player on the team today, if you can imagine that. But in the 8th inning, with 1 out, Volpe gets the hit. He gets to second base. And Wells is up there. Was it before Wells? I think it was before Wells, right? I can't remember now. If he got the second base before or after Wells struck out.
It was after.
It was after the Wells.
Chapman was the one who had the 3 disengagements.
Right. I'm sorry. You're right. Crochet was up. You're right.
So
it was still
Wells
Crochet.
Came up, Volpe on first, 1 out.
Right.
And he ended up being Crochet's last batter.
Correct. Right. So he's Crochet's last batter. He faces him in to face that one lefty. I know it's lefty on lefty against Crochet. I get it. But the reason Wells was in the game is not because he's the better hitter. He was strictly in the game for defense, and particularly, to slow the run game down. Or at least attempt to slow the run game down. But mainly, because Max Fried has made every start but one with Wells behind the plate. You started because you wanted your ace to be comfortable with his battery mate. That's why Wells started, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. I have no problem not playing Rice. It sucks, but unfortunately, that's why the Red Sox were a tough matchup, because Crochet forces this. It's why it's a tough matchup. But you got to play Wells. I get it. I can't imagine anyone really having a problem with allowing the ace starting pitcher to have his guy behind the plate. That's just too important to mess around with. But in that spot, 1 out, runner on first, Wells is already 0 for 2 in that spot. Fried is out of the game. I don't care. I'm down a run. I need to score. I can't worry about controlling the run game or having my best defensive catcher. You have a Skara on the bench anyway. If you really feel like you want to just go let Rice get the hit and then bring in probably a pinch runner, right? If Rice gets the hit, you bring in a pinch runner, and then you can go to the Skara as your catcher. So that's why and that's the other thing too. You put a Skara on the roster. That's exactly why you have a Skara on the roster. You can pinch hit Rice there, who's just the better bat, period, and give yourself a chance to get a hit. Now, does it mean he gets a hit against Crochet, pinch hitting in the 8th? No, it's a tough at bat for a lefty. But still, you got to give yourself the best chance. Rice is the better hitter. He absolutely should have pinch hit. Absolutely should have pinch hit. That was a mistake. He should have pinch hit for Wells. That's another mistake. I think Boone made 2 critical mistakes. He should have pinch hit for Wells with Rice, and he absolutely should have left Jazz out of the game. He should have left Rosario in the game so that in the 9th inning against Chapman, you have a right-handed hitter again up after Stanton instead of 2 lefties to get him out of the inning. 2 critical mistakes from Aaron Boone. Not saying there weren't. 2 critical mistakes. My only point is, when I put a relief pitcher in a position to get 2 outs against the bottom of the lineup with 1 out already, that's a spot Weaver has to come through on. He does. Whatever you think about the thought process, whoever they should have stuck with, he's not going past 7, and Weaver needs to get those outs. Bottom line. That's how I feel. And I did see enough where I really felt that Fried lost the right side of the plate, the left side of the plate against right-handed hitters. He tried to hit the cutter there over and over again, and we saw non-competitive pitches in the 5th and 6th with it. Non-competitive. And he had a runner on in every inning from the 3rd. And that's not to say he couldn't get out of a jam or didn't pitch great. He pitched great. But in that moment, all they're going to do is go batter to batter. And to just assume he's going to have a clean inning when he's put a runner on in every inning since the 3rd, I can't do that. And I don't want to put my bullpen in a position in a 1-run game to have a runner on base already when they come in. That's how I feel about it. Honestly, that's how I feel about it. That's worst case scenario is Weaver coming in with a runner on. Worst case scenario is Cruz coming in with a runner on. Whoever pitcher they decide to go to. Because we agree, there's no Mariano Rivera out there. We all agree. There is no shutdown bullpen. It's a scary bullpen. It's going to be a scary bullpen all the way to the World Series. You're going to have to trust Weaver to win a World Series, and that's all we really care about. I know we got to win this game to get to the World Series, but you're going to need Weaver. I'd rather have him come in with nobody on than to have him come in with a runner on, and it's hard to assume there won't be a runner when he's put one on every inning since the third. That's my only point, man. It's my only point. Let's go to Sean in Yaphank. What's up, Sean?
Yo, what's going on, dude? First-time caller.
Thank you for calling, Sean.
Yeah. Well, okay, so, dude, I was going to ask you why they didn't pinch hit Rice for Wells in that situation with Volpe on, but you already hammered that one down.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good. But I saw maybe one more opportunity where they could have went with Rice, but maybe not because righty-lefty. When they brought in Chapman, they could have perhaps went for Rice over Caballero, and then, obviously threw McMahon in there and took Caballero, took Rice out after the at-bat. He had the defense at third. However, Caballero's been pretty good. So
no, I mean, you could pinch hit him there. It is a right-handed hitter. It's the pinch hitting for Wells is that it's lefty for lefty. You don't feel good about that matchup anyway.
Exactly. Regardless, Wells was already 0-2.
You don't want to take out a right-handed pitcher against Chapman. To face Wells.
But you're hoping kind of for the long ball there, if you're doing any of that. Right.
If they were down multiple runs and you're looking for the home run, but you're just looking for the base hit, or even looking to just get Caballero on to get up to Goldschmidt in the spot, like, you could have pinch hit for Rice there. If he did, I wouldn't have been upset. If he pinch hit for Rice there and made sure he used Rice and gave Rice an opportunity in the eighth inning, even if it wasn't for Wells, it wouldn't have made no sense to me. Like, it would have made no sense to me. Only not that pinch hitting for Caballero, why wouldn't you pinch hit for Wells? Like, that's the only thing that wouldn't make sense for me. Unless he's hoping he goes to Whitlock instead of, you're holding Wells and hopes he goes to Whitlock, which has kind of been their eighth inning guy, but they go right to Chapman considering he's got the two outs. So I guess that's probably the thought, that he saved Rice instead of Wells because he saved Rice for Caballero, because he thought there was a chance that they would go to Whitlock for Caballero, and then he absolutely would spring Rice, but they're not going to do that. He's not going to bring in Whitlock so you can take out Caballero to go to Rice. I think Boone knew that. Either Rice or Jazz in that spot for Caballero, either one. Why would you want that instead of Caballero up? So he was going to either allow Crochet to if Wells gets out, he's either allowing Crochet to finish that inning and face Caballero, or he's going to Chapman. He's not going to let you pull a lefty there. So that's why you got to use him as Wells. That's why you got to pinch hit him with Wells. But if they go to Chapman and he still decides to pinch hit Rice, I wouldn't have been mad at it, but I would have been screaming, why the hell not do it for Wells then? Like, so you pinch hit him for Wells. Nunzio in Cape Coral, Florida. What's up, Nunzio?
Hey, Chris, how are you?
Good. How are you, buddy? Good morning.
I'm good, thank you. Bringing in Weaver in the seventh inning there, his ERA is like 6-something when he comes in the seventh. I'm not even
You are the third person to tell me that Weaver has really bad numbers in the seventh inning. Like, that is completely random. Like, because people say, I'd rather pitch him in the eighth or ninth because he's got better numbers in the eighth or ninth. So you're telling me that it's not necessarily the leverage of the seventh inning. It's just for some reason he hates the number 7. Like, what is the, like, you're the third person to mention that stat. Two people on Twitter and now you. What the hell's the difference? What is ER? It's either late and close, like it's the situation. It's not the seventh inning. Why? Because maybe for some random reason he had 2 really bad outings in the seventh, so his ERA is crazy. That is a complete random, nonsensical stat. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to belittle you, Nunzio. I get what you're trying to say, but I can't imagine putting any real stock into the idea of, I'd rather pitch him in the eighth or ninth. I can't pitch him in the seventh because he's got bad numbers in the seventh. Like, that matters. Like ninth matters compared to other.
Tell you something.
Yeah.
I'm a Mets fan. What these managers, these analytic guys, do they lose their jobs? Like, who are these analytic guys? Don't they go with their gut, the manager, to leave Fried in there, let him pitch?
But see, I hate this idea. What if his gut was to go to Weaver? How do you know what Boone's gut was? That's your gut. Your gut, Nunzio, was to stick with Fried. And obviously, hindsight, couldn't have gone worse. So I wish we would have went with your gut, Nunzio. How do you know what his gut is? Maybe his gut is, I haven't seen Max Fried go over 102. He's lost the outside corner. He's put on base runners in every inning, and the last thing I want is a rally. I'm going to bring in Fried, give them a new look. Right-handed batters against go to Weaver, rather. Give these right-handed batters, instead of the third time against Fried, who's now thrown 102 and had rallies in every inning, I'm going to give him Weaver and give him a different look, and I trust Weave. Maybe that was Boone's gut. (888-808-1019). Oh, look at this. The great Nick Totoro is on the phone. Nick, what's going on, man? How are you? Rough night.
Yeah, really rough night. Really, just I keep going over this game over and over and over. I heard that you didn't have a problem with Boone.
Correct. With the Fried, I have multiple problems with Boone in the game. I have a problem with Boone putting Jazz back in the field in the eighth inning for no reason, which then allows that spot to come up in the eighth instead of Rosario, the right-handed hitter. And I have a real problem with not pinch hitting Rice for Wells in the eighth when Fried's out of the game, and that's the reason why Wells was in the game, to catch Fried. So those two things I have a major problem with. This has been me as a baseball fan. I think he put Weaver in a position to be successful. There's one out. It's the bottom of the order. Go get 2 outs.
Yeah, but it's not the same Weaver as last year, buddy. It's just not the same guy. He doesn't have the same conviction, and his body language, even at his bat, he could not put that guy away. 0-2. Yeah. He could not put that guy. And as soon as that guy got on, you knew they were in trouble. And then once the other guy got a hit, then they had to face the guy that has killed them, this Matsusaka, whatever his name is, guy. Yoshida, whatever, yeah. And I mean, here's the thing. Fried's pitching the shutout, dude.
Yeah.
Let him finish that inning. Let him finish the inning.
Well, let me give you my thought, because listen. I'm not saying that isn't a valid. Like, I think this is debatable. I am not saying, he did the 100% right thing. You got to take Fried out. I get it. I do. But here's my point. One, yes, he's pitching a shutout. He's had runners on in every inning since the third. He has to battle out of multiple runner-on jams in the fourth and the fifth. Like, he's consistently put runners on. At that point, you're going batter to batter with him. I would think even you would say that, Nick. You don't just give him the inning no matter what. You're going batter to batter. How can I be sure that when he's put on a runner in every inning since the third, that I'm going to get a clean rest of that inning? And the last thing I want to do is bring in a Weaver or a Cruz or whoever else out of the bullpen that I don't trust with runners on. I want to give my bullpen a chance to have a clean. He's got 1 out, nobody on, the 8-9 hitters, as opposed to Fried putting a runner on and then having to go to them with a runner on. I'd rather give them the chance to be successful. And I feel like nobody on is the better chance for them, despite Weaver not being what he was last year. I got to trust them at some point. Like, what are the Yankees going to accomplish this year if Weaver is someone I can't pitch?
Well, that's the problem.
That's the problem.
That's the problem. But the problem is, Fried is a better pitcher than Weaver, and I trust I trust. So he had runners on, so he got squeezed on a lot of pitches too. I understand. I mean, from my angle, I don't know.
No, he did.
But if you think about the runners he had on, and none of it was really hard hit balls all night. Nothing.
Agreed, but that doesn't change the high leverage pitch that he has to throw to get out of the jam. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're right. He wasn't giving up hard hit balls, and a couple of them were squeezed. He did kind of lose command of the left side of the plate against right-handed hitters. That outside corner that he was kind of dotting in the first couple innings, he's kind of lost it in the last couple. But it's not even just.
I just think.
I get it.
I just think he deserved to finish that inning.
I get it.
He deserved to win or lose that game. Listen, Weaver this year, for whatever reason, the injury. Maybe his arm, maybe he's a one-hit wonder. I don't know. He's not the same guy. I don't have the same I understand your thinking. 1 out, nobody on. It's a clean inning. I get it, but I don't trust him. I've seen too many times lately where he's.
Right.
I mean, Devin Williams has been better in the 8th inning because he didn't have.
They have Devin
9th.
Williams set up for the 8th.
Yeah, that's fine, but let's get through the 7th, man. At the bottom of the. Let him get 2 more outs, and if he has first and second, I understand. But I just don't like pulling a guy with a shutout.
I get it.
You look at Cora. He was
That's
waiting.
Not the same thing, though. I'm sorry, Nick. This is another one that bothers me here on this because I think your point is absolutely valid. You could absolutely stick with your ace. I think that's completely fair. I just put it more on Weaver than I do the manager's decision, but I get what you're saying. But what bothers me is when you say you look across the aisle and see what they did. He retired 17 consecutive hitters. Like I just told you what Max Fried had done the last few innings, and squeezed a little bit, blue pit here, a walk, but he retired 17 consecutive hitters throwing 100 miles an hour, and Max Fried is pitching out of jams. I don't know, like you were at the ballpark, I'm assuming, right? You're at the game?
Yeah.
When the Yankees are up, did you even get out of your seat? Was sitting there. I score the games because I'm a lunatic and a strikeout. It's the easiest inning. Every time that Fried's on the mound, I got my heart in my throat because every inning there's a big time jam. It's not like they were pitching the same game. I know they were batching zeros, but they weren't pitching the same game from the 3rd inning on.
Well, I mean, but here's the thing: they're different type of pitchers.
Yes.
One guy's a power pitcher.
Right.
One guy, blows you away. Max is more of a pitcher's pitcher. You know what I mean? So he had some traffic. I get you. But he weaved through all of it. And I'm just saying, let him, unless he said, I'm done and I can't go anymore.
Which he did not. He did not. In the postgame, he said after the 6th in the double play, Boone went to him and said, I need you to give me one more. Pretty much that's the conversation. Duran's leading off next inning. I need you to give me one more. And he just said, okay. And then, but when asked in the postgame, he was like, no, I mean, listen, I felt good. I could have given the manager as much as he asked of me, but he only asked me for one more hitter.
Yeah, and then here's another one.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you pitch? And I've said it. A-Rod said it. A lot of people have said it.
Mm-hmm.
Why? It's a no-brainer. One-run game is way different than a 2-run game.
Yeah.
And that guy is a Yankee killer. I know the guy. I'm friends with him.
Bregman?
He is a professional assassin.
Yeah.
You do not pitch to Bregman there. That was so stupid.
Yeah.
Come on.
No,
come on. You don't pitch to him there, buddy. You don't.
I get you. You got Lowe coming up next, the left-handed hitter who smoked the ball in his first at bat. That Judge. I think you had a strike on Bregman at the time. Bregman's been sick and away from the team and hadn't done anything earlier in the game. And they got a single, but a K. He walked in, got a single the last 2 times. I hear you. I think that's questionable with your closer on the mound. Closers typically don't walk guys. They go after guys, and it's a right-handed pitcher versus a left-handed pitcher on deck. But you're not right. You're not wrong with his track record. It's open for debate. I don't think you have to, but it's open for debate. Yeah. And you're right. It changes the entire complexion of the bottom of the 9th. That extra run is a killer because if they have because the minute Goldschmidt gets on, you pinch run Dominguez. There's no need to down 2 because he's not the tying run. You pinch run Dominguez, and maybe with the bases loaded, you score on that Jazz sacrifice fly to right field.
I mean, you know what? You pinch run for Goldschmidt anyway.
No,
that's a no-brainer.
No,
that's a no-brainer. Why?
I disagree with you, Nick. Why are you going to pinch run for him?
Because you want speed.
Why? For a run that doesn't matter. It's a run that doesn't matter. It's a run that doesn't matter. And what if I tie the game and now I don't have him at first base? I got to put Rice in at first base and I lose him as a possible pinch hit in any scenario, in any at bat the rest of the game. There's no reason to. That run doesn't mean anything. That run doesn't. So what? Say you pinch run him Dominguez and Dominguez scores on the sacrifice fly. The Yankees lose 4-2. You feel any better? The Yankees lose 3-2. You feel any better? It doesn't matter.
No, I don't feel any better about that.
No, it doesn't matter. Yeah, there's no reason to pinch run for him.
Not getting one at bat tonight. That's ridiculous.
Nah, it's frustrating.
Not one at bat.
It's frustrating. I have no problem I have no problem not playing him because I think Goldschmidt got 2 hits, and you got to catch Wells if that's what the pitcher's more comfortable with. But I don't disagree. He had to pitch hit for Wells in the 8th inning. Major mistake from Boone. Major mistake. Boone had a couple of real doozies. I don't disagree with you. And again, I think you have a fair argument. Anybody does. You stick with your ace. It's not rocket science. I get it. I just happen to feel that there were signs of him kind of fading a little bit and losing some control. and he's put on runners in every inning. I can't assume he's going to get through that 8th inning clean.
No, you could never assume.
Well,
but sometimes
you
just got to go with a feeling, a gut feeling that you go.
Yeah, but maybe Boone's gut was to go to Weaver.
Do you think it was his gut or it was scripted? Come on. Come on.
What was
script
scripted?
Everything.
What's scripted?
What?
Yeah, I'm because people say that. What's scripted? That Duran's going to lead off the 7th, go out. Like, that's some script if they knew exactly who was going to lead off the 7th and who to pitch in the 8th in the rest of the inning. Like, you don't know exactly how it's going to go. Sure, if he's over 100 pitches and we're in the 7th inning, we like him for this lane and everything. That's absolutely true. But
because Boone made a statement said he was only going to go 6. Why would you say that?
Boone said he was only going to go 6?
Yeah, I heard him say it.
I don't think that was. I don't think that was the plan.
I'm going to let him get one hitter. Why don't you just let him go batter to batter? What do you mean you're going to let him get just one hitter?
Because if you put a runner on, the bullpen's in a tougher spot with a 1-run game. That's why. That's why. You don't have to like it. I hear you. I can understand any Yankee fan who doesn't.
As a Yankee fan, come on, you can't tell me you trust that bullpen.
I don't.
That's what this.
I don't, and I certainly don't trust
argument.
it. I certainly don't trust it with a runner on. That's my argument. I don't trust it with a runner on, and he's put a runner on in every inning, including with 2 outs, multiple times with 2 outs. He gets the first 2 outs, and then he can't get the guys out. He walks and gives up a double. He walks and gives up a single, both times in the 4th and 5th inning with 2 outs. Like, I hear what you're saying.
So what? He didn't give up a run.
I understand that, but then I'm putting Weaver into that position possibly.
Don't put Weaver in at all.
Well, who am I putting in?
Don't put him in at all.
If Devin Williams blows it, you're going to be like, well, at least Devin Williams was good the last 5 outings. You're going to say, Devin Williams has killed us all year. You'll put out a great funny video and we'll all laugh at it. But that's what you're going to say. No matter who blows it, you're going to be mad, Nick. No matter who blows it, you're going to be pissed off and you're going to blame Aaron Boone. Like, that's how it works.
I'm not saying it's all on Boone. I don't know who gives them the orders. I don't know what they do. I mean, and listen, come on, think about it. You think it's all him? It can't all be him.
No, I think
it can't all be him.
No, I don't. I think that decision. I think they talk about what they want to do, and then it's up to Boone to do it. I think the lineup is discussed every day with heavy input from other people, but it's his lineup to write. That's how I think. I don't think anyone's on the phone. I don't think Aaron Boone got a call saying, "Listen, after Fried gets Duran, you go into the bullpen, you go into Weaver." Like, I don't think that's what happens. I think they have discussions, and they do have plans necessarily, but. Again, I put it on the reliever.
At this point, I'm gonna go with my eyes and what I've seen from Weaver, and even you brought up Devin Williams.
Yeah.
Devin Williams has been effective in the 8th inning, a lot more than Weaver has been.
No doubt.
And so, if I can get Fried through 7, then you want to start with Williams in the 8th, so be it. But at least let him finish that inning. Just let him finish that. He deserved to win. Right, why throw him out there? Why bring him out there for one hitter? It makes no sense. It makes no sense.
Because Duran looked bad against him, and he's got it's the lefty batter, and then you have the right-handed guys for Williams, for Weaver. Like,
Come on. Did anybody hit the ball really hard on him all night? I'm telling you, I was there.
No, I know.
It was nothing.
No, I get
nothing. They didn't do nothing. The minute Weaver came in, he couldn't get anybody out.
I
agree.
Out.
And I mean,
agree.
Listen, you got to treat that game like it's a Game 7. This ridiculous 3-game set. This is Game 7. There's no thinking about tomorrow because there is no tomorrow.
Well, now there isn't.
Basically, now they're on life support now.
Yeah, I'm still confident though. I feel good. I feel good about these 2 games. I do. I feel good about Rodon on the mound, and then I don't even know who's pitching for the Red Sox necessarily on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, if you get it to a Game 3, I like our chance.
Yeah,
if you get it, but
Rodon
is
but this was more about the offense, though, don't you think? They got bases loaded, nobody out in the 9th. They got the first 2 runners. Like we could quibble about this argument. 1 run's not going to cut it. Like 1 run's not going to cut it.
I know that, and I mean, listen, that's their MO. They get you all excited, and they don't drive the run in. I mean, when Big G didn't come through there, and he always does. That was the killer.
No, it was a killer.
I mean, how you don't score there is they were jumping on Chapman right away.
Yeah.
And I thought, listen, they got him. They got him a base hit away, maybe from tying, if not winning the freaking game.
Yeah.
So it was disheartening to go down that way, but it just didn't feel right. I don't know. Something in the air just smelled really rotten. It's a really bad loss. I hope you're right. I hope they bounce back.
Yeah, listen, I'm confident in it. Rodon's been great all year. They've won 18 games with him on the mound. They're at home. I know Bello is a good pitcher and has pitched well against the Yankees, but I got to believe in this offense stepping up. Rice is going to be out there. Jazz is going to be out there. Like, let's go score some runs and win a baseball game. They've won 18 of them behind Carlos Rodon. Go get it, and then they're in good position for game number 3. The series isn't over. They lost the game against one of the best pitchers in baseball, completely shut them down.
Yeah. No, I hear you, man. I hear you.
I hear you.
Still,
look, and again, I know I hear what you're saying, Nick, and I appreciate it. And I'm not telling you you're wrong. I'm really not. I'm not telling you you're wrong.
No,
or that.
I get it.
I'm just more on.
There's no right or wrong.
There is a right or wrong. Sometimes in this scenario, as much as I think you could absolutely stick with the pitcher, and I know I'm in the minority. I know I am. I know everybody. Certainly after he gives up the runs, everybody. But
I had a guy sitting behind me was like you. You know, he was sitting there with a poker face and. He was like, he was like, he thought it was the right move, and I didn't like it.
No, I get it.
He had a shutout going. He's your number one. You wouldn't be in this situation if you didn't have him. Let me ask you something. If that was Garrett Cole out there, okay, just for argument's sake, think about it. Garrett Cole, 1 out in the 7.
Yeah.
All right, 99-100. You think Garrett Cole's coming out of that game? No way. No freaking way. No way Cole is coming out of that pitch. Now, Fried, maybe he's not.
Maybe.
He's not as monstrous.
Well, I was just going to ask you, if you think Boone manages, by the numbers or whatever, why wouldn't he take out Cole?
Because Cole might tell him, no, don't take me out.
I mean, maybe Max Fried could have been more, demonstrative about that. But
maybe that's not his personality. You know what I mean? The guy's a good team guy.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
If he needed a couple of more outs, he was up to getting it.
Yeah, no,
you could see in his face, he looked very.
Oh, of course.
He looked so distraught.
Of course, we all did.
Because, in a matter of seconds, the guy ruined the game.
No.
In a matter of seconds. He worked hard all night.
He couldn't get a freaking out, not a single out. Like, that's, and again, that's why I blame him, man. He's got to come in and be better. He's got an 0-2 count on the 8-hitter, and he has an 11-pitch walk. And he throws non-competitive, change-ups in the dirt and fastballs 6 feet off the plate.
That tells you something right there. That tells you can't trust him. That tells you, like, right now, I have no faith in him.
I get it.
I really have very little faith in him.
I know, but...
So, I mean, I don't understand.
I get it.
It's not last year. Last year, he was a different dude.
I know, but you want to win the World Series, and this is my other point. John Flaherty said this in the postgame a little bit. Like we all, I understand you need to win this game and the next game and get out of this series and get to the next one if you want to win the World Series. But like we're getting to the bullpen's in a point where we don't care about winning the wild card. No one's going to hang a banner or have a parade because they beat the Boston Red Sox. You got to win a championship. How are they going to get through? How are they going to get through a playoff here and get to the World Series and win if you're telling me that there's 2 relievers I trust to throw? It's just not going to work. It's not going to work.
Yeah.
Weaver has to be better or they're not going to win anything. So it doesn't, I get it. You got to manage for the moment. I get it. You want to win this game and you got to win this game to win the next one to get to the next series and the next series. But if Weaver is someone I can't pitch when it's the bottom of the order with one out already handed to him, well, what the hell are we going to win?
I know, but you got to remember, this is a short series.
I get it.
So you got to sometimes eliminate having a 7th, 8th, 9th guy. That's overrated. You got a pitcher that's pitching lights out. He's pitching lights out. They only went to 1 reliever because they had their stud out there. Well, this is our stud.
Yeah.
So do you want to go? Treat it like a regular game and you go to Weaver? No, I don't have that faith. He hasn't shown me that.
Yeah. No,
he hasn't shown me that. That's all I'm saying. Why go to him? Why go to him? I mean, I have more faith in Devin Williams right now. I'm sad to say it, but that's the truth.
No,
that's
listen.
the truth of what I've seen.
No, Nick, I don't disagree with you. I get it. Weaver certainly has not been last year. I think to me, it's him, Bednar, and Williams are the 3 guys I trust the most. I mean, that's just, you got him for those last couple outs. You got Williams for the 8th. You got Bednar for the 9th. I mean, that is kind of the game plan.
Last year, go back. Think about last year, game 1. Weaver's lights out. He pitches the 9th. He doesn't come back for the 10th to close that game. And that was absurd. Then you go to Jay Cut. I mean, come on. This is the first game of the World Series. It's the first game of a 3. You got to treat these games different.
No,
you got to go with who you trust. Never mind.
Yeah, but I think
what the analytics tell you.
But I think they trust. Well, what are the analytics telling you? You say he's not the same pitcher. His numbers stink. Well, what do the analytics say? They have to trust some guy. They trust Weaver because he's had a track record with them of being a good reliever, and they don't have anybody else to trust more than him. What analytics told you to put Weaver in that spot?
I don't know. I'm not in that department.
I know. We just throw the word analytics out there because we hate it and we want to blame everything for it.
Because I know that these nerds that they're throwing around and they're coming up with these scenarios. We're going to have this guy in the 7th. We're going to have that guy in the 8th.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man.
No, listen.
Come on. I mean,
Nick, I hear you, man, and thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Listen, I'm not saying you're wrong.
Your time.
I just.
I hope you're right. I hope
listen,
you're right. And
win tomorrow. Win later tonight. Okay, they're back in the driver's seat. It's not over, Nick. It's not over.
All right, I needed to.
That's it. Get back. Go on a subway. Go on a subway and scream "Boston sucks." I
already did that in the movie. I don't need to do it again.
I know you did. All right, have a good one, Nick. Take care, man.
Take care, pal.
Yep. All right, Nick Totoro. Look, I do get it. I just tend to blame the player. I don't think Weaver. I trust Weaver enough. I trust Leiter enough. I trust every reliever in that pen enough to get those 2 outs without giving up 2 runs. Like, that's a spot that your guys have to come through on. Bottom line, you want to win the World Series? You want to win this series? Weaver's not a guy you just can't throw. Like, it's just not going to happen. Could they have done it this night without throwing him? Sure. But are they going to win the World Series without throwing him? No. They're not. And no one's hanging a wild card banner. Like, you want to get Weaver going. You get him there. He gets the 2 outs. You feel good about yourself. You go to the next guy. They win the freaking game. He's got to get the outs. That was not a position where Weaver can't be successful. The manager put him in a position to be extremely successful, and he blew it. And I just have a feeling that Fried is going to put a runner on, and then I'm coming in and I'm putting Weaver in a less successful position. That's how I would have viewed it as I got my out. I got the lefty I wanted who looked bad against Fried all night. That's the guy I wanted. He has put on runners in every single inning. If he puts on a runner here, I'm screwed. If he puts on a runner here, I'm in trouble. Let me give Weaver a clean inning. That's how I view it. You could have kept. I wouldn't have argued if you kept in the ace. Obviously. I wouldn't have quibbled at all if they went batter to batter. He, as Nick Totoro put it, which I think is fair, he earned that. He did earn that. He earned that trust if you wanted to give it to him. But I'm not going to kill the manager for putting a reliever in a spot where he's got to get the job. Get the job done. I'm just not. I'm not. I know many are. I'm not going to. I'll kill him for the other things he did in this game that made no sense. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Quick break. Back with more of your calls right after this.
Wild card game 1 went Boston's way.
We'll take a 1-0 lead in this best-of-3 series.
Now the Bombers' backs are against the wall as game 2 is a win or lights out situation.
We've been playing with a lot on the line seemingly every single day. We'll be ready to go, and I expect us to come out and get one.
Catch all the postseason excitement here on your exclusive home for everything New York Yankees. Tune in for game 2, 6:08 tonight. Driven by Jeep. 101.9 FM WFAN. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Back when I played, overdrafting a bank account meant crazy fees. Cash App has your back with free overdraft coverage up to $200 when you set up direct deposit of at least $300 per month and use the Cash App card. No hidden fees, just peace of mind if something unexpected does happen. Download Cash App today. Use code WFAN10. Send $5 to a friend within 14 days and you'll score $10.
Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Direct deposit, overdraft coverage, and discounts provided by Cash App, a Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast for full disclosures.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need. Transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Stressed about owing over $10,000 in back taxes? The IRS isn't slowing down, and neither is Tax Hardship Center. Last year alone, the IRS wiped out over $163 million in tax debt for thousands of hardworking people. If paying back the IRS threatens your finances, you may be eligible for hardship programs that could let you settle for a lot less. Everyday Americans are finding relief right now by calling Tax Hardship Center. You've been thinking about this. The time to act isn't tomorrow, it's today. Grab your phone and call now for a free consultation to find out every option you have for lowering your IRS debt. Dial 800-330-5360. With increased IRS collections, now is the best time to see what tax relief programs you may qualify for. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, you have options. Call now. 800-330-5360. 800-330-5360. That's 800-330-5360.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunities to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Your friends pretend they know sports. WFAN actually does. Get smarter, louder, and way more annoying at watch parties. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Oh, yeah, 344. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. 888-808-1019. We're breaking down last night's loss for the New York Yankees. They had a 1-0 lead in the 7th. Aaron Boone pulled Max Fried after getting the first out of the 7th, and that was that, as Weaver could not get an out. Faced 3 batters. Walk, double, single. As Sogard went to second base on, and we haven't talked a lot about that. Judge was good in this game. I mean, Judge gets the 2 hits in the 2 innings where they rallied. He had a 3-1 pitch against Crochet where it was a cutter and he just missed it and got underneath it and struck out on another pitch. But ultimately, 2 for 4, 2 hard hit singles, set up rallies. But his arm is an issue. And they're going to test it. And not just the Red Sox. If they're lucky enough to move on, whoever else they play will test it. It is a problem. They have a right fielder right now in Aaron Judge who you don't feel very confident in throwing the baseball. And you could see what happens. They take that extra base. It costs them a run. You could argue that Rosario is playing in a different spot at double play depth. You could maybe he's playing more up the middle, and that's a double play, hard hit double play. Who knows? That might have changed the complexion of the whole game, taking second base there. I mean, obviously it did. He that second run scores on the base hit, but they might not have given up a run if they're playing double play depth there. Maybe Rosario's more up the middle. So that is a tough play. And again, I know that we'll get just to the calls. Main focus has been Aaron Boone's decisions. 888-808-1019 as it is. You know why? Because they lost. So Aaron Boone's decisions are on the docket. Joseph in Boston. What's up, Joseph?
All right. I'm calling from Boston here. You got a great show there. We get the signal up here. The fans.
Oh, look.
We
is that so? You can't buy tickets to the ballpark, but you can listen to our radio station.
Yeah,
that's good.
well, I wouldn't buy tickets to the ballpark anyway. You can't get tickets up here. Boston is the most expensive venue in the league. Yeah. Just to go to a regular season game this year for family of four is $800 to $1,000. They got 12 different prices in the 3-day system. You can't. The tickets are impossible in Boston. Yeah. They're bankrupt. New York has better prices than them. What I'm going to get into is I'll tell you right now. I think the Yankees are going to win this. I've got to get everybody excited down. I hope the Yankees do win. I don't really like the Red Sox. I don't like the way they operate, but I tell you why I think the Yankees are going to win. Bello hasn't been pitching that good lately. He's going to get hammered tonight in New York. And you can take that to the bank. Now, if they win tonight, which I expect they could, they're basically going to pull a bull game. Giolito got injured. You heard about that.
Yes.
That's what the killer. If he was in there, then they might have a chance. But basically, they're going to pull a bullpen game on Thursday like they did over the weekend against Detroit. They're probably going to start early. His name is Early. Yes. He's one of the people early. He's been pitching good lately. It's going to be basically a bullpen game, and they're not going to survive that. If that after goes that, they're not going to survive because he's just inexperienced, but he's been pitching good. He came over when they got rid of they sent him up to San Francisco. They got a couple of good guys. That was one of the best moves the Red Sox ever made. He didn't want to play first base for us.
Devers,
he didn't want to do nothing for us.
I was dancing on the Red Sox graves when they traded.
I think they got a couple of good players about them. But I want to talk about something about Judge. Yes. Judge that nobody brings out, and I'm going to bring this out. Judge. He's a great regular season. He does fantastic. But the Red Sox have won the title 4 times in the last 20 years. But what I'm going to get into is Judge, because a couple of years ago he played against Houston. Okay, remember? I don't know if you remember the series a couple of years ago against Houston.
Mm-hmm.
He was virtually invisible. Against the Dodgers, they had a 5-run lead in the 5th game yesterday. He was virtually invisible in the World Series, and he's virtually invisible. He's got to start hitting a couple home runs. Well, he does tremendous work, I noticed, in the regular season. But when it comes to the playoffs, he just doesn't get the big hit.
Judge got 2 hits in this game.
I understand that, but I look at him.
He's got to hit the ball out of the ballpark, otherwise he's a bum.
He seems to have trouble in the playoffs. Do you remember the sweep against Houston a couple of years ago?
Yeah, he was terrible in that series.
That's right. Yeah. He does great in the regular season.
Yeah, but
Joseph, the playoffs seem to be a whole different thing.
Joseph,
he's got to deliver.
You're not breaking any news, all right? He struggled over the playoffs the last couple of years. You're making it sound like you just created a talking point. Like, we all know it. But last night he got 2 hits. Like, what do you want from the dude? Like, he's got to hit the ball out of the ballpark, or otherwise he's a bum. He got 2 hits. He gets the 2 biggest hits of both those innings. That's what sets up the rally. That second hit. You get Goldschmidt getting on, and then you get that second hit that sets up the rally. What do you want Judge to do? He hit the ball 100+ miles an hour on a bullet base hit. He's got to do more than that. Like, he's not. He didn't hit the big home run. I get it, but like, he's got He went 2 for 4 yesterday. He went 2 for 4 last night. Let's see what he does tonight. Hopefully he gets more than 2 games to have a postseason here and see what he is. But off of 1 game, like, Judge isn't the issue right now. Judge got 2 hits last night. We were complaining because you bringing up that series, the sweep in 22. You want to know how many games he had 2 hits? Last year we complained about the World Series. He struck out 15 times of his first 18 at bats in the World Series. He got 2 hits last night. Frank and Brick. What's up, Frank?
Hey, what's up, Chris? How you doing?
Good, how are you?
You stole a little bit of my thunder towards when you got into some other stuff, but the pitching stuff, yeah, that could have gone either way. You know what I mean? I get it. Bring Weaver in with nobody on. Let Fried go. But, like, the big thing there, too, was, like you said, Fried lost that corner bad, really bad, you know?
I thought so.
He was on the edge.
Yeah. I thought so. He was missing. He wasn't just missing by a little. Yeah, there were a couple of times in the game where he had, a strike three on the catcher. On the catcher Navarez, and it was a walk. Like, there's no doubt. There was a couple times he got squeezed, but and they said it on the broadcast. Do you think maybe because he's missing so badly that on the one time he hits it, he doesn't get the call? He was making non-competitive pitches. How many times did he throw that pitch far and away and then give that disgusted look and turn around? I don't.
Oh no.
I can't tell you how many people are saying to me, look, Crochet was in the same spot, Cora was in the same spot, and kept with his ace.
No.
That guy pitched 17 consecutive batters. Max Fried was having trouble throwing strikes for a little bit and got into trouble. Like, I'm sorry. It's not the same thing. That's not to say that you can't make the argument to trust your ace. You can make that argument. But don't tell me, the one thing I don't want to hear is, well, Cora did it, why didn't Boone? Not the same thing. Not close to the same thing. They weren't pitching the same way. Despite the idea that he didn't give up a run and Crochet did on the solo home run, since the third inning, everybody got on for the Red Sox. Nobody got on for the Yankees. It was completely two different performances. Sorry. And I love Max Fried. He did a great job. He did a great job. He threw 6 in the third shutout innings. You can't do better. But let's not act like he was mowing him down the way Crochet was. It's not the same thing. Paul in Buffalo. What's up, Paul?
Chris, you don't need to mow him down. You need to get him out. Now, you're going to disagree with what I say, but please let me talk. Don't cut me off.
When do I cut anybody off?
Between Max Fried, Garrett Cole, and Carlos Rodon, the Yankees pay $88 million per annum to 3 pitchers who they have no faith in. Aaron Boone could not wait to take his ace, Now, Max Fried, you joined a club called the Fake Aces. Fake Aces make money like aces, but they aren't trusted like aces because they don't pitch 7 innings like aces. So he couldn't wait to take fake ace Max Fried out. And Max Fried didn't fight to stay in the game, didn't do a damn thing. The man had gotten squeezed the inning before, lost that hitter because he was pissed off, then induces a double play, takes care of the next inning's first batter like he was some chump, went right through him. And Aaron Boone,
on 2 strikes, he hit a bullet to first base.
I don't care how good Boone managed this regular season. He managed great. This was fireable. This was fireable. The only people dumber than Aaron Boone was the broadcast. In the 9th inning, when Hill comes in, Carl Rabbit says, "You think it might have been a bad idea to take out Max Fried?" Finally, in the 9th inning, I hear it from you dopes at ESPN.
Yeah, well, I agree with you. The idea
my God.
The idea that they didn't make it a talking point until the 9th inning is pretty ridiculous, yes.
I mean, what the hell was David Cohn doing?
Yeah, I know.
Holy Christ. I mean, they get the 3 Stooges to broadcast the game.
Yeah, no, that was, I don't know how they didn't mention it, especially as it was unfolding.
Before I go, Chris, advice to Aaron Boone. If Carlos Rodon is in the 6th inning or 7th inning tonight and he's got no runs against him, hasn't had a hard hit ball the whole night, just a couple punch and Judy singles, for God's sakes, leave him in the game. But at least, Chris,
remember that when he gives up a 2.
They have seen our closer.
What's that? Oh, they have seen the closer. Yeah. Well,
at least they haven't seen Bednar. No, wait, they have seen Bednar. Well, so we don't have that advantage.
Their closer just threw 24 pitches and
yeah, they won the game, Chris.
Well, we'll see now. Let's see what the matchup is. Let's see how it goes. And hopefully Carlos Rodon doesn't go that extra bit and give up a 2-run home run, because God knows that'll be Boone's fault. If he does,
well, God knows we don't pay to Rodon enough money to try.
I'm sorry. I understand. No, they get paid a lot of money. I get it. They get paid a lot of money. You got to get the outs. That's how I view it. But I hear what you're saying. I don't think it's a fireable offense. Losing the series might be. And if that's what loses them the series, then vis-a-vis, then yeah, it's a fireable offense. I think losing the series is worthy of making a change at the manager. I do. Because eventually, I can tell you why the decision didn't bother me that much. I can tell you why. It doesn't matter. He's got to be right. He's got to be right. And last night he wasn't right. I can tell you everything, why I understand it, how it's not his fault, that it's on Weaver. Bottom line is he's got to be right because they've got to win. He wasn't right. He was wrong. I have a hard time killing him for it when he put in his reliever in a position to be successful. He's got to go out there and get outs, bottom line. If they get the outs, we're not having this conversation. We're not having this conversation if they get the outs. If Weaver comes in and strikes out Rafaela instead of walking him after having him 0-2, we're not having this debate. We're not having it. Kevin in Queens. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, Chris, great job tonight. I'll be real quick. I know you got a lot going on.
Yeah.
The debate about keeping Fried in or not, it can go on forever.
Yeah.
My opinion, real quick, number 8 hitter that's 0 for 2 against him the whole night, give him a chance to get him out.
Mm-hmm.
If he gets him out, then you go to 9. You know, he didn't. We know how it goes. From the 7th inning on, it's where the game is lost. When they got the 2 runners on, defensively, bringing in the infield with no force play and 1 out was a huge mistake. The Red Sox are going to score a run 2nd and 3rd with 1 out, most likely. You got to keep that runner on second base off of third base. It was a huge blunder by Boone right there.
Wait, one more time? One more time?
It made no sense. The 2nd and 3rd, once they brought Weaver in, and then it's 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah. And it was 2nd and 3rd,
The Yankees, I know they want to stay out of a big inning, but at that point of the game,
I don't think the infield was in.
No, he pulled them in. They weren't.
I have to go back. I'm not sure. I don't think they were. I'll go back and watch. I don't think they were. But that was a bullet base hit. That's getting through the middle. That wasn't like I don't remember seeing the infield in. Maybe you're right, but that wasn't.
They were.
It wasn't like a ground ball that would have been. That wasn't a ground ball that would have got to second base.
No, I'm not saying that.
The Yoshida base hit. You're talking about the Yoshida base hit.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a base hit, though. I don't care I don't care where they have the infield. It's a base hit.
The run on third is going to score no matter what. What I'm saying is we got to make sure that runner on second.
I get you. I understand what you're saying. But here's what
ends up making the game.
Okay. It does. Two things that I want to just tell you. One, I'm going to go back and watch, but Fliegelman's going back and watching now. He's telling me that Rosario 100% was not in.
So there was one infielder in. Caballero was in at third.
Oh, Caballero was in at third, and the rest of them were playing back. Yeah, and then so
I don't have a great view of Volpe, but Rosario's playing back, and Volpe, maybe if anything, looks in between.
Yeah.
He's definitely on the dirt.
I don't remember. They had a conversation about whether to play him in or not, and he said, no, you play him back, and that's what I thought they did. And that's a base hit up the middle anyway. Like, that wasn't about infield positioning. I hear what you're saying. They should have kept the infield. I don't disagree with you. That runner from second, I'll allow the tie game. You're 100% right. I am not bringing the infield in. I want the infield back. I am playing to hopefully keep the tie. 100% agree. But as far as I remember, I think Boone did that, and the base hit, it wasn't like a ground ball that would have been to second that got past. Like, that was just a bullet up the middle. It's a terrible pitch. So while I agree with you, I think Boone did it, and 2, I don't think it mattered. 888-808-1019, quick break update. We'll come back, take your calls till 5 o'clock right here on The Fan.
It's Keith McPherson at night on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
It's like a damn amusement park, not a ballpark. LED lights, a dance crew. Bring the whole family. They are doing everything in their power to sell tickets. But you know what sells tickets for the Yankees? The pinstripes, the brand, the tradition of winning.
Listen to Keith McPherson on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hey! My dad is bringing home the best birthday cake ever.
It was my 5th birthday, and my dad was bringing home the cake.
Should have been here a half hour ago.
The cake never made it, and neither did my dad.
911, what's your emergency?
That was the day a drunk driver killed my dad. Daddy? Impaired drivers take lives. Think.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. Aired in cooperation with the New York State Broadcasters Association.
Salicata here, and wow, are we thrilled with the incredible job CertaPro Painters did on our house. So clean, so efficient, they actually listened to us and even satisfied my wife, which, as you know, isn't easy. If you've been putting off painting because of the economy or tariff worries, don't. Painting your house is the easiest and most efficient way to protect and raise your home's value. Do what we did. Call CertaPro Painters today.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-351-4596. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decalator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decalator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Stressed about owing over $10,000 in back taxes? The IRS isn't slowing down, and neither is Tax Hardship Center. Last year alone, the IRS wiped out over $163 million in tax debt for thousands of hardworking people. If paying back the IRS threatens your finances, you may be eligible for hardship programs that could let you settle for a lot less. Everyday Americans are finding relief right now by calling Tax Hardship Center. You've been thinking about this. The time to act isn't tomorrow, it's today. Grab your phone and call now for a free consultation to find out every option you have for lowering your IRS debt. Dial 800-330-5360. With increased IRS collections, now is the best time to see what tax relief programs you may qualify for. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, you have options. Call now. 800-330-5360. 800-330-5360. That's 800-330-5360.
Talk sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 4 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by PoliceOfficersRightToSue.com. Max Fried was cruising 6 1/3 scoreless. Fan 6 scattered 4 hits, but after 102 pitches, Yankees turned to Luke Weaver with the bases empty in the 7th, and things went south.
First pitch from Weaver. Swing on, line drive up the middle, base hit. Scoring is Rafaela Sogard right behind him. First pitch swinging. Yoshida delivers a 2-run single, and Boston has a 2-1 lead here at the stadium in the 7th inning with 1 out.
Masataka Yoshida gave the Red Sox the lead for keeps. They erased the Yankees 3-1. Dave Sims the call here on the Fan. So the obvious question afterward, was Fried out of gas?
I definitely exerted a lot of energy trying to get out of that, but I definitely, had enough in the tank for whatever the team needed. But, we they were putting us confident to be able to give the ball to Weaver in that situation.
Garrett Crochet retired 17 hitters in a row at one point, allowing just an Anthony Volpe solo shot in 7 2/3 innings, a one-run ball with 11 Ks. Roldis Chapman, the 4-out save, worked out of a bases-loaded nobody-out jam in the ninth. Bombers now turn to Carlos Rodon. Game 2, their season on the line. Boston counters Brian Bayo. Coverage here on The Fan, streaming on the free Odyssey app, begins at 5:25. Shohei Ohtani, Teoscar Hernandez each went twice. Dodgers overpowered the Reds 10-5. Tarek Skubal hit 14 over 7 2/3 innings, a one-run ball. Tigers doubled the Guardians 2-1, and the Cubs, they bounced the Padres 3-1. 61 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Good morning. That's right. I still think the Yankees are going to win the series, and Marco thinks I'm crazy. Go win tonight. Go win tonight. It's a 3-game series. There's a reason they play 3. Got to go win 2. Tomorrow, during one of these breaks, I'm going to go back and see how many times the Yankees won a series, losing game 1 and winning the next 2. They got the pitching matchups. It's not over. It's not over. We've been breaking down all the different elements of the game, obviously. It's been pretty much a Yankee playoff night. I apologize to all of you who want to hit me up on Twitter and say, oh, another Yankee show. Don't you talk to Yankees, huh? One, it's not true. I would still venture to say Aaron Rodgers, in the 2 and however many years I've been doing this, I would still say Aaron Rodgers is my most talked about subject. It's arguable. It's arguable. But obviously last night, frustrating loss for the New York Yankees. And the one thing we haven't really gotten into, and let me get to it here before I get back to your calls. I'm not going to reset. We know all of it. You hate Boone because he didn't leave Fried in the game. I get it. If you haven't been listening, I don't disagree with you. I just put it more on Weaver. He put Weaver in a spot to be successful. I thought there were signs of him losing control in the 5th and 6th inning and missing the outside corner badly a lot. I still think it's absolutely reasonable, and I could understand why anybody is pissed to not go to Fried. But to me, 1 out already, Weaver coming in for the 8th and 9th hitter of the lineup, he's got to get those outs. I put it more on Weaver than I do Boone. There's other mistakes Boone made, including putting Jazz Chisholm in to the game. Not sitting Jazz Chisholm, although I was weird about that one because I wasn't sure how Jazz was going to take it. And that's what I want to get into, because obviously Jazz is pissed off. If you didn't see the postgame, Jazz is at his locker as they're trying to talk to him, and Jazz has no interest in looking at the media. He's going through his shirts doing nothing. Like he's not actually doing anything. He's just trying not to look at the camera and show how pissed off he is or give an answer that he doesn't want to say right now. Jazz is obviously fuming. And I'll be fair, I understand why. I think I would be disappointed in Jazz if he wasn't mad. I'll be totally honest with you. He's supposed to be mad. This is a guy who had a 30-30 season. This is a guy with an over 800 OPS. This has not been a platoon player. Ben Rice, as much as he might be frustrated, I think there was better reasons to play Ben Rice. I think there were valid reasons to sit both of them, to be totally honest with you. But Ben Rice has been a platoon player. The entire year, Paul Goldschmidt plays pretty much against left-handed pitching, and Max Fried is caught. Wells has caught Max Fried almost every start outside of like last week, where Rice finally caught him for the first time in the year. So, Ben Rice is used to it. Ben Rice understands his role. Jazz's role is the everyday second baseman, no matter who's on the mound. So I think he has every right to be pissed off. I understand why the Yankees did it. I think Rosario has to be in the lineup, considering his numbers against Crochet. And you don't want to put him at third base because that's too much of an important defensive position. You don't want to put him in the outfield because that's too much of an important position. So you put him at second base with Max Fried on the mound. It costs Jazz a spot in the lineup. I get it, but I know why Jazz is pissed, and I understand why. But here's the issue. He's got to get over it. And that's my concern. That's my only concern. He's got to get over it. And Aaron Boone has got to find a way, and I know no one has faith in Aaron Boone doing anything. This might be the one spot. Aaron Boone has got to be one of the guys. Aaron Boone has got to go find a way to talk to Jazz Chisholm and get him straight, because he's going to still play an important role in this. And he can't be pouting. I understand why he's pissed, but he can't be pouting. And he can't be standing there and afraid to say things and being so angry. And here's the other guy who this is on. This is on the captain. Aaron Judge has got to find a way to get Jazz Chisholm back on board because he's clearly pissed off. Clearly pissed off. And they need Jazz, and maybe pissed off Jazz is a good Jazz. We'll see. But they need him for this game. They're going to need him tonight. And I could, maybe some people call him a crybaby or whatever else, or I think most, because they hate Boone, will be with him because they hate every Boone decision, so they'll be more on Jazz's side than the manager, that's for sure. But I understand his frustration. I think he has every right to be upset. I'd be disappointed in him if he wouldn't care if he wasn't upset. But he's got to be a pro. He's got to figure it out. Can't be pouting in his locker. And he's got to find a way to get ready for tonight because they're going to need him. Because he's going to be in the middle of this lineup playing second base, and he's got to find a way to get it done. So that's the bottom line. There's no time for feelings, right? Everyone says, and I saw a couple people put out, last year they did everything for Verdugo. And God forbid, they disrespected Verdugo, had to do everything for Verdugo. And yet, and we complain, we got to worry about this guy's feelings and that guy's feelings. It's all about DJ LeMahieu's feelings. Well, they didn't care about Jazz's feelings last night, that's for sure. They did not care about Jazz's feelings last night, so he's going to have to figure out a way to get over it and go make an impact in this game. And make sure that they don't, no matter who's on the mound, whether they end up facing Skubal or anybody else down the road, Jazz Chisholm's too good to take out. Go tell him, Jazz. Go make him understand it. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Mario in Long Beach. What's up, Mario?
Hey, what's going on, to you, Matt?
What's up, buddy? How are you? Thank you.
Yeah, good. Can't complain. There's one thing here that really bothered me about. First of all, look what happened in the ninth inning. He almost came back and won it to get the bases loaded and nobody out. Things happen, right?
I guess things happen. I don't know why they always happen.
Yeah, and I don't really think that what's his name, the relief pitcher that was with us,
Weaver
later. No, the relief pitcher for them that was with us.
Chapman.
In the ninth inning.
Chapman.
Yeah, Chapman. I don't trust him either. I'm not so sure.
He's been great this year. Look, and he got through. But yeah, look, the one positive of it, I guess, is that they made. He had to get 4 outs last night. So we'll see if he's compromised today, and if they, and then obviously he's going to have to be a part of the bullpen game if the Yankees win this game tonight. So they got to Chapman a little bit, no doubt. They got to him. They made him a little weird in the 8th where he was, mentally kind of all over the place, and he threw over to Volpe 3 times and gave Volpe second base. It's a bad mistake. He was able to get out Caballero on a fly ball where I thought for a second the center Abreu and Rafaela were going to run into each other there and have a lucky break and have a ball drop, but it didn't. And then he came back out for the 9th, and they got 3 straight hits. Look, and that's where the game is lost. And this was the Open. My first thing I said in the Open was, we can argue about what Aaron Boone did. We can argue about anything you want. We can argue about he should have left in Fried. We could argue about anybody but Weaver. We could argue, anything you want. You got to play Jazz. You got to play Rice. Whatever you want to say. They had first and second, nobody out in the first inning and couldn't score a run. Bellinger strikes out on a high fastball up out of the zone, and Stanton hits into a double play. Yeah, they end up getting the home run from Volpe in the second inning and taking the lead that pretty much lasts all the way to the 7th. Doesn't matter. Against Garrett Crochet and this Boston Red Sox team, one run's not going to be good enough, and you had an opportunity to get to him right there. You had an opportunity to get to him in the first inning, break the game open, score a couple runs, and really set yourself up to go win this baseball game. And then the offense again in the 9th. 3 consecutive singles to have bases loaded, nobody out. And you can't score the run. Can't score a run. Can't get that big hit. Stanton killed them. Stanton hit the double play in the first that killed him, and Stanton struck out in the 9th and killed him. And as great as he's been, and as much as I've praised him, I got to be fair. I don't think that his playoff resume is suddenly gone because of one bad game. I don't think I still view him as someone I expect to perform because he's performed so many times. But last night you could deem him outside of Weaver, and I guess depending on who you are, which is 99% of the fan base, Aaron Boone. But outside of Weaver and Aaron Boone, the number one culprit in this game last night for me is Giancarlo Stanton. He has got to do something all he has to do something in one of those two. He doesn't have to do it in both. All he has to do is do something in one of those 2 at-bats. Judge got the 2 hits in those 2 innings. Goldschmidt got the hits in those 2 innings. Even Bellinger comes through in one of those 2 situations. Those are their big guys, 1 through 4. Stanton had to come through in one of those 2 scenarios, and he hit into a double play and struck out. Anthony in Brooklyn. What's up, Anthony?
Hey, great show as always.
You got it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, and you were saying it. How do you not pinch hit Rice for Wells? I mean, unbelievable. I mean, that didn't make any sense. Listen, like you said, it could have went either way in that 7th inning. But as you said, obviously we don't have the same Weaver as we did last year. So whether it was Max or whether it was Weaver, it was a toss-up. So the problem that I have is just from what Boone said, he already made up his mind, that inning, what he wanted to do, and he just told Max, can you give me just one more batter? I would have rather him said, can you give me the inning? Can you go one more inning? Because, we've watched the year. We watched all this year with Roldan. It's more likely Roldan goes maybe 4, 5, or 6 innings at the most. If it's a toss-up between the 2, I'd rather save Weaver. That's just the point to me. Max deserved to be asked, can you pitch the whole 7th inning? Because if he gave up a hit to the first batter, he was coming out of the inning anyway.
Right.
So let him keep going until he comes out of the inning.
And then, I know, but then the bullpen's going in with runners on in a 1-run game.
I think that bullpen guys, are more locked in when there's more.
No, that's crazy. Anthony, that's crazy. You're clutching at straws. Your argument of just leaving Max Fried in because he deserves it, that's a fair one. Don't tell me the relievers are better when runners are on. Don't tell me you feel better about the bullpen if Max Fried put a runner on first. Stop. That's crazy. That's what I'm trying to avoid. Like, to me, I look at it, and I said this to Marco the other day, I look to avoid worst-case scenarios. Yeah, sometimes I want to chase best-case scenarios, like with Anthony Volpe and Caballero. Best-case scenario for me is Anthony Volpe at shortstop and Caballero off the bench. As long as Anthony Volpe plays sound defense and comes through a little bit offensively and what he's shown you in this first game, you feel good about that. But as long as he can be that guy, I'd rather play Caballero, despite everybody saying you got to play Caballero, Volpe stinks, blah, blah. That best-case scenario is Caballero on the bench. Volpe is my starter. I think that's the best version of the team. So I like to chase best-case scenarios and worst-case scenarios and avoid worst-case scenarios. To me, worst-case scenario is having Max Fried allow a runner on base and then going to the bullpen in a 1-run game against Garrett Crochet and the back end of that Boston Red Sox bullpen. That's worst-case scenario to me. And Max Fried put on runners in every inning since the 3rd. In fact, the 2nd inning is the only inning he didn't allow a runner on. That's why I'm saying it's not fair to say it's the same thing that Cora made a different decision in the same scenario. No, he didn't. He went 17 straight batters without allowing a runner on. 17 straight. Max Fried had 1 inning in the entire game that he didn't put a runner on. So how can I have complete supreme faith that after 102 pitches, losing the outside corner in the 6th inning, that Max Fried is not going to put a runner on? And we all admit the second he puts a runner on, we're going to the bullpen. In my mind, I feel pretty damn confident now I'm going to the bullpen with a runner on. That's worst case scenario for me. That's the last thing I want. The last thing I want is to bring in the guys with people on. He got the out. You're coming into a clean inning, nobody on. Get 2 outs before giving up 2 runs. He couldn't do it. I'm not saying it's a great decision because I understand the opposite take. He's your ace, lean on him. I get that. but it's more on the bullpen. It's more on Weaver for not getting it done. That is a position of the manager is supposed to put players in a position to be successful. That's a position to be successful. He didn't ask him to come in with the bases loaded and nobody out. He asked him to come in with the bottom of the lineup up and one out and nobody on. That's a position anybody, I don't care if it's Leiter, Hill, Doval, Cruz, Will Warren. I don't care who it is. That's a position to go out and be successful in. Sorry, that's how I feel about it. John in Maspeth. What's up, John?
I'm not questioning, whether taking out Fried was the right thing or not. He did get Duran out pretty quickly with three pitches.
Mm-hmm.
But the inning before, he clearly was pretty much gassed. He threw about 20 pitches.
I don't know about gassed, but I thought I saw signs of getting to gassed. Yeah, I did. Yeah. I thought I did.
But the thing is, why go to Weaver out of everybody who's been struggling so bad lately?
Well,
He's given up 14 earned runs in 14 innings, and you have a full bullpen, and you go to the guy who's been struggling the most over the last month.
Okay, well,
why go to him over Williams?
Because he's got Williams for the eighth. Doval, you'd rather see Doval than Weaver? We disagree. Doval's all over the place.
Listen, Weaver's been trash over the last 4 to 6 weeks.
Some of them he gave up.
Why go to him? He's not the guy he was April through July. If you look at his last, 4 to 5 weeks, he's been trash.
Look, what is his last 4 to 5 weeks? Let's go back. All right, so let's go back a month, right? A month. Let's go all the way back to at Miami on August 2nd, right? So August 2nd against Miami, 1 inning, no run. Let me just do this real quick. August 2nd against Miami, no run. August 4th against Texas, 1 inning, no run. August 5th against Texas, 1 inning, no run. August 8th against Houston, 1 inning, no run. August 9th.
Start from August 20th.
Okay, start from August 20th, right? Because this is what we're talking about. August 20th, 1 1/3 inning, 1 run. August, then against Boston, 2/3 of an inning, 1 earned run. So back-to-back 1 earned runs against Tampa Bay and Boston. Then he goes on a stretch of 3 consecutive outings of 1 1/3, 1 inning, no runs. Then he has 2 games.
He gave up an earned run in 6 of the 17 appearances.
I understand that, but he gives up an earned run against Houston. The big reason for the ERA is he gives up 3 against Detroit in that inning that everybody gave up in.
Yeah.
Right? And then he gives up he gives up 5 against Minnesota, and I forget which one of them was the one where they would have never went to him because they were getting blown out. But
now, do me a favor and look at Devin Williams since.
No, Devin Williams is better. That's why he's set up for the 8th inning in the top of the order. That's why Devin Williams is set up. If you're telling me like he's coming into a bases loaded situation, all right, Devin Williams because he's been better. But they've got Devin Williams for the 8th. Weaver is there to get the final 2 outs of an inning where he's already got 1 out given to him, and it's 8-9. Like that's the spot for Weaver. You got Devin Williams in the 8th, locked and ready to go at the top of the order. And then you got Bednar for the 9th. I don't know who else you want to bring in. Again, if you look at it, like everyone says over the last 12, 15 appearances, it's 2 outings where he gave up 3 and 5. And one of those, I can't remember if it was the Detroit game or if it was the Minnesota game, but one of them, he had no business being in the game, but I think it was the Minnesota game. I think it was the Detroit game. They were going to go to a reliever. They were going to go to a position player. He wasn't even getting warmed up. They were going to go to a position player, and then the Yankees scored a run and made it less than a 10-run deficit, and they couldn't go to a position player, and they had to throw Weaver in at last minute and gave up like 3 runs. Like outside of two, if you take away the 5 runs and the 3 runs, and again, if we're talking about most recency, his last 1, 2, 3 and 2/3, 4 and 2/3, 5 and 2/3. In his last 5 and 2/3 innings, he's given up 2 hits and no runs, and only 1 walk. I'm sorry, if he's unpitchable, close it up. Close up shop. If Weaver is unpitchable, forget the whole damn thing. What are we doing? Let's just go home. Weaver's unpitchable, guys. That's it. They'll make it through on, 2 pitchers, Bednar and Williams. That's it. I guess every starter better be ready to go 7 or 8. They got 2 relievers that you can trust. That's it. I got so many people telling me he's got miserable numbers in the 7th inning. Like, are we serious? And, this guy can't understand why I think it's laughable. He's terrible in the 7th. You can't pitch him in the 7th. What are we talking about? Because he probably had a couple of bad outings in the 7th, so his ERA is higher? You'd rather pitch him in the 9th? If you told me his numbers weren't good in the 9th and they were good everywhere else, and you want to say, hey, look, he can't handle closing. Can't handle pitching in the 9th inning. That's too much pressure. Leave him back in the 7th and the 6th and the 8th, fine. But people are telling me, oh, I'm okay with pitching him in the 8th or the 9th. It's just that lousy 7th where his ERA is 6th. That's just an oddity. That just happens to be some sort of weird, I don't know, he had a couple of bad outings in the 7th, so his numbers are up. You feel good about Weaver in the 8th because his ERA is better over the season in the 8th and the 7th? That's just random, bro. That's just random. It's random, weird stuff that baseball will present you with every once in a while. Over his last 5 2/3 innings, he's given up 1 walk and 2 hits and no runs. And in the last month, he's had 1 outing of 5 runs and 1 outing of 3. Other than that, that's the reason his ERA is 7. He had 2 miserable outings. And again, 1 was only because they scored a run and the rules dictated they couldn't go to the position player. And out of nowhere, he had to get up and pitch in a blowout. You can argue about you can argue about sticking with Max Fried. Totally agree. You can. You absolutely can. If your point is that Weaver's unpitchable, then close up shop, man. What are we doing? Then that's it. There's no point. They can't win with 2 relievers. Weaver is their 3rd guy. That's it. Weaver's their 3rd guy. We've seen Cruz to come in the either 5th, 6th, or 7th, especially with runners on, because he gets the strikeouts. That's really Cruz's lane. Every once in a while, he'll just start an inning, but for the most part, they like to bring him in, right after the starter to get innings, to get strikeouts if runners are on in the 4th, 5th, or 6th. That's when Cruz comes in because he's got the wipeout split finger. 7th inning, pretty much a clean inning. That's Weaver. He's got to get the job done. Bottom line. Otherwise, what the hell are we doing here? 888-808-1019. Quick break. More of your calls next. We'll be taking it at 5 o'clock right here on The Fan.
Wild card game 1 went Boston's way.
We'll take a 1-0 lead in this best-of-3 series.
Now the Bombers' backs are against the wall as game 2 is a win or lights-out situation.
We've been playing with a lot on the line seemingly every single day. We'll be ready to go, and I expect us to come out and get one.
Catch all the postseason excitement here on your exclusive home for everything New York Yankees. Tune in for game 2, 6:08 tonight. Driven by Jeep. 101.9 FM WFAN. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Stop dealing with your neck pain, backaches, and sciatica and go see my main man, Dr. Jay Shah at Samwell Institute for Pain Management, a migraine and nerve pain specialist who gets you back feeling like yourself again with minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments. There are thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Dr. J for pain-relieving solutions. Same day and next day appointments available in offices in Colonia, Livingston, and now Inglewood, New Jersey. Turn to Samwell Pain for effective pain-relieving solutions. Visit samwellpain.com.
Right now, police are stepping up patrols to make sure drivers and pedestrians obey our crosswalk laws. Why? Because every year in New York, people are injured or killed just crossing the street. So remember, pedestrians, obey traffic signals and use crosswalks. And drivers, yield to pedestrians in crosswalks. If you don't, we will educate you on the law, and you may get a ticket, because tickets get attention, and that saves lives. A message from the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Talk sports hands-free. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS at Paramount Plus.
Been one of those mornings. One of those mornings. Kind of a one-subject show. Everybody's got an opinion on Boone. Everyone's got an opinion on what went down last night. I'm going to keep saying it. Hey, if I'm back here again 2 a.m. tomorrow morning, which I don't know why I said if, I plan on being here. When I'm back here at 2 o'clock in the morning, if the Yankees have tied up this series, we're going to feel a hell of a lot different. It's one game. It's one game. Yes, it's a 3-game series. Yes, one game is very important. Yes, even since this has been instituted full-time in 2022, in this particular format with 6 playoff teams from each league and the wild card series and the 2 byes, since that particular postseason has been set up this way, not a single team has lost game 1 and won the series. Yes, the Yankees are in a tough spot. But the Yankees are the better team in this series. I still believe that. They got beat by a really excellent starting pitcher who shut them down. And they couldn't come through with the big hit. The offense is much more to the point. You can't score 1 run and expect to win this game. If Max Fried gave up 3 runs over 7 and they lost this game 3-1, no one's complaining about anything, right? We are like, 1 run's not enough. And they had multiple opportunities in the first and 9th to all they needed was a friggin' hit. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. That is much more to the point of why they lost than any decision made by the manager. That's not to say the manager decisions weren't questionable. I think there's a couple that aren't even questionable, just bad. Bad. Not pinch hitting Rice for Wells in the 8th. Bad. Putting Jazz in for defense in the 8th and allowing his spot to come up in the 9th and not having Rosario against Chapman, Rosario literally hit a walk-off home run against Chapman in that building in 2020 as a Met. Like, I needed Rosario up in that. That's why he's in the game, to hit left-handed pitching. And because for defensive purposes in the 8th inning, they put Jazz back in the game, and now Chapman has a lane of left-handed pitch. That is much more of an egregious decision to me than pulling a pitcher who, again, lost the outside corner, in my opinion, was showing signs of fatigue. Not that he was the tank was empty, but showing signs of fatigue, couldn't hit the outside corner, and put a base runner on in every inning except the 2nd. And the minute he puts a base runner on, I'm going to the bullpen now in a worse spot. There were plenty of things to get into in this game, but mainly Giancarlo Stanton hit into a double play and struck out. They had multiple opportunities to break through and score runs. They didn't. They scored 1 run and lost. The offense has got to be better today. Carlos Rodon's got to be good. Offense has got to be better. Score some runs, make it nice and comfortable, save your bullpen so you can, not throw it because it sucks and we can't trust it. But, get ready for a game 3 where you'll clearly have the advantage. John in Hartford. What's up, John?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I don't want to continue the same theme, but just give me a moment here. It came down to Boone versus Cora. Boone blinked, Cora did.
Oh my God!
Okay, I'm going to tell you why. I know you're
this
upset.
narrative so much. It's so dumb to me. I don't get it.
I know. Let me just give you my
I'm not saying Core's not a better manager. I'm really not. Core's a better manager. He's won a championship. He's a better manager.
Let me just say why.
Who blinked?
Let me just say why. They were both built the same situation.
They absolutely were not.
I'll tell you why. Mm-hmm. They both started the game. Both lineups were loaded up with righties.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And they both were kind of playing it out.
Yeah.
The Yankees needed to get through. We all know they needed to get through the 7th to tee up what Boone really wanted to do. Okay. He got freed with an out early in the 7th. Mm-hmm. Great play by Goldschmidt to get the out. Okay.
Yeah.
Who would you rather have? Freed, your ace, getting you 2 more outs in the biggest game of the year, or go ahead and roll the dice on a bullpen that's been up and down all year long. Mm-hmm. Okay?
I get it. That's your argument, and I get it. That's your argument.
Whoever triggered the bullpen and brought in the righty first had the leverage on the bench. And guess what? He triggered the bullpen, Bone triggered the bullpen, brought in the right, and he was able to use. Do you know what Weaver is good at? Because he's good at getting out lefties. He gets out lefties better than righties. We've seen it time and time again. Boone uses that to trick managers into pitch hitting left-handed pitchers. And with Weaver's changeup, he has better numbers against lefties than he does righties. Right.
Right.
Weaver, the same Weaver. He wasn't dominating all the
now
year.
He's not the same Weaver. We keep moving the goalposts. This is not about who triggered the lefties first, who did this first, who did that first. The idea they're in the same situation is just not accurate. You want to look at it and say aces on the mound, close game in the 7th inning. It's the same thing. He let his pitcher go 117 and he went to the bullpen. It's not the same thing. Sorry. Again, let me spell it out for you. Cora had an ace, left-handed guy who, I don't know, is built like a truck, by the way, who retired 17 consecutive batters. He was absolutely dominating. He pitched 6 pitches in the 7th. He was completely dominant from the minute that ball left the ballpark off of Volpe's bat. From that moment until Volpe got the hit again in the 8th, he was dominant. Max Fried, as good as he was to make big pitches and get out of jams and keep putting up zeros, he put a runner on in every single inning except the second. He gives up a single in the first. He gives up a single in the third. Then in the fourth, a walk and a double. In the fifth, a walk and a single. The sixth, a walk, and then the double play. He was pitching out of jams the entire game. When you're cruising and you never have to worry about a runner being on base, those pitches from Crochet are so much less high leverage and so much less demanding on you than pitches when you're pitching with runners at second and third base in a one-run playoff game. It wasn't the same performance. As great as Max Fried was, he wasn't throwing the same level of game that Crochet was throwing. Crochet, from the moment he gave up that home run, was dominant. Didn't allow a base runner. Max Fried's pitching out of jams left and right. Max Fried walked 3 batters and gave up 4 hits. Crochet didn't walk anybody and only gave up 3 hits to that point. He gave up 4 less base runners, and it was every single inning. To say that the managers are in the same spot is faulty. It's not true. If Max Fried had not given up a base runner since the second inning, I promise you, he would have been kept in the game longer. He didn't. He was pitching after jam after jam. And in this 5th and 6th inning, he lost the outside corner to the point where pitches were non-competitive, and it was brought up on the lousy broadcast. They actually, amazingly enough, they brought it up. When he got screwed on a pitch on the outside corner, they literally said, "Do you think it's because he's missed so badly on the outside corner during this inning?" That was the talking point during the inning, how non-competitive Fried was trying to hit the outside corner for a lot of that inning. That's not to say it wasn't a great performance or that you couldn't have stuck with him, but it's not the same thing as an absolute dominant pitcher going through everybody like a hot knife through butter. It's not the same situation. It's not. Steve in Rockland. What's up, Steve?
Oh, let me reframe this a little bit, Chris. Here it is. Would you have taken this? If I told you in advance that the Yankees were going to be winning by 1 run in the 7th inning and the Red Sox had 1 out and no men on, you take that in a minute. And then if I would have told you that the Yankees were down, but in the bottom of the 9th inning, they had the bases loaded with nobody out and a chance to tie the game, you would have taken that in a heartbeat. This is baseball. This is how this goes. And I'm not going to get into any hypotheticals. I'm not here to criticize or blame or any of that
Well, I mean,
stuff.
I guess, Steve, this is where we disagree. Because I am here to criticize and blame. The players. That's who I'm here to criticize and blame. I'm here to criticize Weaver for not being able to get 2 outs before giving up 2 runs. I'm here to criticize that middle of the order. I'm here to criticize Stanford into a double play in the first. I'm here to criticize Stanton for striking out with the bases loaded in the 9th. I will give the manager I thought he killed the 9th inning by going to Jazz defensively in the 8th and allowing Jazz instead of Rosario, the right-handed hitter with good numbers against Chapman, who I watched hit a walk-off home run against Chapman when he was a Met and Chapman was a Yankee in Yankee Stadium. I would have, as much as I love Jazz and I understand why he was pissed, I wanted Rosario in that at-bat. He's in the lineup to hit left-handed pitching. That was dumb. Not pinch hitting Rice for Wells. Dumb. There were 2 dumb moves from Aaron Boone. I just don't think giving Weaver an opportunity to get 2 outs before giving up 2 runs to the bottom of the order is one of them. That's all. That's the critical one. That's the one that changed and flipped the script on the game. I blame Weaver. He is one of their trusted relievers. He has to be. They don't have enough to move on from him. He's got to be the guy. He's got to be one of the guys. It's the 7th inning. Go get 2 easy outs. You're up 0-2. And then you have a 11-pitch walk. Throw the fastball right down the freaking middle. If he hits a home run, it's still a tie game. Do not walk him. So that's where we differ. I am, and it's not just baseball. No. I know that happens sometimes. No, not good enough. Not good enough from Weaver. Not good enough from the lineup. Not good enough. Not good enough from Bednar giving up a run in the 9th. Not good enough. It's not just baseball. It's not. This offense has consistently not come through in big moments in the postseason for a long time now, dating back to Joe Torre. Forget Joe Girardi, Joe Torre. Not good enough. It's not just baseball. Not good enough. But sometimes it's on the players. Not good enough. Stanton, we love him. I kiss his ass constantly about how great he's been in the postseason. And that doesn't change from one game, but let's be honest, not good enough. He's got to put the ball in play. He's got to do something. Can't strike out. 888-808-1019. Quick break. Come back. Rapid fire styles. We take you to 5 o'clock right here on The Fan.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on The Fan. 1019 FM.
They embarrassed their fan base. I mean, everybody was there for them. Everybody bought into this team from the second that the Juan Soto signing was happening. The Met fan was there.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Stop dealing with your neck pain, backaches, and sciatica and go see my main man, Dr. Jay Shah at Samwell Institute for Pain Management, a migraine and nerve pain specialist who gets you back feeling like yourself again with minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments. There are thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Dr. J for pain-relieving solutions. Same day and next day appointments available in offices in Colonia, Livingston, and now Inglewood, New Jersey. Turn to Samwell Pain for effective pain-relieving solutions. Visit SamwellPain.com.
Right now, police are stepping up patrols to make sure drivers and pedestrians obey our crosswalk laws. Why? Because every year in New York, people are injured or killed just crossing the street. So remember, pedestrians, obey traffic signals and use crosswalks. And drivers, yield to pedestrians in crosswalks. If you don't, we will educate you on the law, and you may get a ticket, because tickets get attention, and that saves lives. A message from the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right, real quick, let's just get to the calls as fast as we can. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. I got you another few minutes until the warm-up show at 5. Evan in Florida. What's up, Evan?
Hey, buddy. I know you got to go quick, so I'm going to start with this. Like, you're saying good morning. For us, it's good night. I own a bar, so we always say tomorrow until we wake up. I appreciate your show. You're in my living room every evening, and I love your show, and I agree with you 99% of the time.
Thank you.
The free thing, though, is this. I'm trying to make it quick because I know you got to go on.
Yeah.
But the free thing, you're right. Crochet was a lot more dominant. But Crochet's more of a Randy Johnson. Freed's more of a, I don't know, Tom Glavine.
I mean, look, I'm not trying to...
He never gave him a hit over 80 miles an hour.
I agree. I'm not trying to tell you that he didn't have a great pitching performance. What I'm trying to tell you is he had to make more high leverage, high intensity, taxing pitches
100%.
than Crochet did. Crochet was
Can you
cruising.
imagine Joe Torre taking Clemens out at 6 1/3 innings?
Excuse me?
Can you imagine Joe Torre taking Roger Clemens out after 6 1/3 innings?
No, I mean, I get it. It's a different world. It's a different world. No, I can't. It's a different world. Bob in Bayside. What's up, Bob?
Chris, there is zero argument for leaving, for taking out, for taking Max Fried out.
I've been making one all morning.
I couldn't believe my eyes when he took him out. Now, that's the first mistake. Second mistake is you bring in Devin Williams. You bring in your better pitcher to get. And I'm old school. Well, Devin Williams can't get 5 outs. Big, strong guy like that. He's been unhittable for a month. And the third is how do you leave Wells in a strikeout machine?
That I agree with. Devin Williams hasn't pitched more than an inning all year. He doesn't do it. He just doesn't do it. He's uncomfortable with it. They don't ask him to do it. He hasn't done it. You're not going to do something you haven't done all year in the postseason. Sorry, that one's out the window. I wish baseball were different. I wish we can go back in time when baseball players were tough and life was sensible and we understood everything and things made sense in our lives and a chicken in every pot. It's a different world. He doesn't do it. I'm not going to ask him to do something he doesn't do. It's either Fried or Weaver. That's it. And the argument for Fried is a valid one. I would never tell you that you're crazy. You got to go with Weaver. You could have left in Fried. I think it's a coin toss. I think you go either way. I think Weaver, once called upon, has to get the outs. That I put the blame on the player. Brett in Long Island. What's up, Brett?
Chris, less than 24 hours ago, you challenged the listeners to, give you evidence of
you got one?
Boone being outmanaged by Cora.
Uh-huh.
I think the pinch running was poor. Decisions, the pinch hitting.
There was no pinch running.
They didn't pinch run for what? I think it was Wells, Goldschmidt. He didn't do that.
No, we're not going to. No, you don't pinch run. You don't pinch run for Goldschmidt. That's in the ninth inning. You don't do it. Not down 2 runs.
All right, whatever. Then for Wells, And then
Well, you're giving me things you had. Wait, hold on. Let me just have it. I'm asking for where he outmanaged, like in a particular move. They won the game, and you can argue with what Boone did. That's fine. But
who managed better last night? Who managed better last night?
Well, he won the game.
I want to ask you one.
He won the game and had less tough decisions to make.
I want to ask you one question. Last night, when you were watching the game, because you're always honest, man, I'll give you credit with that. When it happened and they took Fried out, what was your reaction? Because I got 100 texts saying, here we go.
My reaction was to go tweet Max Fried the ace. I was thrilled with Max Fried's performance. I said, let's get 2 outs at the bottom of the order. That's what I said. I said, I understand it. I said, I probably went, you're not going to let him finish it? All right. Like, it could have went either way. That's up to Weaver to get outs, man. It's up to Weaver to get outs. And let me ask you a question. I know you say all these people, if Weaver gets 2 strikeouts, ain't nobody going, oh, my God, thank God, what a terrible decision by Boone. Anthony in Brooklyn. What's up, Anthony?
T-Mac, I'm not going to pretend that wasn't an annoying loss. I'm not going to pretend that we didn't let one slip away. All right, but listen, we're going in. I think a lot of people felt the Yankees were not supposed to win last night. All right, now we supposed to win tonight. We're supposed to win tomorrow. You got to turn the page. If Boston goes out and beats us tonight or tomorrow, then you give them their flowers and you say they were the better team, they beat us. But Garrett Crochet is a top 3 pitcher in baseball. Max Fried, as brilliant as he is, maybe top 10. All right, they had the pitching advantage. We were supposed to lose. The money line.
No, I mean, I think the money line was still the Yankees were the favorite at home. Look, I don't know about supposed to lose. I put it this way, and I feel this way still. I think Boston needed the game more than the Yankees. I understand game 1, both teams needed on some level, but I think the Yankees have a better chance of winning games 2 and 3 than the Red Sox do. I doesn't mean that again, I'm not declaring that the Yankees are going to win the next 2 games. I'd be a fool to do so because it's not easy. But I really would have felt uber confident Boston needs to win the Crochet start. I don't think there's any doubt about it. They needed to win that game. Game 3 is clearly in the Yankees' favor. Doesn't mean they can't lose it, but it's clearly in their favor. This was the more important game for Boston than it was the Yankees. I don't know about supposed to. I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know if the Yankees were supposed to lose the game. I just think it would have been series over if the Yankees win it, series not over if the Red Sox win it. Like, the Yankees are still in this thing. That's what I would say. But now they're at a disadvantage. Now the favorites in this series are clearly Boston. Rob in Bayside. What's up, Rob?
You know, Boone, he came in. I hate the numbers, playing the numbers game in the postseason. That means nothing in these short series and singular games. Mm-hmm. And he showed no faith in Fried and also Chisholm, because how do you sit these guys and pull them out in that spot in the biggest game of the year? You're telling your guys, I don't trust these guys who've been with me all year long. And yes, you know what? 1-0 is good enough. When you got your ace on your mound, he's not escaping. He's getting out of these jams because he's a solid pitcher. Yeah. You trust him in those spots.
Yeah, look, I get it. They don't typically go over 100 pitches, but I don't think it was just the pitch count. I think it was the way he was pitching and the pitch count, and they liked the matchup of Weaver against the bottom of the order and getting you through. Because if you get a guy on, this is what I think the thought process is. If I allow Fried to go out there and he puts a runner on, I'm in a worse position because now the top of the order is against Weaver. I want to get through this and have a clean inning for everybody. I want Weaver to get a clean inning. I want Williams to get a clean inning. I don't want to make it dicey with runners and Fried put on runners in every inning. Unless you're just going to say, go get me 7, go get me that inning, no matter how many pitches you take. Like if you just say to Fried, listen, you're getting the 7th. I don't care if you throw 125. As long as you don't give up 2 runs, you keep the lead. I don't care what you have to do. You have the 7th. But that's not how they're going to treat it. No one would. He's going to get 1 batter. And the minute he puts on a runner, now you got a bullpen in a worse situation. But the Jazz, look, they brought in Rosario for this specific kind of at-bat against this specific pitcher. Rosario kind of has to play. So the question is, where do you play him? With Fried on the mound, defense at third base is so premium that I don't think they trust Rosario defensively at third base. You're not going to put him in the outfield. So if you're going to play Rosario, you're going to put him at second base. Jazz just got hit on the arm. Maybe he's banged up a little bit. Tough lefty matchup. I don't disagree, and I know why Jazz is mad, because he's not been a platoon player. Rice has been a platoon player. He's familiar with it. It's what he's been all year. Jazz is the starting second baseman, and to do that to him, it's not easy. There's no doubt. Christian in Yonkers. What's up, Christian?
Hey, good morning, C-Mac.
Good morning, sir.
Baseball is a game of feel. You cannot take out Max Fried. I understand what you said with how Crochet was dominating. Fried is pitching, and everyone's runners on base, but the Red Sox, they lit up. They felt the energy vibe. When I was at the bar, I felt the energy of the vibe.
You feel that nobody's feeling the energy and the vibe when he's 0-2 on Rafaela. You're just not. Yeah, you took Fried out of the game. I get it. Strike out Rafaela, and nobody's feeling anything. Weaver sucked. That's why you feel it and we feel it and why we spend 3 hours on it. Because he sucked. Don't suck next time. That's it. Word of advice, Weave, if you're listening. Don't suck. I look forward to having a more in-depth conversation about other things tomorrow. Hopefully a Yankee win. Let's go, Yankees. The series isn't over. Thank you to Fleeks. Thank you to the callers. The warm-up show is next. I'm out of here. Talk to you tomorrow, too.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM.
We're talking New York sports. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 5 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Yankees, no answers for Garrett Crochet. 7 2/3 innings, a one-run ball, 11 Ks. Led the Red Sox by the Yankees 3-1.
We had a couple of at-bats, a couple in a row where we got to 3 balls, and we were kind of pressuring him, but he made big pitches in those situations to really keep his workload down there. So he was obviously very tough against us, and Max was more than matching him.
Yeah, Max Fried didn't allow a run over 6 1/3, but Luke Weaver came on, failed to record an out, giving up the go-ahead 2-run single to Masataka Yoshida. Anthony Volpe, a solo shot in the second, then a single in the 8th, and in between, Crochet retired 17 straight. Yankees loaded the bases on a Aroldis Chapman, nobody on the 9th, but failed to score. Now Carlos Rodon will try to set the tone tonight and stave off elimination as he's matched up with Brian Bayo, and the coverage is right here on the Fan and streaming on the free Odyssey app beginning at 5:25. Elsewhere, 2 homers apiece from Shohei Ohtani and Teoscar Hernandez. Dodgers overpowered the Reds 10-5. Tigers led the Guardians 2-1 thanks to Tarek Skubal, who gave up a run over 7 2/3 and struck out 14. And the Cubs bounced the Padres 3-1. This report is brought to you by NJMEP Manufacturing Day on October 3rd in Freehold. If you work in New Jersey manufacturing, your chance to network, learn, and connect with resources for your business is October 3rd. The annual Made in New Jersey Manufacturing Day in Freehold. Both gubernatorial candidates will share their vision for industry in New Jersey. Register today at njmep.org. Also brought to you by the Rothenberg Law Firm. Injured in an accident? You need help. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Lawyers that have built a legacy of victory over 5 decades, winning billions for their clients. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Call 1-800-624-8888 or visit injurylawyer.com. 60 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Good morning, campers.
Alan Jerry. Don't worry, it's only an hour long, and most days it doesn't suck.
All right, 5:02. It is Wednesday. Good morning, the Eddie Schizzeri. Hello. Al Dukes, what's up, dude? How are we
Good morning,
doing?
Jerry. There's so many predictable things in sports, especially around here.
Okay.
The Jets are going to figure out a way to lose a game. The Mets are going to figure out a way to not get in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And you just knew this. We talked about it yesterday. I said to you, Jerry, if Max Fried is humming along and it's the 7th inning and he's at 100 pitches, you taking him out?
Yep. What'd I say?
I don't know.
No, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't, yes.
Nor would I have last night.
But we know it's so.
But you know what sucks though about that is, and yes, Garrett Crochet was dominant. Max Fried was really good. Not the same. I'm not going to argue that. I heard McMonigle say that before I came in. He is right about that.
He said what?
Because when people say that Boston kept Crochet in, why didn't Aaron Boone keep Fried in? And, his point was Fried was not nearly as dominant as Crochet, which is very true. But he's getting outs. And, I'll look in the 6th inning, the Romy Gonzalez at bat. To me, he made him look silly. And that's the 6th inning, not the 3rd inning, not the 2nd inning. So you're deep into the pitches 85 and 90, wherever the hell he was. I'm trying to think. The Narvaez at bat in the 6th inning, a really good at bat. He gets the double play ball. And then the idea that you're going to just say, hey, we talked about this yesterday too. Go out there for the one guy. Now, we were talking about how if he gives him a hit, you get him out. In this case, he goes out there, he gets the out. All right, you're done. Why? I'm so sick and tired. This guy is making $35 million. This is what you brought him here for. To what? To bring in Luke Weaver, who's been okay at best this year? This isn't 2024. And then not for nothing. You go to Weaver, he can't get an out, faces 3 batters. I know that first at bat with Rafaela was phenomenal. There's no question. It goes 0-2 on him, and then I think it's 6 foul balls. It's an 11 or 12 pitch at bat. Amazing. Set up the inning. That's fine. He gives up the base hit. You got the judge can't throw the ball. That's a problem. So they go up 2-1. Fair enough. David Bednar gets the first 2 guys out in the 9th inning. 2 out, nobody on. Then what? Base hit, double, 3-1, and you felt like the game's over. I know the Yankees loaded the bases, but there's so much there. You're right. Let him pitch.
Yeah, but we've been doing this for years now. Like this, this is just what it is. So to even call to complain, you knew this was happening, and it'll happen again tonight.
It might.
If Carlos Rodon has given up 3 hits and it's the 8th inning and he's at 110 pitches, he's coming out.
Yeah, probably.
It does not matter. Nope. This is just what baseball is. And we've been talking about this for what feels like it's got to be a decade.
Except for the fact that the only thing to counter that argument this morning is that Garrett Crochet went to about 120 pitches. And in their dugout, they didn't look at 100 and say, get him out. It was, he is humming along. We ain't taking him out. Now, I happen to agree with you. And on most nights, matter of fact, on almost all nights, you are 100% correct. Tonight, you're about 98% correct, only because the other dugout didn't do it. But yeah, this is what baseball is in 20. This is what I've always said to you so many times. And I know we just watched the Mets suck because their starting pitching couldn't get through 4 innings this season. So there is value to having good starting pitching. I don't misunderstand what I'm saying. You have to have guys that can throw and go deeper into games. But if you are going to be an ace pitcher, when you come out in the 7th inning of a very close ball game, you haven't decided anything. You just haven't. 6 1/3 is it was a nice start. I am not taking anything away from him. It was actually a very good start. To me, you needed 7. You needed to get into the 8th with a bullpen that's been this season. And he didn't do it. And how about this? How about you fight to stay in the game? There was a game last week. We don't talk about it because it's LA. But there was a game last week or maybe 2 weeks ago where Dave Roberts of the Dodgers goes out to take Blake Snell out of a game. This is not a playoff game. This is a game just to try and win the division, essentially. And he calls for the reliever. The reliever starts coming out of the bullpen. Blake Snell says, I'm not coming out of this game. And Roberts went and talked to him and says, all right, you want the ball? I'm going to leave you in. And Blake Snell finished the inning and did what he had to do. How about Max Fried says, nah, Skip, I got this. But I don't know. There's whatever.
You think we'll see this in football at some point? 2-minute warning. Patrick Mahomes comes out. Some backup comes in. Tries to win the game for them.
No.
It's really bizarre.
I agree.
But it's the same.
I hate it.
In some way, it's just you could have actually scripted this.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
It'll come down. Aaron Boone. That's why I asked you yesterday. 7th inning, Max Fried coming along.
Scoreless. You said shutout ball too.
Is he coming out? Uh-huh. Yeah. I mean, so it is it's silly to even call and complain about it because this is what. When you decide I'm following the Yankees, the Mets, whoever you're this is what you signed up for. You signed up for guys coming out of games that are not decided that you've paid $35 million to. That's what you sign up for as a baseball fan.
Except this will give more ammunition to a lot of Yankee fans that want Aaron Boone out.
But it doesn't matter. If it does not fill in, name whoever's managing. He's also...
Alex Cora didn't take his guy out. There are different guys. Yes, there are.
But I could probably point
Carlos
to a million
Mendoza
times.
probably takes him out.
Right, but I'm sure I could point to many times when Alex Cora did take his guy out.
Maybe, but I'm saying last night we saw a manager that didn't take his guy out when we got to 100. I do agree with you that most of these managers do what they are told and do what the computer spits out instead of just kind of feeling the. Not to mention the fact that you were at the bottom of the order. It wasn't even as if you were facing the heart of their. Like you were at the bottom of the order. Let him finish, but. You're right. That's not what we do anymore.
And what is it about? I know I love 70s and 80s baseball, but what, like,